Chapter 98. In the next few days, Wang Wei's group slowly started to reorganize the military district and thoroughly control it. Wang Wei was lucky because he soon realized that General Dongwu was a person obsessed with power, especially when it comes to military or force. In the entire Iron Wall city, the general controls any group that can be considered to be armed force. From the daily patrol of the city to the guards standing on the wall, from the martial art halls to the lawless gangs in the city. His hand reached in every aspect of these things. Even the escort service that merchants used to protect their goods had General Dongwu's secret hand behind the scenes. Due to this, he essentially rendered all the nobles powerless. The only force that the nobles of Iron Wall City have are the guards that they secretly trained. Even then, the nobles were forced to control the number in order not to warn the general. However, as a compromise, General Dongwu handed all the political and economical power of this city to the nobles as long as they do not interfere with the military's livelihood. Inside the general's manor, Wang Wei was reviewing a lot of information about the city situation when three people walked into his room. Without raising his head, he asked, "Wang Ju, did you accomplish the task I gave you?" "Yes, young master." General Dongwu was hypnotized and wrote the edict. General 1 already left for the fortress. However, despite many torture, the general refuses to acknowledge his allegiance. It's not just him that is stubborn. Many of the soldiers in the army are loyal only to him and also refuse to obey our orders. Added Li Jun. Wang Wei thought for a few seconds before ordering to just execute these disobeying soldiers. However, he still kept Dongwu alive. Given the fact he has the same last name of this kingdom's royal family, he might be useful in the future. After that, Wang Wei asked Yan Liling if she had anything to report and she answered, "Big brother Wang Wei, we are running out of money, food and spiritual materials. With the good deeds we did in the past 6 months, most of our wealth is almost gone. With you asking me to crush a few nourishing pills and add it to the food we serve the people of the common district, a lot of spiritual ingredients were used in the process. Not to mention we had to secretly provide General 1 to 5 with special pills to bribe or woo the soldiers. Most of the gold, silver and food we stole on our way from the capital is almost gone. Why did we have to put nourishing pills in the food we distributed in the common district?" suddenly asked Li Jun. "Well, it is because we need to train a strong army as fast as possible. The majority of people in the common district are weak, thin and malnourished. However, they are still the main place necessary to recruit troops in the future." With the nourishing pills, a lot of strong men were brought back to peak physical conditions in just a few months, and many young people had established a strong foundation. As such, when we recruit troops there, not only will the people easily accept being enlisted, it will be easier and faster to train them into a powerful and usable army. Everyone nodded after figuring out Wang Wei's process. As such, Li Jun added, "Back in the sect, I've trained an army of cultivators before, but I have never trained a mortal army before. This should be an exciting experience. With these healthy people, it will be much easier for them to train in the military's martial arts." Wang Wei agrees with Li Jun. This world's martial arts make it easier to properly train an army, especially resources-wise. Training a cultivating army takes countless time and resources. This is the reason that only the Blood Wolf army under General Dongwu is made up of cultivators. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, "You do not need to worry about the problem of money and materials. My next step of action will solve our problems." After saying this, Wang Wei ordered Wang Ju to proceed to the next step of the plan. A few days later, Merchant District, in a public square, General 2 and 3 brought an elite group of soldiers. In front of them stood numerous merchants waiting. Then General 5 started reading out loud an edict drafted by General Dongwu. As soon as he finished, a commotion appeared among the merchants. "What, we have to hand 90% of our food in gold to the army? It hasn't been a year since the last food draft, and now, you are already asking for more? Last time we only had to offer 60% of our food, and now you are asking for 90%? On top of that, you guys are also asking for our gold. How can we make any profit with how things are being run in this city?" Countless people started arguing and denouncing General 2 and 3 for being ruthless. All the merchants were not happy. "So, you guys are not willing to hand over the food in gold? Can I see your actions as an act of rebellion against General Dongwu's order?" said General 2 with a killing intent in his eyes. Following him, the soldiers behind him also released their killing intent. As elite soldiers that have experienced countless slaughter, their killing intents were not something that a bunch of rich and fat merchants could bear. So, the majority of them lowered their heads and decided to hand over their stored food, gold and spiritual materials. However, a few people refused to back down. To them, money was more important than their life. Without hesitation, General Tu ordered the soldiers to slaughter the people that resisted and confiscated all their wealth. After seeing the massacres of their fellow merchants, the rest of them became obedient and did not hide anything. As for those who thought they were smart and decided to hide the amount of wealth they had, they were soon discovered under the investigation of General 2 and 3. These people suffered the same fate as the disobedient ones. These were all Wang Wei's orders. He had no sympathy for these merchants who leached on the life of the common people. If it was not due to the fact that these merchants were a necessary part for him to build a prosperous dynasty, he would have taken all of their wealth instead of leaving 10% to them. However, the same cannot be said for the nobles of this city. If the merchants are just a chronic disease, then the nobles are malignant tumors. They all need to be destroyed. And that is exactly what Wang Wei did. After securing the logistics of his team, he sent all the troops available in his hands to encircle the noble district and arrested all the nobles there. Then, in front of all the people of the common district, he showed them evidence of the crimes that these nobles had committed. With a recording crystal brought from his own world, Wang Ju and his spy group recorded all kinds of atrocious crimes. From raping, murder, selling children, and distributing drugs to the common people to get them addicted and prevent them from rising. Some nobles even had some sick habits like eating people and children. All these crimes were exposed to the people. With this evidence and Wang Wei's prestige as the wise sage, the people were incited to revolt against the royal family. Taking advantage of this moment of excitement, Wang Wei recruited many strong and healthy male into the army. Then he spent another year and a half training a proper army. With General 1 taking over the Iron Fortress, Wang Wei used the battle between the Iron Fist Kingdom to quickly hone the fighting abilities of his new army. Through constant battles in just a year and a half, these new soldiers turned into elite under the precise guidance of Li Jun. After that, Wang Wei officially launched his rebellion. In just 3 years he had captured 12 of the 72 states of the Eastern Reign Kingdom. Wang Wei had to admit that the Princess Dong Lifan did a terrific job in keeping the royal family in the dark. She managed to buy him more than 5 years of time. However, the news was soon leaked and the royal family acted strongly and swiftly after that. One day, while in the army barracks and reviewing information about the progress of the army's marching, Wang Wei suddenly felt a powerful aura heading in his direction. He left his office and looked in the direction of the aura. There he saw an old man quickly approaching them. He could tell that this old man was a divine altar realm cultivator. Well, the response was quite intense, muttered Wang Wei as he could tell that this man was most likely one of the ancestors of the royal family used as a powerful deterrent. Just the fact that they were willing to wake him up from his seal showed that the royal family took their rebellion very seriously and ought to use the swiftest means to put it to an end. Chapter 99. Wang Wei looked at the approaching old man with a calm face. He did not care for the fact that this person was in the divine altar. He could see at a single glance that this person had only about 100 divine veins engraved on his altar. Meanwhile, he had 360 divine veins. In the divine altar realm, a cultivator can have a maximum of 365 divine veins. More than 90 veins were considered the middle of the realm, more than 180 veins were considered the high of the realm, while more than 270 were considered the peak of the realm. In the last 7 years he spent waiting for the trial to begin, he had already entered the high divine altar realm. Meanwhile, in the past 5 years in this plane, he managed to reach the peak using a lot of the origin sources he brought back from the sect. Wang Wei also knew that he was not the only one who had reached such a cultivation level. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling had reached the peak of the divine altar realm, with only a few divine veins behind him. Thinking about this, Wang Wei realized that he has been cultivating for almost 50 years now, making him technically in his 60s. If you add the near 30 years from his past life, he is an old man in his 90s. At this age he should have grandkids and maybe even great-grandkids. Yet, in the world of cultivation he is still nothing but a toddler. While Wang Wei's mind was drifting faster than a whipped horse, the cultivator of the royal family soon arrived. It was an old man with a long face, squinty eyes and white beard. However, he was very skinny, almost to the point of his bones appearing under his black robe. Wang Wei knew that this was a result of him sealing himself to continue his almost finished lifespans. When Dong Si arrived, he saw a young and handsome boy with gray eyes and hair waiting for him. He frowned because he could not tell the cultivation level of this person. However, with the obvious physical features, he realized that this person was the wise sage that incited the rebellion and his target this time. However, things seemed to be more tricky than he previously imagined. And things got worse for Dong Si. Soon he saw another young boy coming out to meet. This person had a terrible fighting intent deep in his eyes. What's worse was the fact he could feel the aura on this boy, and it was similar to him, the divine altar realm. To be specific, the aura was even more powerful than him. However, Dongxi did not back down despite the odds being against him. "Wise sage Wang Wei, god of war, Li Jun, I assumed," said Dongxi with a hoarse and powerful voice. "Are you one of the ancestors of the Dong royal family?" asked Wang Wei. "That is correct. You can address me as Dongxi." "Old man Dongxi. Can I call you that?" "We'll just call you that." "Old man Dongxi, I can honestly see that it is quite difficult for a person like you to reach such a realm in a low plane like this one. Wouldn't it be a shame to just die like this for no reason? How about this? I'll provide you with a pill that will extend your life for 5 to 10 years, then you work for me. And if you do not wish to betray the royal family, that's fine too. I can still give you the pill as long as you can convince the other ancestors and the king to stop resisting and peacefully hand over the kingdom. I can promise to provide the same pills to the dying ancestors, and I can promise to provide a place for the royal family in my new dynasty. Of course, that is if they follow the laws that I made. Otherwise, old man Dongxi was not surprised by the way Wang Wei talked about their world. Throughout the years, many kingdoms of this world have gotten the news of a bunch of extraterrestrial demons that have invaded their world. Each of them seemed very young and powerful. And they all have the same objectives, establishing their own dynasty. Many kingdoms have chosen to bow and swear their allegiances to these extraterrestrial demons, while others decided to fight them and capture them to extract information about their world from them. Unfortunately for Dongxi, the Eastern Rain Kingdom has decided to fight no matter the outcome. As such, despite the fact that he was tempted by the offer, he still refused. He was born and trained by the royal family. Even when his lifespan reached its end, it was the family that used the precious sealing array and bloodstones to allow him to enter deep sleep and prevent him from dying. As such, he will use his last remaining breath to do something meaningful for the kingdom before his death. Dongxi sighed and began to mobilize his origin chi. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of deep red blood. It was his blood essence or source blood. At the very least, the tiny last bit he had left. The next moment, his body became even more thin. His ribs could be easily seen and he looked like even the wind could easily break him. However, Dongxi did not care about this. When he came here, he was prepared not to return. After which, he took out the gourd that was hanging from his side and dropped the blood essence into the gourd, which immediately started to shine. The aura on the gourd increased from a top-tier profound-grade magical weapon to a low-tier earth-grade one. After seeing this, Wang Wei also sighed and waved his head to the side. Then Li Jun also took an earth-grade weapon, but his was a spear. Li Jun then walked toward Dongxi and waited for him to finish preparing. He has this level of confidence in himself. After finishing his preparation, Dongxi waved his hand and the gourd spewed out a large amount of water heading straight to Li Jun. With hesitation, Li Jun mobilized his origin chi and coated his spear with it, which in turn lit up the color red. He stabbed the oncoming water. With a boom sound, both the attacks clashed, which resulted in powerful winds destroying the surrounding 100 meters. Meanwhile, Li Jun was quite surprised at this attack. He thought this was just normal water or elemental attack. After fighting in the army the past 3 years, he realized that the cultivators in this world focused heavily on spells or origin ability instead of martial arts. Although they cultivate the origin path like the cultivators in the Myriad Emperor world, they seem to have separated the spell and the martial arts of the origin system. When they fight, the cultivators of this world usually use all kinds of spells from a far distance and do not really fight head-on. To Li Jun, this approach is very stupid given how much origin chi is drained when using spells in the early stage of the origin system. Especially when most cultivators in this world are in the divine sea realm and cannot control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Without the ability to control spiritual chi in the environment, cultivators have to use their own origin chi to make spells more powerful, thus rapidly draining their chi. Adding the fact that most cultivators in the world only have a normal foundation when they break through the divine sea realm, the amount of origin chi in their body is already pitiful. Yet they still used it in such a wasteful way. Most of them cannot continue to fight after using a few dozen spells. This is also one of the reasons that mortal martial arts has such a high status in this world. As long as the martial artist's body is strong enough, he could kite a cultivator until their origin chi ran out and fight them head-on. Back to the fight. After Li Jun clashed head-on with the water, he realized that this particular water was actually heavy. The whole thing has a weight of a couple of 100,000 kg. As such, after the initial clash, Li Jun was forced backward by Dongxi. However, he was not really affected. He mobilized the divine veins in his altar which he modeled after the battle tower in the sect, and controlled the spiritual qi in the air. He stabbed his spear again. This time however he exploded the spiritual qi at the tip of his spear, effectively scattering the water all over the air. Then he rushed towards Dong Si. However, old man Dong Si had many experiences fighting with martial arts that came close to him. As such, without hesitation he used his gourd who suddenly expanded in size and blocked Li Jun's attack. Then he used the shockwave of the weapon clashing to distance himself from Li Jun, while at the same time regathering the scattered water he had previously used. Dong Si spit a mouthful of blood but ignored this, then quickly chanted a spell. The water turned into a dragon, and flew towards Li Jun. Li Jun stabbed his spear again, then a 15 meters long red spear image came out of his weapon and flew towards the dragon. Boom! The air trembled and exploding sound echoed in the plain they were fighting in. Even the citizens and soldiers inside the city a few hundred meters away could hear the sound of the explosion. The water dragon was once again dispersed. However, before Li Jun could make another move, the scattered water turned into marble-like size and started falling downwards. Li Jun immediately felt something was wrong as the color of the water had turned black. Without hesitation, he covered himself with his origin qi and started blocking the black rain. Li Jun moved his spear very fast, blocking every single drop of water that came at him, thus creating countless after images of his spear moving. After the rain stopped falling, old man Dong Si was breathing really hard. Meanwhile, Li Jun looked terrible. His clothes had many holes and he looked like a beggar. In fact, he was not even the slightest injured due to his origin qi protecting him. However, the same cannot be said for his clothes. Li Jun looked at the ground around and noticed countless marble-size holes in a diameter of 50 meters around. It looked like a mole digger had done quite the number in the environment. Li Jun looked at Dong Si and said, "It seems that I have underestimated the cultivators of this world. Alright, let's end this charade." After saying that, Li Jun moved and appeared a few meters behind Dong Si. Although he looked like he teleported, this was just due to the fact that moved so rapidly that the normal eyes could not notice. In fact, even Dong Si did not notice how Li Jun moved instantly behind him. However, his many years of experience could feel the threat from his backs, so he tried to protect himself and move out the way. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. Li Jun mobilized his killing intent and imbued it into his spear, then threw it at Dong Su. Old man Dong Si only heard the sound of the air whistling, then he knew he was in danger. He tried to mobilize his origin qi to protect him and buy him enough time to dodge, but a sudden killing intent entered his divine qi and started to destroy his origin qi. Without the time to dodge and any protection, the spear effortlessly pierced Dong Si into his heart from the back, making him throw up another mouthful of blood. However, it did not stop there. The force of Li Jun's spear carried Dong Si's body and traveled in the air for more than 100 meters before hanging his already dead body on the wall of the city. Chapter 100. Wang Wei watched the whole fight with satisfaction. Although Li Jun underestimated his opponent, it did not matter, as long as he learned from his mistake. Furthermore, he recognized that the last spear throw was actually a move from the Heaven Fighting Scripture, the Emperor Scripture created by the Battle Maniac Emperor. It allowed Li Jun to easily manipulate things like fighting will or killing intent. In the later stage, it can easily turn these concepts into physical manifestations instead of just spiritual ones. After the fight, the two of them returned to the city and calmed the citizens who were previously panicking. After that, both Wang Wei and Li Jun entered the main barrack to discuss the next military strategies. After the royal family discovers their actions, the fighting will intensify dramatically. Inside the room, there was a map of the Eastern Rain Kingdom and a sandbox of the terrain of the next city they are about to attack. On the map, the kingdom was divided into layers. A group of cities together formed a county, and a bunch of counties created a state. Together, 72 states formed the entire Eastern Rain Kingdom. On the map, 12 of the states had pins on them, indicating they had been conquered. After entering the barrack, both General 4 and 5 saluted Wang Wei and Li Jun. "How is the situation on the border?" asked Wang Wei. "Still stable. General 1 has prevented the Iron Fist Kingdom from breaching into our borders after they discovered the current state of the kingdom. General 2 has recently fought against the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom. They also seem to have the intention of intervening while we are still fighting with the royal family. As for the border of the territory of the Black Moon sect, General 3 has sent news that the sect seem to be very quiet. There is a chance that they might want to reunite with the other kingdoms and attack us from the rear." Wang Wei pondered for a moment. Due to the vast land of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, it has 3 borders in the western side. the Iron Fist Kingdom, the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, and the Black Moon sect, who also controlled a vast amount of territory. After a brief moment he ordered, "Tell General 3 to start attacking the territory of the Black Moon sect to distract them. He has to make sure that these 3 kingdoms do not form an alliance no matter the circumstances. As for the other 2, tell them to keep the defense as tight as possible until we manage to conquer the entire kingdom." After checking that he did not oversee anything, Wang Wei asked, "What about Wang Ju, any news from her?" "Yes, young master," answered General 5 this time. "Miss Wang Ju reported that she has taken control over all of the brothels under young lady Su Ai and has managed to spread them throughout the rest of the world. According to her report, in just 2 to 3 years she can cover all the kingdoms in this world." Wang Wei nodded with a smile on his face. Wang Ju always did her jobs properly and to the utmost satisfaction. A few seconds later, someone came to notify Wang Wei that someone was looking for him. With a puzzled look, he asked to bring the person in. Soon a beautiful woman with a charming smile walked inside the meeting room. As soon as she entered, both Generals 4 and 5 seemed to have lost their minds. Their eyes could not separate from her, and few drooling saliva fell from their mouths. If it was not Li Jun to slap them in the back of their head and wake them up, they probably would have further embarrassed themselves. "It seems that you have made your breakthrough, Miss Su Ai," said Wang Wei with a happy smile on his face. "Even so, my charm has no effect on you, young Master Wang Wei," answered Su Ai with a coquettish smile on her face. Seeing the nonchalant smile on Wang Wei's face, Su Ai was a little discouraged, but she did not show it. "I would like to thank you, young master, for providing me with all these resources. Without you, I will not be able to enter the divine altar realm so soon." "There is no need to thank me. Without you, we would not be able to have such a solid foundation in this world. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. Who knows, maybe one day you could awaken your bloodline just like the Ten-Tails Great Emperor and be able to compete with me." After hearing this, Su Ai sighed with sadness and regret. The demon race is a race that places heavy emphasis on bloodline. And among the many bloodlines of the demon race, the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox race can only be considered medium. Although they are way much better than these demonic beasts that have to reach the supernatural realm, Tier 4, to even turn into human form, they are not even close to being the top in the demon hierarchy. What's even worse was the fact that all the women of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan are very beautiful women. As such, they are always in demand by other demon clans with royal bloodlines, which are demons clans who inherited their bloodlines from great emperors. The Fox clan has survived countless years by offering their most beautiful woman to other demon clans. However, they always hoped to one day become a member of the royal family themselves. And they had a great chance to. One time, a genius woman was born in the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Her name was Su Weiwei. After her birth, the clans tested her bloodline and discovered that it had mutated into 10 tails instead of 9. The entire clan celebrated and believed that she was the key for them to become a royal bloodline. As long as she manages to win the Heaven Will, then their Fox clan would rise and no longer be forced to serve the other demon clans. As such, they decided to hide Su Weiwei's talent. Unfortunately, she was eventually discovered. Many demon royal families then placed pressure on the Fox clan to hand her over or face extinction. After much discussion, the majority of the Fox clan decided to hand over Su Weiwei. At this point in time, the Fox clan was so used to bowing their heads in front of the other clans that they were not willing to fight for the opportunity given to them, to fight for their clan's future. And they paid dearly for their decisions. Su Weiwei was not like the other Fox clans. She refused to spend the rest of her life being the plaything for some other demons. As such, after receiving the news that the clan had abandoned her, she escaped without hesitation. After receiving the news, the other royal families were furious and further threatening to annihilate the Fox clans. In order to make amends to the other clans, the elders of the Fox clan used bloodline origin spells to track Su Weiwei and led other demon clans to chase her. Since then, Su Weiwei's life has been constantly on the run. Everywhere she went, the demon clan would send someone after her. The running lasted for thousands of years or more. It wasn't until she became a saint that she managed to find a way to hide her bloodline powers and escape. After that, Su Weiwei disappeared in front of the world. Many people thought that she was either dead in a distant corner of the world or secretly captured by one of the demon clans in order to study the mutation of her bloodline. However, everyone was soon proven wrong. When the Heaven Will of that generation appeared, Su Weiwei once again showed and fought for it. With an unparalleled illusion technique, she easily killed all the Heaven Chosen of the demon races and suppressed all the ones from the human race. Then she bore the Heaven Will and proved the Tao. She took the name of Ten Tails Great Emperor. After becoming emperor, she did go on a killing spree or take revenge on the people who had pursued her all her life. No, she completely ignored them, even the fox race. All she did after proving the Tao was preaching to the whole world, just like every other emperor has done. Then she vanished without a trace. The Ten-Tailed Great Emperor can be considered the shortest ruling Great Emperor of the Myriad Emperor Plane. As for the Fox Demon Clan? Well, it was a terrible loss for them. They lost the chance to further their bloodline and to have an emperor scripture. They essentially threw away their only chance at becoming a royal demon clans. After this incident, the other royal demons feared the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed clan and went to great lengths to suppress them. Until this generation, with the help of the Tao opening sect and the decisiveness of their matriarch, the Fox Demon clan escaped to the central continent. After seeing Su Ai's sadness, Wang Wei realized that he might have poked a sore wound of hers, so he said, "Do not think of past things and look forward to the bright future. When I establish the dynasty, I will reserve a high position for you. That way, blessed with immense luck, it is possible for you to quickly cultivate to the peak of the divine altar realm and even increase your luck." As soon as he finished saying this, he felt a sudden reminder and took out a talisman from his space ring. Immediately he heard Princess Dong Lifen's words, "Young Master Wang Wei, you need to hurry up. I just received news that the royal family has sent a powerful cultivator to secretly attack Bless Wing City." "You mean Hard Rock City?" "You do not need to worry, I already fought and killed their envoy." "No, not Hard Rock City, Bless Wing City," answered the princess with anxiety in her voice. It was then that Wang Wei realized that he had made a grave error. He assumed that when the royal family heard about their existence, they would send someone directly to fight and kill him. However, war is not a game with rules. Who said that the enemy could only attack you where your troops are stationed? And this is exactly what the royal family did. Not only did they send someone after Wang Wei, but also sent someone to bypass their troops and attack the rear in a surprise attack. And they succeeded, as Wang Wei was not prepared for such a move. Without hesitation, Wang Wei rushed towards Bless Wing City with all his strength, hoping to arrive in time to protect it. Chapter 101. Wang Wei ran with all his strength towards Bless Wing City. He used his powerful fleshly body and mobilized all his millions of kilograms of force to propel him forward. Boom! Like a cannonball, Wang Wei kept moving forwards. Everywhere he ran, powerful winds followed him by. When he passed by a forest, he did not stop nor evade the countless trees. On the contrary, his body just destroyed all the trees on his way. The wind that Wang Wei generated due to his fast movement blew away hundreds of trees in the forest. It was like a hurricane had just done a number on the places he passed by. However, Wang Wei was not happy with this speed. As such, he used his origin chi to further strengthen his legs. His speed then dramatically increased. All the people and animals in his way could not see his face, just a blurred figure followed by immense winds that could throw them away. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wang Wei broke the sound barrier. A cloud-looking vapor appeared behind him, then he accelerated again. Right now he was currently running at Mach 1, but Wang Wei still felt that he was not fast enough. He wished that he was in the supernatural realm right now and could fly. The weakest of supernatural realm cultivators in the Myriad Emperor Plane could easily fly at Mach speed in the air, while he has to go through so much to reach such a speed. Or at the very least, he should have cultivated a technique that focused on increasing his speed. Wang Wei knows that one of the emperor's scriptures of the sect focus on speed, now regretting not cultivating it. It was at this moment that he realized his arrogance. Although having such a powerful fleshly body provided him strength, defense, and endurance similar to divine body realm cultivators, however, his mobility was quite subpar. However, he was so blinded by his increase in strength and ignored such obvious flaws. After sighing for a while, Wang Wei continued his rapid journey towards Bless Wing City. Meanwhile, Li Jun was following behind. He did not have the speed of Wang Wei, however, he could follow him due to the trace left behind. Li Jun could see straight tracks heading one direction and he followed it. Everywhere he followed, the ground was cut in the middle, leaving a visible trail. When he reached the forest, he saw the forest was completely destroyed. There were countless trees scattered everywhere. The majority of them seemed to be forcibly uprooted from the ground by a powerful force. Some of them were broken into countless pieces as if they were hit really hard with a very dense and strong object. There were numerous blood and organs of animals scattered in the forest. Li Jun could guess that these animals appeared to be in the path of his big brother and were killed by the force generated when they hit his body. With a sigh, Li Jun continued to follow the destructive trail left behind. Meanwhile, after more than 1 hour of rushing, Wang Wei finally saw Bless Wing's city in his sight. He had to thank his ever-expanding divine sea, otherwise he would never have lasted so long with how much origin chi he was using. A few hundred meters from the city, Wang Wei saw a yellow mist enveloping the entire city. Without hesitation he rushed in. With a slight jump, he reached the top of the 200-meter city wall. However, his vision was obscured by the large mist. When the mist touched his skin, he could tell immediately that it was poisoned. However, it had no effect on his powerful fleshly body. However, a terrible feeling came over him. Without hesitation he gathered his more than 10 million gene of force and threw a punch. Boom. With an exploding sound, the air exploded. Then following the sound, a powerful wind was generated by the force of the punch. This wind blew away the yellow mist or miasma that covered the entire city. However, it was perfectly controlled not to destroy anything else. After his vision was cleared, Wang Wei immediately entered the city. However, soon afterwards, his hand trembled a little before going back to normal. In front of him was a street with countless bodies laying down the floor. Upon closer observation he saw a body with blood coming out of its mouth, nose and ears. However, that was not the worst part. There were countless blisters on the skin of the body. No part was spare, whether it was the face, arms and legs. The blisters had smelly brown pus coming out the blisters. After checking the body, Wang Wei realized that it was a woman, and something was under it. After slightly moving the body, he saw a baby underneath her. The baby had suffered the same fate as her with blood and blisters all over his body. However, unlike the mother, its eyes were still opened. Wang Wei then continued to check. And every single citizen in this city faced the same similar death, every single of the 12.6 million of them. All of them had a look of pain, agony, and unwillingness in their eyes. Wang Wei sighed after not noticing a single breath of life in the entire city. He blames a lot of these deaths on himself. As a future king, he promised his citizens to bring them a better life, to protect them from harm. However, he failed miserably. He always treated this war like a trial, like a game with rules and prohibitions that he needed to play. But what Wang Wei did not understand was that while this was indeed a trial, but to the people of this world, this was their livelihood, their futures, and their lives that were at stake. Any tiny mistake can cost them dearly, just like today. While checking the city, Wang Wei suddenly noticed a breath not far from it. Without hesitation he rushed towards it. A few seconds later, he saw a beautiful woman walking in the opposite direction of the city. She had fair skin, nice curves, and cold and ruthless eyes that looked exactly like a snake. "Did you kill the people of the city?" asked Wang Wei with a very calm look on his face. The beautiful woman looked at Wang Wei with her dotted eyes and licked her mouth with her long and pointy tongue. "Gray hair and eyes, you must be the so-called wise sage. Seeing you here means that Dong Si has failed. What a weak man. Answer my question." "Ho ho, there is no need to be so angry at the death of a few untouchables. In just a few years they will easily replenish their loss. Also, this is war, people die all the time." After hearing this, Wang Wei did not hesitate anymore and rushed towards this snake-like woman. However, she seemed to be prepared and a red mist enveloped the approaching Wang Wei. However, he completely ignored it and ran to the woman and held her by the neck while she was trying to recite another spell. Without a moment of pause, he ripped her head out of her body along with her spine attached to it. Meanwhile, the snake woman's headless body started to gush out green and corrosive blood before falling in the ground. Wang Wei looked at her head that seemed to be still alive and wanted to say something, then he squished it with both hands until it exploded blood all over him. Then he scattered her bones that had turned into sand particles into the wind. Without looking back, he returned to the city wall of Bless Wing's city, waiting and contemplating his next step of actions. Wang Wei spent the whole day standing on the wall without moving. The next morning, he saw Li Jun rushing towards the city on top of a flying demonic beast. Li Jun was solemn because he has never seen his big brother so somber. After checking the city, he was shocked and could not believe what happened. "No, no, 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 no," muttered Li Jun as he rushed into different houses of the city to check. However, the result was the same. Li Jun knelt in the ground, then started to punch it with all his strength. However, due to the fact that he did not use his origin chi, his hand and bones were damaged. Li Jun could not accept this. He was personally in charge of taking down this city. He remembered the happy look on the citizens when he distributed food and clothing in the city after taking it over. Many people thanked him and sent his family a blessing. Many children said they wanted to grow as strong as him in the future. Many bold women asked him if he wanted a concubine or maid. Many mothers entrusted their children to him when he enlisted the healthy man into the army reserves and city guards. He promised to bring them back intact. Or at the very least he promised them respect and glory. However, now they were all gone, they were all dead. And they died so miserably too. And where could he find glory from this way of death? After a few moments, Li Jun lay down on the floor without a care about the dirt, with a few tears falling down his eyes. Nevertheless, besides tears, a deep-seated hatred appeared in his eyes. Chapter 102. 5 days later, Wang Ju arrived in Bless Wing's city. A few days ago, she received an urgent message from the young master to hurry over to see him as soon as possible. After arriving in front of the city, the demonic beast she was riding fell to the ground, losing its breath forever. She looked at it and sighed. This was probably the 50th demonic beast that died due to exhaustion during her return journey. In order to rush here from the central regions, she kept changing beasts and rushed over without rest. If it was not due to her powerful cultivation, she herself might also die from exhaustion. Soon, someone greeted her and led to a meeting that was taking place. Inside, she saw Wang Wei sitting on a chair with a calm look on his face. Suddenly Wang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. As a powerful cultivator, she was extremely sensitive. She suddenly felt a terrifying fury emanating from her young master. A fury strong enough to destroy everything between heaven and earth. She wondered who was the unfortunate fool to make the young master like this. Whoever it was, he or she was bound to pay a terrible price. As one of the people closest to him and knew him the best, she has only seen the young master this furious once. It was when he was young and caught one of the Wang clan branch members killing a maid for no reason. After that incident, she knew that person and all his family members immediately lost the Wang family surname and all became mortals for the rest of their life. After seeing Wang Ju, Wang Wei began the meeting. First thing he did was to mention to Wang Ju what happened here. After receiving the news, Wang Ju was not that surprised. Despite her youthful appearance, she has lived quite a long time relative to mortals. In all her years, she has experienced quite a few things. Especially when she was competing for the jobs of head maid. The amount of physical and spiritual torture she experienced in order to become a qualified maid and information gatherer is known only to her. As such, she knows the horrors of war. In fact, she was aware of the mistake of the young master. As the person in charge of information, she is somewhat aware of the military plan and actions of the group despite being far away from them. She often attended military discussions through communication talismans. However, she did not mention it because she was warned by the elders not to interfere with the trial and just execute orders that were given. This trial is not only for the young master to gather luck, but a way to experience life and temper him through hardship. And what better way to learn and grow than making mistakes? As such, despite noticing the errors in their military deployment, Wang Ju did not say anything. After filling Wang Ju in the loop, Wang Wei began his next plan. He looked at Li Jun and Yan Liling, who still had puffy eyes, and said, "No more playing around. This war needs to end, and it needs to end quickly. When you guys attack from now on, there is no need to let the army fight each other to decide the outcome. Use your powerful cultivation to directly kill the commanders of the army, open the city gates, and subjugate the enemy's army. And if they resist, you can use force to subdue them." Although Wang Wei knew that the majority of the people in the armies are ordinary commoners and are mostly forced, he decided to use fast and brutal means to end this war. And if a few more casualties are necessary to achieve this, then so be it. After that, Wang Wei looked at Wang Ju and ordered, "I need you to go to the capital and monitor the whole royal family at all times. Make sure that not a single one manages to leave or escape. Do not hesitate to break the seal in your cultivation if needed." Wang Wei had a fierce killing intent in his eyes when he said this. He did not plan to let any of them leave alive when he got to them. After the meeting, Wang Wei and the group left for a monument in the middle of the city. It was made of 9 huge rocks that were cut smoothly. Many names were engraved on them. 6 million names to be exact. Due to the large number of people dead, Wang Wei could not bury them all, so he burned the bodies and set up this monument as a memorial. After lighting 3 sticks of incense, Wang Wei bowed and said, "All of you can go in peace, as I swear to avenge you. I hope that when all of you reincarnate from samsara, you can all be born into the prosperous dynasty that I'm going to establish. And if not, then may all of you be blessed with health and fortune in your next journey." After the funeral, all the people of the group set out with their own army. Whether it was Wang Wei, Li Jun, Yan Liling, or General 4 and 5. Meanwhile, Wang Ju headed straight into the imperial capital. After a few days of marching, Wang Wei arrived in front of another city. There he saw a legion fully armed with spears and shields waiting for him. A brief scan showed that there were more than 250,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, the commander was a man that looked like he was in his late 30s with a bearded face waiting for him. He donned a golden armor with a magical halberd by his side. The commander looked at the tired army behind. Wang Wei sneered at this so-called wise sage for making such a big mistake as marching his army without proper rest. He does not know why the royal family values these rebels so much. Wang Wei looked at the well-trained and well-equipped army. Then he said to the commander, "I do not know who you are, but as long as you surrender, I can still spare your life." Despite the fact that he did not yell or roar, his voice echoed throughout the entire plain, reaching every single member of the enemy's army and his own. The commander frowned as he could tell that this person was actually a powerful cultivator. Even with his peak river origin cultivation level, he could not do such a thing, nevertheless doing it so effortlessly. However, he did not care. It was not the first time that he has used number tactics to kill powerful cultivators. Upon seeing that the commander did not take his warning, he addressed the army directly instead. "The same goes to all you soldiers. There is no need to die in vain for these nobles who treat all of you like objects that can be thrown away anytime. All of you have mothers, wives, or children waiting for you back home. I give you my words that as long as you put down your weapons, I will spare your lives and allow you to return home. You should have heard my reputation as the wise sage. I always keep my words." After hearing this gentle and powerful voice in their ears, many soldiers hesitated and wondered whether to just surrender in order to save their lives. After all, they had no real stake in this war. However, the commander was an experienced veteran and immediately screamed, "Whoever becomes a deserter will suffer from military law, and even your families will not be spared." The soldiers then immediately removed the dangerous thought in their heads. The life of their families was now at stake. After seeing this, Wang Wei did not immediately give up and released a powerful aura to force the soldiers to submit and surrender. However, as previously stated, the commander was a veteran in war. Without hesitation, he gave an order and a bunch of drums started to beat out loud in the battlefield. Then, a red hue appeared above the soldiers, effectively blocking Wang Wei's aura. This hue was the manifestation of the soldier's slaughter aura or qi. The kingdom has developed ways to use the aura of slaughter of ordinary soldiers to defend against powerful cultivators. After seeing this, Wang Wei sighed and did not say anything again. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the army. His speed was so fast that he left countless after images on his trail. Then, countless arrows headed straight towards him. There were so many of them that they covered sunlight from the clouds for a brief moment. However, Wang Wei did not care. He mobilized his divine veins and controlled the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and covered himself with a shield. All the arrows just bounced off Wang Wei's shield made of spiritual qi. After seeing this, the commander ordered the archers to all shoot at once instead of using the volley fire tactic. However, it was of no use. None of the attacks can breach the shield. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not stop rushing when he confronted the shield formation of the Eastern Kingdom's army. He crashed head-on with them and ultimately he was the winner. All the shield and armor made of steel-like metal were crushed when hit with his fleshly body. As for the soldiers, they shared the same fate as their weapons. Many of them exploded into flesh and bones after the initial impact, while others were thrown away by the wind generated by Wang Wei's rapid movement. Leaving a trail of flesh and blood in his wake, Wang Wei headed straight for the commander without stopping. When Wang Wei reached less than 1,000 meters from him, the commander panicked and ordered a special army that was very close to him to attack with all their strength. Following which, Wang Wei found countless origin abilities were launched at him. There was fire, water, vines, lightning, and ice that covered the sky like the end of the world in an apocalypse movie. Upon seeing this, he guessed that this was an army made of cultivators. However, Wang Wei did not care. These attacks did not even break through his spiritual qi shield, let alone his fleshly body. Countless explosions happened when these attacks hit Wang Wei. Many of the soldiers became casualties due to friendly fire. However, none of the attacks had any effect. Whether it was the high temperature of the fire, the freezing effects of the ice, the numbing and paralyzing effects of the lightning, or the entanglements of the vines, none of them could stop Wang Wei. As such, he continued to rush towards the commander. Less than 100 meters away from his destination, countless walls rose up from the ground and surrounded the commander to protect him. Nonetheless, the result was still the same. Wang Wei's fleshly body pierced the more than 10 meters thick wall and headed straight for the commander. Meanwhile, in the brief period of time that these walls bought him, the commander calmed himself down and prepared his weapon to fight back. When he saw the wise sage coming out the walls without his shield, a glimpse of happiness appeared on his face and attacked with all his strength with the halberd in his hand. However, to the shock and horror of the commander, Wang Wei just blocked his attack with his bare hand. This was truly a horrifying experience for the commander. This weapon was his hidden card, as it was a low-level earth-grade weapon that he got by chance. This weapon was so precious that he almost could not keep it. Many of the elders in his family wanted him to hand it over to the clan. If his father did not intervene and use the fact that this weapon was bound to his soul, he might not be able to keep it to this day. While the commander was briefly distracted, Wang Wei had already reached him. When the commander came back to his senses, he saw that he was no longer on his horse and was floating in the air. When he looked down, he saw a bloody hand had pierced his body all the way to his back and was holding him above ground. When his gaze followed the hand to its owner, he saw a pair of gray eyes looking at him with coldness and indifference. Deep in those eyes, the commander saw a gray-white string attached to his body was cut off, then everything went black. Chapter 103. Wang Wei looked at the dead commander he was holding, then he threw it away just like thrash. Then his gaze turned to the cultivating army. Despite the fact that the army commander was dead, they did not seem to want to stop. This was a sharp contrast to the ordinary soldiers who already threw away their weapon and knelt in the ground. Wang Wei guessed that these people were personally trained by the royal family, and the concept of loyalty has been ingrained deep into their bones and soul. However, Wang Wei did not want to waste time with these weaklings. With a thought, he mobilized the power of his 13th layer of body refining and his infinite expanding divine sea and merged them together into his true will. A strange and mysterious power gathered from Wang Wei and enveloped all the cultivators in the kingdom's army. All of them spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell down on the floor. Then, to their horror, they found that the blood chi in their bodies were scattered, and those who had opened up their divine sea realized that it was completely destroyed. They all had turned into mortals. All 250 of them. Without looking at those cultivators, Wang Wei rushed to the massive 200 meters gate of the city. With just one punch, he destroyed it and allowed his army to enter and occupy this city. Meanwhile, another city in the same county. Li Jun looked at the army in front of him and sighed. Since no one paid attention to his warning, he will use force. With a wave of his spear, countless red spots from both his soldiers and the kingdom rose into the air. This was the slaughter chi of the soldiers. Under Li Jun's control, the slaughter chi turned into a 50 meters long and 5 meters wide spear. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the commander of the opposing army, who was actually a woman. The giant spear cut through the army like a knife cutting through butter. Everywhere it went, flesh and blood were left in its path. What's even worse is the fact that as more people die, the spear becomes longer and stronger. However, soon the spear was destroyed by the combined attacks of countless cultivators. However, Li Jun had already breached most of the army's defense and was not far from the commander. As such, he used his signature move. He gathered all the slaughter chi in the battlefield and reinforced his spear, then he threw it with all his strength. The spear broke the air as it moved rapidly. Following the sound of cannonball, the spear rapidly approached the commander. However, a few meters from her, countless thick walls rose from the ground and protected her. Unfortunately, this protection measure was of no use. The spear easily penetrated the walls and without stopping or reducing its speed, it pierced the throat of the commander. The force of the spear pushed her away from her horse until she fell to the ground a few meters away. Then with a wave of his hand, the spear returned to Li Jun's hand. Then he went on to massacre the cultivating army. After using his swift movement to dodge the first wave of origin abilities, he cut each of them with his spear before they could recite any other spells. On Yan Liling's side, she was also leading her own army. Her fighting style was even more efficient than both Wang Wei and Li Jun. She took out a pill from her space ring and crushed it. Then an overwhelming odor covered the Eastern Rain Kingdom's army. Immediately afterwards, more than a quarter of the army fell down on the floor unconscious. Then Yan Liling pronounced a few words to use an origin ability. A dragon made of fire appeared in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the dragon flew in the sky and bypassed most of the army. When it reached close to the commander, it spewed out a breath of fire. The commander did not have time to react from the previous shock of his men's sudden incapacitation before he started screaming in agony, then he was turned into ashes by the flame. Then the dragon fire looked in the direction of the cultivating army and headed to deal with them without giving them the chance to react. In two other cities, both General 4 and 5 had also just finished a battle. However, unlike the three divine altar cultivators, their fights were quite brutal. Both of them had countless arrows stuck on their bodies with blood spilling out everywhere. There were many fire burns, freezing burns and lightning burns. However, despite the pitiful states they were in, they both were quite happy as they were victorious in their battles and had each conquered a city on their own. Furthermore, the intense fighting had increased their experience and strengthened their foundations. They could tell that after a few battles like this one, their foundations will be strong enough to break through to the divine altar realm. After taking a few healing pills, General 4 and 5 entered their respective cities to take control over. Late at night, after settling the surrendered soldiers and reassuring the citizens, Wang Wei was sitting in the city lord mansion reading a cultivation technique. During the battle today, he discovered that the majority of cultivators in the army were in the body refining realm, yet they could still use spells. This was a little shock to Wang Wei as he knew that only cultivators in the Divine Sea could do that. So as soon as he had a moment of break, he checked the city lord mansion to find the answer. It turns out that the people of this world are so enamored about spells or origin abilities that they have invented a way for body refining realm cultivators to combine their blood chi together in order to use them. After reading this, Wang Wei had to sigh at the wisdom of people. The people of this world might be from a weak plane, but they made the best of the circumstances they are given. Wang Wei has never heard of a method that uses blood chi to make spells from his world. It's not that the people from the Myriad Emperor are not as inventive as the people of this world. It's just that they do not care about such a thing. To the people of higher planes, so what if body refining realm cultivators can use spells? They are still as weak as ants. Even if such an ingenious method was brought to the Myriad Emperor world, most cultivators would just shrug it off and sneer at such low-level methods. However, Wang Wei did not think so. This method made him realize that every world or plane out there in the endless void has developed different cultures, ideas, and knowledge that are completely unique to their environment. Instead of ignoring them or looking down on their methods, the cultivators of the Myriad Emperor world should absorb such knowledge as their own and further strengthen their own civilization. With this idea in mind, Wang Wei made further plans for what to do when he becomes a great emperor. After resting for a few days, Wang Wei continued his rapid expeditions to conquer the Eastern Rain Kingdom. Throughout his journey, he and the others encountered countless battles, countless sneak attacks from different terrains. One time Wang Wei's army was attacked by a group of cultivators who hid at the bottom of a river by holding their breath. Nevertheless, despite the many trials and tribulations, all three of Wang Wei, Li Jun and Yan Liling used absolute force to break through every obstacle in their paths. Just like that, 3 years had passed. Wang Wei and his group had already conquered all the 72 states of the Eastern Rain Kingdom. The only place left standing was the imperial capital. And the main reason for that was the fact that Wang Wei bypassed the capital located at the center of the kingdom and conquered the states eastward so that his territory could quickly occupy the seashore. After conquering the states near the ocean, Wang Wei returned to the capital at last to end this war. Wang Wei was sitting in a military barrack not far from the capital. Hey, it is really hard to move around in this large world without teleportation formations, thought Wang Wei to himself. If this world had a thing such as teleportation, he could have conquered this kingdom in just a few months. However, he needed to use many demonic beasts to transport troops everywhere he goes. And the process was extremely slow, well, at least to Wang Wei and the others. After gathering his scattered thoughts, Wang Wei asked the people in the room, did anyone find a method to quickly destroy the powerful array that covered the entire capital? However, no one answered him and most of the people lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eyes. Wang Wei did not blame these people for not having a good idea as even he was stuck. According to his calculation, even if he, Li Jun and Yan Liling attached this formation together, it will take at least 3 months of constant bombardment to break it. In fact, the formation itself was not actually powerful, especially for an expert in runes like Wang Wei. What made this array so strong was the fact the king used the remaining luck of the kingdom and blessed it on the formation. As such, the defensive power was raised to an unimaginable level. While thinking about ways to deal with the situation, Wang Wei asked, is there a way for Wang Ju to disarm it from the inside? According to the last communication we received from her more than a month ago, she said that her strength was completely suppressed by the luck dragon of the kingdom and she was now in hiding, responded one of the new advisors that Wang Wei had conquered in the past 3 years. While Wang Wei was contemplating his next step of action, Advisor Zhao Feng entered the room with urgent news. Over the years, Wang Wei had brought this treacherous guy under his banner. He did not care that this guy was a snake that could bite even his owner. He knew how to properly control these kinds of people. Furthermore, as long as he suspects this guy to go out of line, he will kill him immediately. Advisor Zhao Feng bowed to Wang Wei and said, "Wise sage, one of the noble clans of the capital has sent someone to talk to you." "Talk to me? Talk about what?" "They want to make a deal. A deal that will allow you to easily break through the capital's formation." After hearing this, Wang Wei frowned and looked up and down at Zhao Feng. He could guess that this deal had something to do with him, however he did not care. As long as Zhao Feng could help him deal with his current dilemma, everything else was fine. He would probably even reward him. As such, he said, "Let him in." Chapter 104. Wang Wei sat on the throne-looking chair and waited for the envoy of these nobles to see what deal they wanted to make with him. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in the room with advisor Zhao Feng. After close inspection, Wang Wei noticed how this man was walking with a straight posture with his head held high. His robe looked luxurious and showy, and he had a cultivation level in the peak of the Divine Sea realm. The envoy looked at Wang Wei, slightly bowed and said, "Are you Wang Wei?" After hearing this person's words, the room instantly became quiet. Advisor glanced at the envoy and secretly shook his head. Wang Wei did not answer this guy's question. Instead, he released a powerful aura from his body and forced the envoy on his knees and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you and for what purpose? I do not have time to waste with you idiots." The envoy felt a hugged pressure holding in the ground and preventing him from getting up. The pressure was so heavy that he heard some of his bones cracking. He tried to mobilize his origin chi to resist, but it was to avail. It was then he remembered the elder's warning that he was going to meet a powerful cultivator and should be respectful. With sweat dripping down his face, the envoy said, "Your Excellency, wise sage, my name is Zheng Yi from the Duke Zheng family. I have come as a representative of the Noble Alliance to come help you." "Oh, what can you do to help me?" asked Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. Seeing how calm the wise sage was, Zheng Yi's mind moved fast and realized that negotiation might not be as easy as the Noble Alliance thought it would be. However, he still continued his words. "The Noble Alliance can help your Excellency to open the formation that surrounds the capital from the inside." Wang Wei was not surprised by this offer, as he had already guessed that it was the case. However, he did not immediately respond, but pondered for a while tapping his finger on his chair. The room then became quiet with only a constant sound of clicking echoing throughout the room. As time passed by, the envoy became more anxious and started to sweat profusely. This was remarkable given the fact that he is a powerful cultivator. After a few minutes, Wang Wei then asked, "What do you people want in return? Be direct and straightforward with your demands." Zheng Yi secretly left out the breath he was holding. As long as the wise sage asked for their demands, it means that there are rooms for negotiations. What he feared most was that he was completely rejected or even worse, killed directly. After all, it is common knowledge that this wise sage did not like the nobility of this kingdom. Wherever his army conquered, the fate of most of the nobility was quite cruel and unjust. The Noble Alliance asked that the wise sage signed a soul contract which states that after entering the capital, you or your subordinates will not kill any of the noble families, you will not seize their properties, and you will provide them with the same nobility title they currently have in the new kingdom you will establish. Wang Wei looked at this envoy as if he had heard the funniest thing in his life. "You people thought too much of your worth. All of you should be happy that I did not kill every single one of you, but now you want to retain the wealth that you sucked dry from the people for countless generations? On top of that, you want the same privileges that you had from the previous Decay Kingdom and bring it out to my dynasty?" Zheng Yi's heart skipped a beat after hearing about this, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, you should be aware that without our help, it will be impossible for you to open that array. Distorting the truth will have no benefits for your so-called Noble Alliance. We all know that it is only a matter of time before we manage to break through the array by ourselves." "That may be true," retorted Zheng Yi. "But the Alliance is also aware that your Excellency is competing with countless other people from your own world. The more time you spend wasting here, the less advantage you will have in future confrontations with your peers." "Time, huh? The same idea can apply to you people. I am fully aware of the fact that the remaining luck of this kingdom will not last long. This formation will destroy itself in 1 to 2 years. I can still wait for such a time." After hearing this, Zheng Yi's heart became anxious. This was actually one of the main worries of the nobles. In fact, many of the truly powerful nobles still have hidden cards that they have not used. However, one thing that they know for a fact is that no matter the final outcome of this war, the Eastern Reign Kingdom was finished for good. So, they wanted an exit strategy or route after everything was over. As for betraying the royal family, the nobles who placed the well-being of their families above everything else couldn't care less about their fates. After pondering for a while, Zheng Yi asked, "Your Excellency, then what do you propose?" "Simple, you guys open the array for me and in return, I will not kill all of you. However, you yourself need to choose a few noteworthy families as scapegoats to be publicly executed to soothe the anger of the common people. Remember, do not just choose some random weak family. Secondly, all the noble families have to hand over at least 80% of their family wealth. Nothing more, nothing less. Lastly, if you people want to stay in my new dynasty, then you need to follow the law. And I mean every single one of them. If I ever catch even a single one of you breaking the rules, then you will be judged by the severity of your mistakes. Under my rule, the law will be absolute." After hearing these terms, Zheng Yi's face became ugly. When has their noble alliance been treated like this? However, he did not burst out in anger as he knew that they were in the lower position during the negotiation. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he said, "I will tell all your terms to the noble alliance and let them decide what to do next." Wang Wei nodded and removed the aura, pressing Zheng Yi in the ground. Suddenly feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Zheng Yi slowly got up, did an almost 90-degree bow and left the hall. Wang Wei waved his head and someone also secretly left the wall to follow the envoy. However, less than half an hour later, the person came back and told him how Zheng Yi only traveled a few hundred meters from the barack and was communicating to someone through unknown means. Wang Wei nodded and realized how cautious the nobles were. And they seemed to have a way to communicate across the formation. After another half hour, Zheng Yi came back into the hall and said, "Your Excellency, the Noble Alliance has accepted your terms." "Oh, so fast?" answered Wang Wei. "Do you need to sign the soul contract now?" "There is no need for that. The Alliance believes that the wise sage is a person who keeps his words." Wang Wei smiled and nodded. However, he did not believe a word of this. In such a situation, the Noble Alliance should be anxious to have written proof of their agreements. You should know that the soul contract is a powerful contract that has magical binding abilities. If anyone were to break the agreement signed on it, their souls would receive backlash that could lead to severe injury and even death. However, based on Zheng Yi's words and actions, Wang Wei could feel that the nobles were not in a hurry to sign the contract. That can only mean one thing: there is some secret plan or scheme behind all of this. However, he did not really care and just took note of the current situation and remained vigilant to be able to respond to any kind of situation. 3 days later, Wang Wei and his army stood not far from the gate of the capital. The wall surrounding this city was at least 1,000 meters. On top of the city, countless runes formed an array that covered the entire city like a protecting dome. Under Wang Wei's true vision, he could see a flood dragon coiling its body around the city. However, the dragon was quite weak and appeared to be slowly fading. After a few minutes, the array surrounding the city flickered on and on for a while before disappearing. Then the city gate was opened. Wang Wei took all of his men and marched straight towards the royal palace. Meanwhile, in an inn, a few people were looking at the marching army while talking. All of them dressed elegantly while drinking wine or tea. One person said, "Do you think that the wise sage will survive?" "I don't think so," responded another voice. "I disagree with you. Who knows what weird methods these extraterrestrial demons have hidden in their sleeves? Well, it does not matter to us anyway. Whether he survives or not, we have already made plans for both outcomes. In the end, we will still be the last winners." "That's true. Our noble families will always continue to exist." Chapter 105. Wang Wei marched his army straight in front of the royal palace. As he led the army, many people looked at him with fear and closed the window to their house and locked themselves in their home. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that this was a normal reaction. In this chaotic world, every time a city, especially a capital, is conquered, what often follows was disaster for the people. The invading army will brutally kill the citizens, loot all the wealth and food, sexually assault the women, and set fire to the houses. However, Wang Wei would never allow his men to behave in such a way. He has written strict military codes for the entire army, and anyone who disobeys it will be punished severely. This is one of the reasons that Wang Wei's rebellion was so smooth and successful the past few years. He did not kill or plunder when he conquered a city. On the contrary, he will take time to calm all the citizens and assure them that everything will in fact be better in the future. After the army surrounded the palace, Wang Wei waited for a while before going in. Somehow he discovered that the whole palace was too quiet. There was no noise of people running around trying to escape, no plunder of the royal family's wealth. It was too calm. Thinking about the weird behavior of the Noble Alliance, Wang Wei became more alert in order to be able to react in case of emergency. Unfortunately, he was too late. Suddenly, something hit Wang Wei with tremendous force. Boom. The sound of a cannibal echoed around the palace and Wang Wei flew away into the air. His body crashed into countless houses. Bang, bang, bang. Each time his body crashed into a house, it would immediately crumble down. The infrastructure of these houses would be destroyed, then the whole house would fall down on their inhabitants. This was terribly destructive as some of these houses even had more than 3 floors and countless people living inside them. Clouds of dust scattered all over the city wherever these houses fell down. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was already blown away to the next house, not affected by the consequences. In fact, not just houses. Many unfortunate bystanders who happened to be on the way suffered similar fate as these houses. Many people died because they were hit by the fast-moving body of Wang Wei. After traveling for more than 600 meters, Wang Wei plunged into an artificial mountain located near the palace. With an exploding sound, his entire body was stuck deep into the mountain. Soon afterward, a middle-aged man appeared in the air near the mountain with a deep frown on his face. A few seconds after being stuck, Wang Wei exited the mountain. His body was covered in blood and many chunks of internal organs and bone pieces. These were not his own. With a single thought, he activated the cleaning formation on his robe and the blood and filth were instantly removed, even the ones on his face. After cleaning himself up, Wang Wei checked his body and there was not even a single scratch on him. He nodded in satisfaction as his fleshly body. He then raised his head and looked at the man floating in the air and said with a smile, "Interesting. I did not expect the final card of the royal family to be a cultivator in the supernatural realm. Shouldn't you have gone through heavenly tribulation and go to a higher world already?" The flying man looked at Wang Wei with a solemn face and said, "What a powerful extraterrestrial demon. You took my attack like it was nothing. I cannot even find a single scratch on your skin. You know, old man, it is very rude to use your divine sense to scan a person without authorization." After saying this, Wang Wei controlled his skin and muscles and vibrated them rapidly. Suddenly, the supernatural realm cultivator whose name was Dong Hao found out that his divine sense could not scan Wang Wei's body. The solemnness on his face thus further increased. "You did not answer my question. Why did you not go to a higher world?" "Not everyone has the heart to go through such powerful heavenly tribulation unless really necessary," responded Dong Hao with a look of fear deep in his eyes. Wang Wei could guess what he meant. In small world like this, although the highest level of strength allowed ID the divine altar realm, there is still many genius cultivators who have managed to enter higher realms. When that happens, these cultivators will have to go through 2 heavenly tribulations, one to break through the realm and the other in order to go to a higher world. However, the second tribulation is extremely powerful. Due to the fact that supernatural realm cultivators cannot survive in the endless void for long, the world that they are from are responsible to open a space passage to a higher world. For example, the Warring Kingdom word is a lower thousand world. After the tribulation, Heavenly Tao has to open a space passage to a middle thousand world for the supernatural realm cultivators. Unfortunately, the cost of opening such a passage is extremely costly for such a low-level world. As such, in order not to have to do it, Heavenly Tao exponentially increased the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation. Thus, few cultivators can pass the tribulation. Of course, those who do are in fact truly heaven-defying geniuses. These people are often sought after and recruited when they reach higher worlds. In fact, Wang Wei read about another method from the sect's library. This method is actually simple: occupation. After discovering a lower plane, some more powerful planes will occupy these planes and set up a powerful transplanar teleportation, or as it is more often called, the ascending channel. When cultivators of the lower plane reach the standard realm, they can go through the established passage to reach higher worlds. The downside to this method is the fact that these ascending cultivators are usually under strict control. If their native worlds are conquered by a more benevolent one, then they usually have to choose a sect to be part of after their ascension. However, if their worlds are conquered by other brutal worlds, then the fate of these ascending cultivators are nothing but to be either cannon fodder in wars or becoming slaves to be auctioned and sold off. One thing I'm still curious about: how can you be able to move so freely in this world? It's one thing not to ascend to higher planes, but the heavenly Tao of this world would never allow cultivators of your level to move freely about with the destructive power you all have," asked Wang Wei. Dong Hao smiled and responded, "I have to thank you extraterrestrial demons for this. I do not know what you guys did, however, ever since your arrival, the suppression of us transcending mortality realm cultivators have been slowly reducing until it was completely lifted. After hearing this, Wang Wei immediately understood the reason. Before the trial, the Supreme Realm True Monarchs have refined this world to elevate the power scale in order to allow all the Heaven Chosen to compete freely. This must be the reason that the native supernatural realm of this world can move and fight freely. Wang Wei also realized why the Noble Alliance was not so keen on immediately signing the soul contract. It seems that they were already aware of the royal family's hidden cards. They wanted to stand and watch how he and the royal family fought to the death. In the end, whoever is the winner, they would still be the one who benefited the most. Wang Wei sneered at this. No matter what plans these people had, he had more than 100 ways to deal with them. If they think that a weak supernatural cultivator could defeat him, they are gravely mistaken. After getting the answer he wanted, Wang Wei cracked his neck in hand preparing for the next battle. He felt excited as his blood boiled. He hoped this old man could give him a proper challenge. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch in the air. The powerful shock wave generated by the punch created an air bullet that flew towards the old man in the sky. Dong Hao, who was also ready for battle, suddenly felt a very condensed air pressure flying towards him. Without hesitation, he manifested a barrier to protect him. However, to his horror, the air bullet actually pushed him more than 10 meters after clashing with his barrier. What's worse is that immediately afterward, countless more air bullets hit his shield, thus adding cracks to it. Dong Hao was shocked at how powerful these punches were. He knew that he might lose if he fought head-on with Wang Wei. This was considered a great shame to him, being weaker than a mere divine altar realm cultivator. However, given the prominent background of his opponent, he decided not to think too much about it. Nevertheless, Dong Hao's situation was not looking too good after being bombarded by all these air bullets. So, he decided to use the one advantage that his realm had compared to Wang Wei, the ability to fly in the air. Chapter 106. Dong Hao flew to the side and evaded the air bullets that attacked him. Then, countless tattoos appeared all over his body, arm, legs, and even face. Afterwards, his power increased dramatically. With a wave of his hand, the patterns on his body lit up, and a gigantic mountain materialized in the air and headed straight towards his enemy. Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and frowned. He was not frowning at the changes that appeared on Dong Hao, as he knew these tattoos were known as origin pattern and all cultivators in the supernatural realm had them. The reason that he frowned was that he realized that if he continued to fight here in the capital, countless ordinary people would die in the aftermath of their battles. Normally, Wang Wei would not care about such things. Although that sounded ruthless, unfortunately, that is the fate of mortals that cannot control their destiny. One day they might suddenly die due to the aftermath of cultivators' battle. However, currently Wang Wei's role was a future monarch of a dynasty. As such, he has to take into consideration the lives of his citizens. When the mountain approached near him, Wang Wei noticed a certain metal quality of it as it shined with a golden luster under the sun. He guesses that this was not a regular mountain, but one reinforced by gold element. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch and a terrifying force traveled in the air and hit the mountain. Boom! The 2,000 meters tall mountain trembled and cracks appeared on its metal surface. However, it was not destroyed. Boom! 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 Wang Wei continued to punch in the air and more cracks appeared in the mountain until it exploded into countless pieces. Then he threw another powerful punch. This time, however, he did not just use the raw strength of his fleshly body. Instead, he controlled the vibration from his muscles and directly released them into the air, thus creating an earthquake between heaven and earth. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire city trembled slightly, the wind howled like crying ghosts and the clouds in the sky scattered. The many debris of the falling mountain were instantly pulverized into powder and flew away with the wind without affecting the citizens of the capital. As for Dong Hao, he was pushed back by the force of the punch and threw a mouthful of blood. Despite the barrier he erected, the vibration still managed to bypass his defense and injured his organs. Wang Wei stood on the ground with his long gray hair floating with wind while looking at his FST. He smiled as he was very happy with the new move he just created. He called Earthquake Fist, and this move took full advantage of his powerful fleshly body. One thing he always complained about the ancient desolate body refining scripture was the fact that it did not have any fighting moves in the early stage. Although there are many fighting methods in the scripture, some of which even made Wang Wei drool day and night, he needed to cultivate it to a very high realm before he could use these moves. What's worse was the fact that in the notes that Wang Wei read from predecessors that also cultivated the scripture did not also contain powerful moves for the early stage, but contained their understanding on how to properly control force or strength. Most people who successfully cultivate this scripture usually care about the powerful defense and stamina it brought in the early stage instead of the strength. After taking a brief moment to contemplate his new move, Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and said, "How about we take this fight outside the city?" However, Dong Hao, who was in the air, completely ignored him and the patterns on his body lit up again, preparing for another attack. As such, Wang Wei continued, "Don't you care about the people of this city?" Seeing the silence of his enemy, Wang Wei secretly sighed. Then with all his strength he jumped straight towards Dong Hao. His body left countless cracks in the ground and a powerful shockwave spread after his departure. When Dong Hao saw Wang Wei coming straight at him like an artillery, he opened his mouth and spewed countless tiny swords. These swords then became normal size after leaving his body, and with swish sound, they quickly attacked Wang Wei. Flick, flick. The sound of metals sounded as these swords hit Wang Wei's skin, then they bounced off without even leaving a single scratch or mark. When Wang Wei was about to clash with Dong Hao, the latter sneered at him and easily evaded him. Dong Hao did not expect this wise sage to make such a mistake. Without the ability to fly in the air, he engaged someone else in aerial combat. However, the sneer did not last long on Dong Hao's face. As soon he evaded the clash, Wang Wei seemed to have anticipated this and did a somersault in the air. Then he activated his divine veins to control the spiritual chi in the air to create a foothold for him. With a boom sound, he rushed towards Dong Hao with absolute speed. Dong Hao was quite shocked by this maneuver and was almost unable to react. However, his years of experience allowed him to instantly erect a barrier around him. However, Wang Wei did not care about this. With unmatched speed, his hand formed a claw and easily crushed the golden barrier and grabbed Dong Hao in the face. While stepping in the air, he rushed outside the city while holding Dong Hao like an adult carrying a chicken. Boom! Wang Wei broke the sound barrier while stepping in the air with. All the citizens of the city heard an exploding sound, then saw a circular vapor in the air, followed by a streak of light rushing outside the city. After traveling a few hundred meters, Wang Wei then threw Hong Dao outside of the city. The supernatural cultivator clashed into the ground, forming many cracks. He threw a mouthful of blood and then started coughing. The shockwave created by his crash created a cloud of dirt, and some of it had entered his lungs. He then mobilized his origin essence to heal the cracked bones on his back and protect his spine. He then looked at the flying Wang Wei with shock. No, he should say stepping in the air. Everyone knows that divine altar realm cannot fly in the air. However, this wise sage has found a way around this problem. In fact, it is not that some people did not think of this method. However, in order to do such a thing, a terrifying control of spiritual chi is needed to do so, which is something that Dong Hao had previously thought to be impossible, especially given the low level of spiritual chi in this world. Not to mention the stamina that the body would need to keep standing in the air, and the terrible amount of origin chi needed to keep the divine veins activated made this method of flying virtually impossible for the cultivator of this world. Compared with flying in the air in the supernatural realm, which is as easy as moving one of your limbs, this method of flying seemed too complex and nuanced for anybody to manage. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Dong Hao stood up from the ground. His clothes were all tattered and his hair disheveled. However, he did not care about this. Suddenly, Dong Hao's body was encased by a golden armor that covered even his face and eyes. After seeing this, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he did not feel the fluctuation of origin essence, which means that this was not an origin ability or method. All of a sudden he thought of something: innate talent. Only innate talents do not require much or any energy source, as they are fundamentally a part of the cultivators. Wang Wei was then quite surprised, as he knew that not all cultivators in the supernatural realm had their own innate talent. This thing requires both talent and luck. If you are not talented but full of luck, then you will not receive a talent when entering the supernatural realm. If you have talent but low luck, then the talent you receive will be quite shitty. After making his preparations, Dong Hao flew straight to Wang Wei. Since he could not use his flying ability to easily win this battle, he will fight head-on to decide the winner. Meanwhile, after seeing Dong Hao coming towards him, Wang Wei was quite excited, as he knew that he was bound for an exciting battle. As such, he stepped in the air and rushed towards him and threw a punch. He used Earthquake Fist, without hesitation. Wang Wei's fist clashed with the golden Dong Hao. Boom! The air trembled and visible ripples could be seen manifesting after their crash. Dong Hao's golden armor cracked all over. Meanwhile, he threw out some blood inside. However, after a few breaths, the cracks healed and Dong Hao continued to clash head-on with Wang Wei. In the capital, the royal family and many nobles from the alliance were watching this battle through different means. All of them were concerned as this was a fight that determined the fate of the Eastern Reign Kingdom. Chapter 107. Both Wang Wei and Dong Hao started clashing in the sky. The clouds scattered and the air vibrated wherever these two appeared. Dong Hao had suffered countless injuries with each of the clashes, however, his golden armor was still intact. Wang Wei could tell that maybe this guy wanted to slowly drain both his origin chi and his stamina. However, with his current state he could probably fight for more than a week without stopping or getting tired. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason for such a decision was due to the fact that this battle was no longer fun for Wang Wei. Despite fighting for quite a few minutes now, Wang Wei realized that his enemy had not even managed to break off his skin, let alone injure him. His overwhelming defense made this battle quite boring for him. Without hesitation he rushed towards Dong Hao and kicked him into the ground with all his strength. The golden armor cracked again, this time, almost completely destroyed. Then Dong Hao landed on the ground and created an explosion that scattered dust all over. Many pieces of land would break from the land and fly in the air following the shockwave of Dong Hao's crash. Without giving his enemy a chance to breathe, Wang Wei rushed to Dong Hao and punched in the face. Boom! The force of the punch created more shockwaves on the ground. As for Dong Hao, he spit out a few pieces of his internal organs and his body was forced further deep into ground, creating a meter-long crater. However, his face was not hit directly by the attack as he converged the golden armor that covered his whole body and made sure that it only covered his face, thus further nullifying some of the power of the punch. Wang Wei, after seeing that his punch did not do the intended destruction, threw more punches. Boom! 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 With each punch, the ground would shake tremendously, then shockwaves would follow in the air. Pieces of land will fly out into the air, then land on the ground. As for Dong Hao, the crater he created became deeper with each punch. By the 10th punch, he had already inserted himself more than 10 meters underground. Nevertheless, none of these punches had a direct hit on him. Whenever a punch was about to hit, whether his face or ribs, a golden would appear to protect him from a direct hit. Unfortunately, the recoil or shockwave generated by the sheer force of each punch still managed to travel inside his body and destroy many things. As such, right now Dong Hao had many bones broken, both his kidneys and lungs started to fail him, and one of his eyes was destroyed. When he was about to receive another punch, Dong Hao quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spit out bright red blood on his golden protection. The golden protection immediately expanded and turned into a circular shield. However, it did wrap around Dong Hao to protect him. Instead, it encased Wang Wei inside and essentially imprisoned. Wang Wei suddenly felt himself inside a very hard shell case, and it was very dark inside without any light source. Without hesitation, he moved his origin chi into his eyes and could see the golden shield hat trapped. Without hesitation he punched the shield, however, it did not immediately destroy or crack like previous attacks. After noticing this, he used his earthquake fist. The powerful vibration shook the golden shield then it cracked. After 3 more punches, the shield was destroyed and myriad pieces of gold scattered everywhere with Wang Wei at the center. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt something and looked at the sky. Dong Hao was floating there with blood all over his body, one eye socket was empty, and most of his robe was destroyed. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and an ancient lamp appeared before him. The lamp had countless patterns inscribed in it, and a 3-colored fire was burning brightly on top of it. He opened his mouth and spewed more than 3 drops of deep red blood. This was his source blood. Then, these drops of blood entered the lamp and the fire on top of it turned from 3-colored to 5. With a wave of his hand, the 5-colored fire descended from the sky and attacked the surprised Wang Wei with match speed. The flames enveloped more than 100 meters in the surrounding area. No sign of Wang Wei could be seen as he was swallowed by the flame. After a few minutes, the 5-colored flame disappeared and a body could be found standing in the middle. To be exact, it was a charred body. Although his clothes were intact, the skin on his arms, legs and face was badly burned. It was burned dark all over with few spots of red flesh. This was the first time he was injured ever since he started cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. He raised his hand and looked closely at his burned skin. An intense pain suddenly assaulted his nervous system. However, Wang Wei did not care as this was not the first time he was burned alive. Meanwhile, in the sky, after seeing his attack working, A slight smile appeared on Dong Hao's face despite it being almost disfigured. However, his smile did not remain there for too long. He watched from above how Wang Wei's darkened burned skin fell off the ground, and in just a couple of seconds new skins were regrown. Without hesitation, he waved his ancient lamp and new rounds of flame attacked again in order not to give his opponent time to heal. Wang Wei instantly uses the Lion Fist from his Overlord Fist cultivation technique. This was the first time he used a fighting method based on origin chi during the whole fight. A 20 meters tall and 100 meters long lion manifested from Wang Wei's fist. The lion opened its mouth and roared. A sound wave attack came from its mouth and clashed with the oncoming attack. Then the flame was separated in the middle, forming a V shape with both Wang Wei and the lion in the middle. Without any pause, Dong Hao controlled the flame to fly into the air, then separated them into countless tiny meteors. Afterwards they fell towards Wang Wei like a modern machine gun firing. Wang Wei threw countless punches and many lions manifested from them. Together, each lion attacks a different meteor fire. However, there were too many of them. Soon an explosion occurred with Wang Wei in the middle. However, weirdly enough, there was no heat that emanated from the five-colored flame. After a few seconds, the cloud of dust created by the explosion was blown away by the wind. Wang Wei's charred body was again seen in the middle of the explosion. However, his state was even worse than previous. This time, not only his skin was burned, but even his muscles were burned by the flame. Many of his bones could be seen exposed to the outside. However, just like previously, they started to heal immediately. However, the process was not instant like the first attack. Many of his burned muscles started to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eyes. After seeing this, Dong Hao wanted to attack again. However, he spewed a mouthful of blood instead, then knelt on knee in the sky. Soon afterwards, his long hair immediately turned white, his skin became wrinkled and many age spots could be seen on his face. When Wang Wei saw this situation, he was not that surprised. The moment that Dong Hao decided to use his source blood or blood essence to increase the power of his attacks to the divine body realm, the result of this fight was doomed from the beginning. Not to mention the way he abused his ancient lamp. Wang Wei shook his head while observing the regeneration process of his body. This was one of the reasons that he allowed himself to be so injured during this battle. He wanted to know how fast his body regenerated under different circumstances. That way one day when he is in a true battle of life and death, he can find ways to buy himself time to properly heal. After a few minutes, a brand new Wang Wei was standing on the ground. If anyone were to see him, you could not tell that he had suffered from a 4th-degree burn. He then looked at Dong Hao and asked, "Don't you know that it is taboo for cultivators to use their ancient lamp like you did?" Dong Hao, who was happy to have a few seconds to rest, responded, "What do you mean by this?" In fact, he was truly interested in what this wise sage has to say. Their royal family have long speculated that these extraterrestrial demons came from a more advanced world than them. So, they are privy to many unknown secrets that the cultivators of this world never had access to. "The flame you just used is known as the good fortune flame," continued Wang Wei. "It's not used for fighting. This is a foundation necessary by all cultivators to cultivate the next 2 great realms after the supernatural realm." After hearing this, Dong Hao frowned, then his one-eyed face became very ugly to look at. "So you figure it out?" "Yes, the more you use the good fortune flame to fight, the more you ruin your foundation and cultivation path, essentially cutting your path or chances to higher realms. As such, in my world, unless a cultivator is forced to utmost despair, they will never use their flame of good fortune to fight. Because they know that even if a tiny bit of it is used, it will be nigh impossible to make up." While saying all of these, Wang Wei had finished healing and he then completely ignored the ugly and despairing look on Dong Hao's face. "So that's how it is," muttered Dong Hao in the sky. "No wonder no one has managed to pass the heavenly tribulation for so many years. We all thought that the world had started to enter the Dharma end period, but it was just that we were wasting our foundation by using our Tao flames." After that, he laughed out loud. However, this laughter sounded so bleak and desolate. Although he had learned the truth, Dong Hao knew that it was too late for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was ready to end this fight. Suddenly, a gigantic image appeared behind him. It was an image of him sitting on an immortal throne while myriad races and worlds bowed to him. Meanwhile, he was holding countless strings that dictated the fate of these races and worlds. Immediately afterward the vision appeared, the entire world trembled slightly, causing countless earthquakes. Many of the heaven chosen that participated in the trial were instantly alerted. They all looked in the direction of the Eastern Rain Kingdom and muttered, "Young Emperor." Chapter 108. After the vision of the young emperor appeared behind Wang Wei, Dong Hao suddenly felt like the environment around him changed, as if he went from one heaven and earth to another, from one world to another. Then, to his horror, he lost the ability to fly and fell from the sky and landed on the ground, resulting in further severing his injuries. What's even worse was the fact that half of his strength was instantly gone and he did not know the reason. He guessed that it had to do with the wise sage, but he did not know the specifics. Knowing that death was soon approaching, he wanted to struggle desperately, or better yet, find a way to run away. He tried to use more of his blood essence. Unfortunately, he had already run out, so he just spit more blood from his mouth due to backlash. Wang Wei could guess the thought of Dong Hao. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. After using the pseudo-domain of his young emperor title to prevent Dong Hao from escaping through the air, he mobilized most of his origin chi and used the Dragon Sovereign Fist. A mighty dragon appeared that headed straight towards Dong Hao and roared into the heavens. The sound traveled throughout the entire city and echoed throughout heaven. All the citizens immediately felt an instinctive fear, just like a higher life form looking down at a lower one. It was a fear hidden deep in their blood and soul from their ancestors when they faced the wrath of a superior life form. This dragon did not attack, instead released a supreme and noble aura that demands that all life form bow down to it. Suddenly, Dong Hao felt a tremendous pressure coming down on him, preventing him from moving. He struggled with all his strength, but it did not work. So, he immediately detonated the origin essence in his body to try to resist, but it was to no avail. No matter how he struggled, he could not move. Meanwhile, after the first attack, Wang Wei rushed towards him to end this battle with one last blow. A few meters before arriving, Dong Hao burned out his soul in order to increase his strength in a moment of desperation. He opened his mouth with difficulty and a sword appeared. The sword became massive and an unpredictable heaviness could be seen from it. It rushed towards Wang Wei with tremendous speed, leaving a golden trail behind it. Wang Wei then muttered a few words to use an origin ability. Although Wang Wei usually does not use spells in battle, does not mean that he does not know any of them. As a person who likes to be prepared for any occasion, he has studied spells extensively back in the sect in order to know how to respond when encountering them in battle. After his incantation, a bright yellow flame appeared in front of him and melted the rushing sword in just an instant. Without pause, he rushed towards Dong Hao and threw a punch. Following which, a tiger with intense killing intent appeared and rushed forwards. The tiger turned into a red light and penetrated Dong Hao's body without any resistance. The light destroyed his heart, then pierced his back, leaving a massive hole visible to the naked eyes on his chest. Dong Hao looked at the hole with his one remaining eye, sighed and fell down on the floor, blood splashing all over the ground. Wang Wei gazed at Dong Hao's body on the floor and also sighed. This was the first true opponent he had since he started cultivating and the first true life and death battle he experienced in his life. All the fights he previously had were essentially either competitions or trials with safety mechanisms that can save his life at any moment. And Dong Hao was the first opponent that truly tried to kill him at all cost. Although this opponent did not bring out his full power during the fight, he still learned a great deal of things. He learned that most cultivators will fight desperately when they are cornered and about to die. They can use all kinds of means to boost their fighting strength during battles, just like Dong Hao used his essence blood to increase his attack power. In future battles, Wang Wei will use all his strength to prevent his enemies from having the time or ability from using these methods. And if he fails to do this, he will always be on guard for desperate counterattacks from them when they are driven on the edge of despair. After summarizing his gains in this battle, he waved his hand to create a deep hole. Then he placed Dong Hai's body in it, creating a burial site. He placed a headstone made of rocks and inscribed on it, "Here lies Dong Hao, a loyal man to his family even in death, and a worthy and respectable opponent that fought to his last breath." After doing this, he stepped in the air with rapid speed and returned to the city. By the time he reached the royal palace, Li Jun had already captured all the people inside and was waiting for his return. Wang Wei then entered the throne room where he saw many people bound by chains and kneeling on the ground. He ignored them before heading to a golden chair with many engraving of dragons on them. Without hesitation, Wang Wei sat on the dragon throne. Suddenly, he felt that he was all-powerful, that he could control the lives of billions of people in this kingdom, that his words were absolute and no one dared to disobey it. The power was quite intoxicating. However, after a very brief moment, he shook this feeling off his mind. Compared to the supreme throne of a great emperor that stands above the Tao itself, what is this mundane throne? After thinking about these things for a moment, Wang Wei then looked at the Thai people kneeling on the floor. He first took notice of a middle-aged man dressed in yellow dragon robe with a crown on his top-knot hair. The man exuded the temperament of a person in high position, however, he was not looking too good. Many of the direct line of the royal family were captured and brought to meet him. However, Wang Wei was still a little confused when he saw Princess Dong Lifan also kneeling on the ground, although she was the only one not in Chan. As such, Wang Wei asked her directly, "Princess, what is the meaning of your actions?" After being called upon, the princess did not get up. Instead she placed her forehead on the ground and said, "I plead for your majesty to leave a way out for the royal family." As soon as she said this, a terrifying killing intent appeared in the room directed towards her. It was from Li Jun. He looked at Princess Dong Lifan as if he wanted to stab her directly with his spear. Despite the uncomfortable feeling she felt from the killing intent, she still insisted on her words, "Your Majesty the wise sage, on account of all the merits that I have made to your cause, please give the royal family a way to survive." Wang Wei waved his hand and Li Jun put away his killing intent. He then looked at the princess and responded, "Princess, no, I'll just call you Dong Lifan from now on. If it was before, I would have granted your wish. However, after what happened in Bless Wing City, there is no room for negotiation with this matter." Dong Lifan sighed after hearing this, not too surprised by the outcome. She had heard about how her royal father used poison to attack and kill an entire city. She was also furious when she received the news, however, she still wanted to try to save some people. After a brief moment, Dong Lifan then said, "At the very least, can your majesty spare my mother and little sister? They are both innocent and did not take part in the political decisions of the kingdom." Wang Wei then started thinking for a few seconds, then he asked, "Can you promise that they will live an ordinary life without having any thoughts that they should not have?" After saying this, Wang Wei released his killing intent this time. Dong Lifan felt a suffocating breathing slowly squeezing the life out of her, then she immediately nodded as guarantee. She understood the warning that Wang Wei was given to her. After seeing her nod in agreement, he removed his killing intent and waved his hand to dismiss her. "I will believe your words for now. Well, you can fulfill your side of our deal." Dong Lifan sighed and stood from the floor with a forehead that had a slight bruise on it. She looked at her father and left the room. Meanwhile, the sovereign of this kingdom did not speak even a single word throughout the whole interaction. Even when he heard of his daughter's betrayal, he did not flinch or say anything. Wang Wei admired his firm determination. This was a man who accepted defeat and death like a true king, a true ruler. 3 days after the fall of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, all the members of the royal kingdom except for 2 of them were publicly executed. A vision formation was used to broadcast the entire process throughout the entire kingdom. Former Princess Dong Lifan, who was very loved by the people due to her altruism and kindness, made a speech denouncing all the crimes that the royal family committed. She then reassured the citizens of the kingdom that they would be in good hands when the new dynasty was established. She reassured them their lives will be much better from now on. Chapter 109. A few days after the execution of the royal family, someone came to visit him in the Dragon Throne Room. It was Zheng Yi from the Noble Alliance. The past few days have been quite stressful for him due to the fact the wise sage never mentioned their agreements. Even if he did not immediately attack the nobles, they were still under great pressure. After seeing Wang Wei on the dragon chair, he bowed more than 90 degrees and said, "Long live your majesty. May your cultivation rise and be able to live for eternity." Wang Wei looked at him with calm eyes, then he waved his hand and said, "You may rise." Then, Zheng Yi lifted his body to make eye contact with Wang Wei and addressed the reason for his visit. "Your Majesty, I wonder whether our agreement is still valid? Of course, as long as you people choose the group of nobles that need to be made an example with, everything is still the same." Zheng Yi sighed a relief after hearing this, then he further asked, "Then when can we sign the soul contract?" "There is no need for that," answered Wang Wei with a smile on his face. "Since you guys believe me to be a man of my words, then continue to strengthen this belief." Zheng Yi frowned after hearing this, but he did not say anything else about this topic. He bowed again and said, "Then I shall bring your words to the Noble Alliance." After the brief conversation, Zheng Yi was dismissed and returned to inform the Noble Alliance of the result. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sneered at these nobles. If it was not the fact that he still needed them to temporarily stabilize his future dynasty, he would have killed them long ago. Unfortunately for him, this kingdom is very similar to Middle-earth's ancient time from his past life when it comes to societal structure. Most knowledge is kept in the hands of these nobles and they go to extreme length to keep the common people ignorant, uneducated, and uninformed. After reviewing the situation of the previous kingdom, Wang Wei discovered that more than 95% of officials throughout the entire kingdom are related to the nobles' families one way and another. This is one of the reasons that the noble alliance is not to worry about the change of dynasty. Because whoever is the winner will still need their help if they want to govern the dynasty properly. Because they are the true controller of this land, and this has been the case for countless generations and will remain the same for countless years to come. As for the remaining 5%, they are composed of a few scholars with upright morale that refuse to associate with the nobles due to their corrupt behaviors. However, the fate of the remaining 5% was actually quite bleak. All of them were suppressed, killed, or exiled far away from the capital by the noble alliance. Wang Wei's next step of action is to promote the people from these 5%, cultivate a group of capable people as soon as possible while he slowly cut off the tentacles of the noble alliance from his dynasty. Duke Jing Mansion. After his meeting with His Majesty Wang Wei, Zheng Yi returned home to his family and reported to the patriarch of the result. Duke Zheng Yong was a middle-aged man in the Divine Altar realm, also the current patriarch of the Zheng clan. After receiving the report, he frowned and started thinking about his next course of action. It seems that this new emperor really wants to do something to our families, muttered Zheng Yong. So what do we do now? The plan has backfired on us, asked Marquis Lengzan, who was sitting next to the duke. I think it's best to follow the agreement, then let our families lay low for a while. After all, we all know that these extraterrestrial demons will eventually leave this world when their trials are over, responded Viscount Changlu. And I don't believe that His Majesty would dare to blatantly kill us with all the power that we have in this kingdom. The other two people nodded in agreement, then Marquis Lengzan suddenly asked, So which family are we going to sacrifice this time? Immediately, the room became silent with only the sound of breathing and slurping being heard. After taking a sip of his tea, Duke Zheng Yong said with a smile, It seemed that His Majesty wanted to cause infighting among our alliance and divide us using this method. What a scheming emperor. From the information I gathered, he is less than 100 years old. If only my son had half, no a quarter of his abilities. After sighing for more than 10 seconds, the Duke continued, There is no need to argue about this. We can take this opportunity to get rid of the other two Duke households. However, we cannot let this new emperor think that we are easy to bully. The next day, Wang Wei was having a meeting with many of the ministers that are under his control. He was making plans for the establishment of the new dynasty. Then, someone informed that advisor Zhao Feng asked for a meeting. After nodding, Zhao Fenf entered the room with some new information. He informed everyone how the Noble Alliance brought over all the family members of Duke Qiu and Duke Yun. They also brought many space rings with countless wealth in them. There were countless gold, silver, jade, jewelry and land deeds to countless properties. However, what was weird was the fact that a woman flying brought these things over. Furthermore, immediately afterward, the woman destroyed a building next to the royal palace. After hearing this, the room became silent and many people started thinking. One person suddenly asked, Excuse me, what does the Noble Alliance mean by this? It's a message, or to be precise, a warning, answered Li Jun with a frown on his face. Message? Warning? What kind of warning? It is to tell us that the final card of their family is actually also a supernatural realm cultivator, responded another voice. This time it was Wang Wei who explained. However, the minister who asked the question was still somewhat confused, so he continued to ask, Your Majesty, you have proven that you are way more powerful than any cultivator in the transcending mortality realm, so why would they use this method to warn us? It makes no sense. I am indeed more powerful than cultivators in that realm, however, one of my biggest flaws is the fact that I cannot fly as easily and as fast as them in the air. As long as cultivators in that realm decide to run away, I cannot guarantee that I can prevent them from doing so. And if one of these supernatural realm cultivators decided to hide and use guerrilla tactics and randomly attack the citizens in the different cities located throughout our vast territory, there is nothing I can do about it. Immediately, the minister realized the importance of this warning. Given how these nobles do not give a damn about ordinary people, it is highly likely that they would use such a method. Yen Liling suddenly added to the conversation. The tactic of the Noble Alliance is actually quite brilliant. They used the deal we made with them to get rid of both Duke Qiu and Duke Yun household, two nobles clans that were secretly raised by the previous ruler to balance the rising power of the three most powerful and ancient noble clan in the Eastern Reign Kingdom, the Zheng, Chang, and Lung clan. By doing this and handing over their wealth, they showed an active submission to the new dynasty, while at the same time, they also sent a powerful cultivator to deliver these things as a threat and deterrent, thus securing their place and status for the future. Essentially hitting two birds with one stone. Whoever came up with this idea has quite the tactical mind and political ability. It must have been that old fox Zheng Yong, answered Wang Wei with sneer on his face. From the information I gathered, this old man is the most cunning and vicious of all the nobles. However, it does not matter. I have plenty of time to play these scheming old men. Just wait for me to fully control all the territory of this kingdom, then I will get rid of them. Soon 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. Today was special for the people from the former Eastern Reign Kingdom. A special day because today was the day that a new dynasty will be formally established on the ashes of the former kingdom. In front of the royal place, Wang Wei was wearing a purple dragon robe with a crown on his head. An altar stood in front of him, while countless government officials stood behind him with Dong Lifan being the closest to him. She was wearing a robe with many phoenixes on them and a crown also decorated with phoenixes. She looked breathtakingly beautiful but also a little nervous. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took out an imperial jade carving of a dragon called the Imperial Seal. This was a symbol of imperial power, and also a treasure that condensed the luck of the Fortune dynasty. This one was brought from the Myriad Emperor world specifically for the trial, otherwise he would have to use a less effective one from this world. Wang Wei walked in front of the altar and in front of billions of people watching both personally or from image formation scattered all over the territory, and said, "Heavenly Tao above, in the past years I have conquered vast territory, brought peace to this turbulent land, brought food, knowledge and prosperity to the people of this land. Now I would like to establish a Fortune dynasty with the name Great Xia. Please allow it." Originally, Wang Wei wanted to call the dynasty Great Wei, after his name, but given the fact there used to be a dynasty with that name, he chose the name of the empire he ruled during the Fourth Pagoda trials instead. After executing the ceremony, Wang Wei suddenly felt a vast and powerful will appeared above the altar, then the will thoroughly scanned the entire territory under his rule. It checked the size of the territory, the living condition of the people, their happiness and satisfaction with their new ruler. After that, countless golden lights from all the land people came together in the sky to form a golden dragon with 9 claws. The dragon had beautiful and powerful scales all over its body. This dragon was the manifestation of the Great Xia dynasty's luck. This time it was not only Wang Wei who saw it, but all the citizens of his territory. This is the difference between a Fortune dynasty and a regular one, the gathering and manifestation of Qi luck. Immediately afterwards all the citizens knelt down and said at the same time, long live your majesty to eternity." This sound riveted throughout the entire dynasty, forming a beautiful harmony of heaven and earth. The sound then seemed to blend with the sky, then many auspicious clouds manifested above the sky, turning the heaven into a golden luster. Immediately afterwards the golden dragon roared into the heaven, then the character for Xia appeared from his mouth, flew over to Wang Wei's hand and turned into a scroll with the words, "Conferred God List" written as a title. He then read the words inscribed on them. Conferred God List, Emperor, Empress, First Consort, Prime Minister, and so on. After reading the title or positions of the list, he frowned after seeing the question marks behind the emperor name. He sighed as he knew that what he feared the most had happened. Chapter 110. Logically speaking, the name after the emperor on the conferred god list should be Wang Wei, however something went wrong. His luck was supposed to blend in with the luck of the dynasty, however, due to the fact that it had turned black after he broke through the 13th layer of the body refining realm, heaven and earth did not recognize or acknowledge such Qi luck dragon. Wang Wei could feel that the state of his luck was actually quite beneficial to him later on his cultivation path, but there is a high chance that if he left it like that he might receive a crappy talent when he broke into the supernatural realm, as heaven and earth did recognize his existence, or to be precise, his luck. However, Wang Wei was not too worried by this as he already had a plan. He could feel that his luck dragon was special and he needed a specific way to control it. Unfortunately, despite having studied the secret method given by the sect on how to properly control luck, he did not know how to control his own. As such, Wang Wei theorized that as long as he had enough knowledge about luck, he could find a solution to his problem. Before then, he needed to use the scientific method of observing and recording how luck is controlled. As such, he needed a volunteer, a test subject. And he had already found one, Dong Lifan. The reason that he wanted her as his empress was not just because of the need for her to provide his cause with legitimacy, or to use her prestige to calm down the people and increase the people's belonging to the new dynasty. No, all of these reasons were secondary. The main reason was that he needed her to be close to him so that he could observe and study her qi luck for his own benefit. After the founding of the nation ceremony, Wang Wei returned to his throne room with all the officials there waiting. He has been waiting for this day for many years. Although he could have founded a country 2 years ago, however, with the luck he had at that time, the country would have probably turned into a kingdom instead of a dynasty. Wang Wei did not want to go through the process of updating from kingdom to dynasty, so he waited when the territory's luck was enough for the founding nation to be directly elevated to dynasty. Wang Wei then took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal. The purpose of the list is to bless each official on it with the luck of the dynasty. The higher the rank, the more luck they will be blessed with. Luck blessing has many advantages. It can increase the speed of cultivation. For example, Wang Wei as the emperor is the highest official in the kingdom and he has a blessing of 9 times the cultivating speed of a normal person. Then the Empress Dong Lifan will have at least 8 times the cultivating speed. The different consort and concubines in the palace will have different levels of benefit bonus to their cultivation speed. The same rules apply to other official positions such as Prime Minister or Chancellor. Another benefit that luck provides is the increase in comprehension ability. Although it is not as exaggerated as several times the increase in cultivation speed, the increase is high enough to be easily noticeable, especially for the people of this world who have low talent. As long as you have a high position in the dynasty, you can still cultivate to higher realms without having to be hindered by innate talent. As for Wang Wei's group, a high position made it easier for them to absorb the luck they needed for this trial. After taking the list, Wang Wei began to officially seal different people in different positions. He first sealed Dong Lifan as the empress. Immediately afterward, she felt that the world around her was more clear. The blood qi inside her body seemed to move faster and more easily. After Dong Lifan, Wang Wei began to seal his group into different positions. In order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei combined many different political systems from his past life. He divided all the officials into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the lowest. Then he created a cabinet that helped him share the burden of governing the world. In the cabinet, only officials grade 3 and above are allowed to enter. Also, there were 3 grade 1 positions in the cabinet. Yan Liling served as the chancellor, in charge of the overall political situations of the entire dynasty. Furthermore, as an alchemist, she is also responsible for the logistics of the dynasty, like taking care of the spiritual gardens, procuring new spiritual medicines and refining pills for the entire dynasty. In fact, Yan Liling had an overwhelming amount of power in the Great Xia dynasty. If it was any other ordinary kingdom or dynasty, the emperor would never allow one person to wield so much power. Unfortunately, for the 4 of them, this dynasty is nothing but a trial and no one really cares about such things as power and control. Another grade 1 position was the Grand Commandant, which was Li Jun's official position. He was in charge of the entire dynasty's military power, from recruitment to funding to military deployment. Wang Wei basically gave all the military power to Li Jun and decided to be lazy. Of course, this was due to the trust he had in Li Jun and the fact that a large military did not play a big role to cultivators like him in this world. With his strength, he could single-handedly destroy an army of more than 1 million soldiers. After his position was established in the conferred god list, Li Jun did feel the increase in cultivation speed, although just slightly. In fact, this made sense. The 8 times increase in cultivation speed is based on the average people of this world. To a talented person like Li Jun, this has little to no effect on him. Not to mention that his cultivation was soon reaching the peak that this world allowed. So the effect was not significant to him or Wang Wei and Yan Liling. However, Li Jun did benefit from the increase in his comprehension ability. He smiled happily as he could use less time to understand the heaven fighting scripture. The last grade 1 position was called by Wang Wei as the Grand Censorate and was given to Wang Ju. Just like the name implied, this was a position in charge of secretly monitoring both the officials of the dynasty and people from foreign dynasties. This position can be called the Eye of the Emperor. Of all the 3 grade 1 positions, this was the one that Wang Wei placed the most heavy emphasis on. He used Wang Ju's spying ability to monitor all the corruption in his territory and eliminate them. As Wang Wei's purpose is to gather luck, he needed his territory to be free from corruption so that the people's heart can be at peace, and thus stabilizing the luck of the dynasty. Additionally, he needs to be informed of what is going on in different dynasties to prepare for future war. The fastest way to increase luck is to conquer more land and increase the territory of the dynasty. After sealing the three of them for their position, Wang Wei spent a few hours sealing other people as well. The whole process took quite some time, then a meeting to report the situation of the dynasty occurred. The Minister of Agriculture stepped to the front and kowtowed in the ground. "I have failed your Majesty's expectation. The grains that you asked me to cultivate have failed." Wang Wei frowned and said, "You can get up. Give me your report on the process." After hearing this, the minister stood up and handed a document and seed to someone on the side, who then handed it to Wang Wei. In fact, Wang Wei hated these tedious processes, but he also knew that it is something necessary to act with certain decorum in formal occasions. Since he is the emperor of a dynasty, it is considered ungentlemanly or impolite to directly receive something directly from his subject. After receiving the paper, he started reading the paper. After conquering the Eastern Rain Kingdom 2 years ago, Wang Wei started to focus heavily on 2 topics, one of which was agriculture. In order to be able to feed the whole kingdom, he spread knowledge on how to properly cultivate the land. Of course, he did not stop there. After giving the people enough time to adapt to these methods, Wang Wei began to use scientific methods to farm. Of course, Wang Wei did not have access to technology from his past life even with his eidetic memory. However, he was still a relatively powerful refiner and array master. As such, he created many puppets to replace manual labor in farms. He created formations to regulate temperature, humidity, and pH of plants. He worked with Yen Liling to create pills that can replace chemical fertilizers. In simple words, Wang Wei used the power of cultivation to revolutionize the daily lives of ordinary people. Of course, many cultivators complained, but Wang Wei used both force and rewards to encourage these people to do the job he wanted them to do. As for the failure that the Minister of Agriculture spoke of, it was because Wang Wei asked his department to use the concept of hybridization to cultivate specific grains that can grow rapidly solely based on the amount of spiritual qi in the environment. The specific crop would be able to absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth to accelerate the rate that it grows and mature. If the process had succeeded, Wang Wei would set up a spirit-gathering array, then plant these seeds and watch as they grow exponentially rapidly, thus increasing the amount of food for the entire dynasty. If he succeeded, he would have accomplished something incredible. Imagine an entire dynasty, no, an entire world free from hunger and starvation due to abundant food and nourishment. This would be quite extraordinary. After reading the paper and analyzing the failed product, Wang Wei sighed for a while before starting to think to himself. It seemed that the laws of science do not really apply to the cultivation world, or at least not 100%. And maybe I am way over my head. I should think that it would not be easy to make such a heaven-defying thing. What I tried to do was essentially turning something rotten into something magical. Maybe only a great emperor who cultivates the Tao of good fortune could create such a magical seed that can change the course of an entire civilization. Chapter 111. The meeting lasted for quite some time as Wang Wei had many things to review before everyone was dismissed. However, one person remained behind to have a private conversation with Wang Wei. It was Empress Dong Lifan. Wang Wei moved his head to his side and looked at her still sitting in her phoenix throne and asked, "Do you have anything else to say to me?" Dong Lifan then stood up, bowed properly and said, "I would like to thank your Majesty for keeping his words and treating the people as well as you do." Wang Wei waved his hand and replied, "Rise. There is no need to thank me. As I said before, this is just a trial to me and doing so will benefit me greatly." "That may be true, your Majesty," answered Dong Lifan, still in the bowing posture. "However, I have seen the information about the other kingdoms and dynasties. None of your peers spent so much time and effort on the livelihood of the people. Although the lives of the common people have improved dramatically, compared to the changes in our kingdom. And all of this is due to your Majesty's divine vision." Wang Wei smiled and held her up. "You can rise now and I will accept your praise." After setting her down in her throne, he suddenly asked, "I've been wondering, why are you still in the body refining realm 11th layer? With your talent and cultivation resources you have access to, you should have long entered the divine sea realm." Dong Lifan, who was in the process of brewing tea for Wang Wei, suddenly paused and a stiff smile was stuck on her face. Then she continued as if nothing ever happened. "I'm just making sure that my foundation is very solid in each realm, that's all." However, the observant Wang Wei still caught on to her actions and seemed to have thought something. "You are quite ambitious." not satisfied with having a supreme foundation and wanting to have a Tao foundation instead. Dong Lifan immediately lowered her head after hearing Wang Wei's words. Without looking him in the eyes, she rapidly served the tea, almost spilling on him. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Wang Wei's mind. As such, he reassured her. You do not need to be afraid or anxious. There is nothing wrong with being ambitious. Unfortunately, the secret to having a Tao foundation is the highest one of my sect. And even with my status, I would be in a great deal of trouble if I revealed it to you, and even this world might be implicated if news were to spread out that I leaked one of the sect's highest secrets. After hearing this, Dong Lifan's head was further lowered, and she even secretly sighed to herself. Although I cannot tell you how to make a breakthrough, continued Wang Wei, I can still provide you with some help. Dong Lifan raised her head with a swift motion, then her dreamy eyes looked at Wang Wei with an unknown twinkle on them. Right in this moment, she unknowingly exuded a fleeting and ethereal beauty. The answer to your problem is actually right in front of you. Luck. The dynasty's luck or fortune has many magical and unimaginable means. If you study it thoroughly, you may find a way to elevate your foundation to the level of Tao. But your majesty, the luck of the dynasty can only be controlled by you alone. Since I have mentioned it, that means I have a way around this. When I'm not busy, you can come find me and I will use the imperial seal to allow you control over the dynasty's luck. I'll even provide you with my experience in breaking through the body refining 12th layer. Dong Lifan wanted to immediately object. Control of a dynasty's luck is the symbol of an emperor, it is proof of their status and power. How could she use such a thing? Even if she wanted to, the ministers of the court would never allow it. They would instantly accuse her of having the idea of revolt and ask that she be deposed of her status immediately. Maybe even worse, they might ask that she be executed for treason. Dong Lifan was well aware that many ministers of the court did not like her or approved of her, especially given the fact that she was the remains of the last dynasty. Many people have already complained and asked His Majesty to reduce her status to consorts. Fortunately for her, His Majesty did not care about these people and always ignored him, otherwise her status would be greatly affected. Dong Lifan looked at the calm Wang Wei and realized that he was different from other emperors and he had secretly been protecting her. She blushed slightly and with a look of determination, bowed once again and said, "Then I will gladly accept your Majesty's favor and grace." Afterwards, the two of them chatted over tea before Dong Lifan left towards her own palace with steady strides and a wide smile. Wang Wei watched the Empress leaving and a gleam of light flashed deep into his jeweled gray eyes. It seemed that there was no need for me to find a way for her to be interested in studying luck. After all, there is no greater motivation than the desire for self-improvement, muttered Wang Wei with a cunning smile on his face, then he headed to his cultivation room. Meanwhile, after the meeting, both Li Jun and Yan Liling exited the palace together. They looked at the moonlight enveloping the entire capital. Unfortunately, the brightness of the moon was overshadowed by the beautifully lit city. As Li Jun walked and chatted with Yan Liling, he observed how many houses had lamps that illuminate the night. However, the lamps did not have fire burning in them, but exuded powerful lights that can be seen from far distances. Suddenly, Li Jun looked at Yan Liling and said, "I suddenly had the urge to visit Rainbow City." "So late at night?" "Well, it won't take long anyway." "Okay, let's go." After the two of them agreed, they walked to a corner of a lighted street and waved their hands. Soon, a carriage came and stopped in front of them and the driver said, "Young master and miss, did you call for a flying horse carriage?" The two of them nodded and entered the carriage and said to the driver through a glass window, "Drop us at the Dragon Launch Station." "No problem," responded the driver. Then he pressed a button. Immediately afterwards, countless runes lit up on the carriage. The driver placed both hands on a circular wooden barrel top and steered the carriage. The carriage, who was in fact driven by a wooden horse that had 4 wheels for legs, started to move forward rapidly on a street large enough for more than 10 carriages to pass through. Despite this though, each carriage followed a single line and ran behind each other without trying to surpass each other. A few minutes on the road, the driver suddenly said to the both of them, "I cannot believe that your Majesty created such a magical carriage for the common people. Now traveling has become so easy." "It is indeed a brilliant invention," responded Li Jun. "I heard the original name was a CA car. I wonder if it's true?" "It's true, however, the officials of the court argue that the people would be intimidated by the new and unrecognizable name and it is better to use something more familiar. As such, the name Flying Horse Carriage was used. Well, personally, I think the current name is quite pleasing." The driver seemed not surprised that these two passengers had access to sensitive information such as this. The reason for that is the fact that the driver had already guessed that these two people had a powerful background based on the clothes they were wearing. As a person who has been driving a carriage for quite some time now, he has learned to identify customers with prestigious and noble backgrounds based on their clothes and demeanor. Seeing that these customers were actually quite amiable, the driver continued to chat with them. I have been living in the capital for many years and have experienced many things in my life. But I have never seen a place change as much as the capital did in the past 2 years. You cannot find any dirt or filth in the entire city, there are no beggars lying everywhere, everyone has proper clothes to wear. And more importantly are those new immortal lamps that can light up by themselves without fire. I can tell you my wife was the happiest when our family bought our first immortal lamp. I only had to save for a month to be able to afford it. You can imagine my surprise when I heard that such a heavenly thing actually cost so little. At first I thought this was some kind of scam. However, when my neighbor bought his first immortal lamp and told me that the price was actually real, I was so happy that I went to buy a statue of Your Majesty to pray for blessing for him. The driver sighed and looked a little distracted for a brief moment before regaining his bearing. I know that the law of the dynasty does not allow people to pray to His Majesty, but I couldn't help myself. And after I bought the immortal lamp, my son was also very happy. He no longer had to squint in the candlelight when studying. Chapter 112. Both Wang Wei and Yan Liling looked at the driver that seemed to want to release himself by talking to someone, and they sighed. This realized how much of an impact their big brother has on this world and the amount of changes he brought to the people. This driver is just among the billions of people whose lives that their big brother has changed over the past 2 years. After a brief pause of reminiscing, the driver did not stop talking and continued on, "Don't get me started on the sage book that the school provided to my son. Not only was the school free to attend, they even provided the student with an immortal artifact like this. I heard my son say that his teacher was talking to him directly through the book. So, how does this thing work anyway? It's not actually talking to him but placing him in an illusion." "Illusion?" "Yes," answered Yan Liling. "The Sage Book has an illusion array carved on it that places the students into a powerful illusion where they can review their teacher's lecture and knowledge. With this illusion, the students can have knowledge directly placed inside their minds, thus skipping the process of memorizing things. They can also have access to every teacher's lecture anywhere and anytime. Big brother. I mean, His Majesty created this method to be able to quickly train officials for the dynasty." Of course, Yan Liling only briefly summarized the purpose of this book and did not mention many of the revolutionary ideas in them. For example, while in the illusion, the people will enter a state of deep focus in which their spirits will be enhanced to the extreme, thus dramatically increasing the learning abilities of each student. In order not to be affected, each school is required to properly feed each student, as thus intense focus can have a negative effect on the body. In order to create this origin artifact, her big brother had to study illusion with Su AI for months. As a person knowledgeable in runes, Yan Liling had to marvel at such innovative use of runes and refining. The driver listened attentively and nodded. "Although I don't understand what you are saying," said the driver, "I'm still happy that His Majesty created such an immortal artifact." Suddenly Yan Liling frowned and asked, "Shouldn't you know some of these things? According to the law, each driver of the flying horse carriage needs to be illiterate and pass a test to be able to publicly steer one." The driver smiled with embarrassment and hurriedly answered, "I did not go to school to learn, but my son taught me how to read and I passed the test. This is my permit." After saying this, the driver took out a paper from his steering department and showed it to Yan Liling through the glass window that separated them. After checking the permit, Yan Liling nodded and said, "It seemed to be a legal one. You must be very intelligent to be able to learn reading on your own." The driver blushed a little after hearing the compliment and responded, "At that time I was still working hard with a normal chariot to save enough money to buy the horse-flying one. I could tell at one glance that this new carriage was going to be the standard from now on, so I wanted to be one of the first people to get one. However, I would have wasted a lot of time if I had to go to school every day to learn, so I just asked my son to teach me in person. Thanks to heaven, no, thanks to His Majesty's blessing, I was able to pass the test and get my license." Both Li Jun and Yan Liling nodded and continued chatting throughout the rest of the journey. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at their destination, paid the driver and secretly gave him a very handsome red envelope. After the two of them left, the driver muttered to himself, My wife would never believe that such a fairy-like sister actually commented on how smart I am. That old woman never appreciated my wisdom. Hey, I should have listened to my son and bought one of those magical flutes that put other people's voices on them. What was it called again? Right, voice storing flute. However, these things are too expensive. After saying that, the driver got in his carriage and drove out, searching for his next passenger. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Yan Liling arrived at their destination, the Dragon Launch Station. Then they went to buy their boarding permits. After showing their identification card, the woman responsible for providing the permit was immediately flustered for a moment and said, "Your Excellencies, as high-ranking officials, boarding permits are actually free. You do not need to pay." However, both Li Jun and Yan Liling shook their heads and still paid for their permits. Then they waited for a few minutes. Soon they heard a melodious voice echoing throughout the station. "The crawling dragon construct has arrived. All passengers prepared to board and stay away from the doors." After the announcement, Li Jun and Yan Liling saw a wooden construct in the shape of a dragon traveling rapidly on a pre-established track before stopping. Then, many scales on the dragon construct opened up horizontally. Following which, countless people exited the construct and left in different directions. Afterwards, both Li Jun and Yan Liling entered the construct. They searched for a while before finding a private carriage with a few people on them. "I cannot believe that puppets could be used in such a way," marveled Li Jun, and with stars twinkling in his eyes. "That's true," responded Yan Liling after sitting down. "Big brother Wang Wei has been complaining that the transportation methods of this world were so slow and tiring. So he found a way to improve it." Yeah. What is more impressive was that he did not just use such marvelous origin artifacts only for cultivators, but found ways to commercialize it by making sure it can be controlled by mortals. However, many of the cultivators in the court object to making cultivating objects accessible to mortals. "All of them have such low vision," replied Yan Liling with a sneer on her face. Li Jun looked at his companion with a wry smile on his face. "There is no need to criticize them. Even in our world, the cultivators would react the same way they did. In fact, if we were not influenced by Big Brother, can you guarantee that we would not respond the same way?" Yan Liling did not answer his question. After a few seconds she said, "What a weird word, commercialize. Big Brother always has a bunch of weird names. Didn't he want to call the crawling dragon construct a train? I heard my mother say that all geniuses have weird habits. So, my little genius, what is your weird habit?" asked Yan Liling with charming eyes that could mesmerize most men. Li Jun then whispered in her ears, "How about I show you my weirdness tonight when we are alone?" Yan Liling immediately blushed and pushed Li Jun away and said, "Not here in public." Li Jun smirked a little and moved his head away, looking at the window in order not to further embarrass his wife. After a few minutes, Yan Liling had regained her composure and asked, "What are you thinking so deeply about?" "I'm thinking whether the human emperor was as good as Big Brother Wang Wei." After hearing this, Yan Liling also had a pensive look on her face. "Who is the human emperor you are talking about?" said a sudden melodious voice while the two of them were thinking. They both turned their voice in the direction of the voice. There they saw a beautiful young girl looking at them. The beautiful girl was dressed with a refined hanfu. She had a very calm temperament and eyes full of vicissitudes that contradicted her youthful face. Yan Liling took a good look at her before saying, "Are you the Empress Master, you see you?" The beautiful girl then sat next to the two of them after an invitation. "Looking at your face, you must have broken through the divine altar realm," said Yan Liling with a smile. Yu Siu bowed and said, "Thank you, Miss Yan Liling, for the pills you provided." "No problem. As long as you work hard for the Big Brother, you will always be rewarded. So what are you doing here?" After hearing Yan Liling's question, Yu Siu sighed and answered, "After my breakthrough about a month ago, I exited my seclusion to find the capital. No, the entire kingdom has changed dramatically. So, I decided to travel around to get acquainted with the changes that have occurred. Today, I decided to spend the whole day traveling to different parts of the dynasty through the crawling dragon construct, when I overheard your conversations just now. So, that's how it is. I'm still very curious about your world, especially this human emperor you just mentioned. If you don't mind, could you please tell me about him?" Both Li Jun and Yan Liling looked at each other for a brief moment. Noticing this, Yu Siu quickly said, "If this is some sort of secret, you do not have to say anything." "No, it's not like that," answered Li Jun. "We were just a little surprised by the sudden question. As for the human emperor, he was a legendary character from our world. Chapter 113. After taking a brief moment of recollection, Yen Liling began to explain the origin and story of the human emperor. You should have learned about the differences of worlds from the empress, right? Asked Yen Liling. Yes, Funner has explained to me the differences between Lower Thousands World and Greater Thousands Worlds. She even mentioned the fact that the world you guys came from is a Heavenwell world, which is a world that can give birth to a great emperor, answered Yusiu with a look of envy and yearning in her eyes. Well, as one of the highest levels of worlds in the endless void, you can imagine how long its history stood, continued Yen Liling. In order to properly study it, the cultivators in our world have divided our history into different eras, 9 to be precise. First there was the chaotic era. However, we do not know much about this era except for the fact that our world was just born and as such, completely inhabitable by any living creatures both living and non-living. After that came the primordial era. In that time, heavenly Tao was completed and living beings came to our world. In current time, all we know is the fact that this era was inhabited by many fierce innate life forms such as primordial gods, dragons and phoenixes. There are rumors that the name of our world's current 5 continents was named after these innate beings. After saying this, Yen Liling paused for a moment and realized that her explanation might take some time and it was inappropriate to be constantly talking the whole time. As such, she secretly elbowed Li Jun, who immediately understood her meaning. As such, he took a few minutes to brew tea for the 3 of them. After serving the tea, he said, "This is some of the Longxue tea that I have secretly stolen from Big Brother Wang Wei." Yusiu smiled happily after hearing this, then drank her tea with a smile on her face. Just having the opportunity to drink this tea again was worth her trip today. I never understood Big Brother Wang Wei's love for Longxue tea. Although it is one of the best teas in our world, there are still many that are as good as it, if not better, commented Yen Liling. That's because you never tasted it when Big Brother used his secret brewing method. I don't know what ingredient he used, but the taste of the tea was magically transformed into something beyond wonders, answered Li Jun with a reminiscent look on his face. I remember the first time that I tasted it. The taste was simply heavenly. Afterward, I spent more than a year pestering him to give me the recipe, but he refused. What's even worse was the fact that he even refused to brew it for me with his special recipe afterwards. If I did not complain to Uncle Wang Tian, he probably would never have brewed the tea for me again. Yen Liling then realized why both Li Jun and Wang Wei were so in love with this tea. It seemed that both of them had their own secret recipe that they shared together. She secretly clenched her teeth and complained about how these guys are leaving her out. She vowed to get her revenge. Li Jun suddenly felt that his companion changed somehow and looked at her, but he did not find anything, so he believed that he must be thinking too much. After taking a sip of her tea, Yen Liling continued her explanation towards Yusiu, who was happily drinking her tea. Where was I again in my explanation? You mentioned your world's different eras in history, especially the primordial era. Yes, the primordial era. After that era came the beginning emperor era. We do not know much about this era except for the fact that a human by the name of Longguo was the first person to prove the Tao and took the name of the heaven-opening emperor. Then came the void or null era. In fact, in our current era, nothing is actually known about this era, hence the name. However, after years of study, many cultivators believed that a terrifying catastrophe enveloped our world. As a result, all the primordial gods and innate life forms like dragon, phoenixes, and Qilin became extinct in our world. No, to be precise, they were gone. What's even worse was that after the null era, the cultivation civilization in our world was completely destroyed or cut off. There were no cultivation techniques, no formation or pill inheritance left. Everything had to start over. Yusiu almost choked on her tea after hearing this. Based on the information that her disciples had told her, she knew how powerful the world of these people is. However, she just learned that something as severe as inheritance being cut off actually happened to them. Immediately afterwards, cold sweat started falling from Yusiu's back. If even such a powerful world can suffer such tragedy, then, doesn't that mean her little thousand world could be destroyed at any moment from threats from above? The endless void is really a place of constant danger where anything could happen, thought Yusiu to herself. Meanwhile, Yen Liling continued her story. After the null era, many genius cultivators sought to rebuild the civilization of our world and succeeded. The first of which was the founder of our sect, Wang Qishan, also referred to as Emperor Qiyuan. After creating the origin path cultivating system and spreading it out, he proved the Tao and became a great emperor. Emperor Qiyuan then successfully started the ancient emperor era. Founder. Yes, the founder of our sect. Are you saying that the founder of the sect you guys came from created the cultivating method that we are currently using in this world? That's exactly right, answered Yen Liling with a little pride on her face. Meanwhile, a great turmoil was going on inside Yu Xiu's mind. Although she guessed that these young people had extraordinary status, she did not think that their status was so noble, especially when it comes to His Majesty Wang Wei. She noticed how he was the leader of the group. Additionally, given the fact that he shared the same surname as Emperor Qiyuan, there is a high chance that he is his direct descendant. After taking a mouthful of tea to calm herself down, she asked, "What about the human emperor you mentioned before?" Yes, the human emperor was also an ancient emperor. In fact, he was the last great emperor of that era. To be precise, he ended that era. Near the end of the ancient emperor era, our world faced another disaster. The first great emperor from the demon race was born. Demon race? Oh right, I forgot that your world does not have a demon race. You should be aware of demonic beasts. Yu Xiu then nodded. Their world does have demonic beasts living in mountains, ocean, and mainly forests. The majority of these beasts are way more powerful than ordinary cultivators. After a demonic beast enters Tier 4 or the supernatural realm, most of them will go through heavenly tribulation to turn into humans. However, some demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines can turn into human shape the moment they are born. However, these demonic beasts are quite arrogant and refuse to acknowledge that they are the same as the other demonic beasts with lower intelligence and bloodlines. As such, they refer to themselves as the demon race instead. Yu Xiu understood her meaning as similar things happened in this word. There is a group of humans who swallowed the blood of demonic beasts and survived the process. This method granted them extraordinary abilities that normal humans or cultivators do not have. As such, these groups of people refused to acknowledge themselves as just human and called themselves the blood human race. After a brief explanation, Yen Liling continued her story. After the demon race gave birth to their first great emperor, he did not behave morally upright like the other human emperors. He started to conquer the entire world while killing all the humans. Wherever he went, he would either kill all the people or enslave them in servitude of the demon race. Many powerful emperor lineage fought against the Golden Ape Great Emperor with either their emperor artifacts or formations. However, it was of no use. Yen Liling paused for a moment to take a sip of tea. Meanwhile, Yu Xiu wondered how she could remain so calm about this. The Golden Ape Great Emperor, as the most powerful cultivator of the world at that time, was simply unstoppable. Any people who attacked him would either be killed or suppressed. All the cultivators of our world were desperate and thought that the end of the human race was coming. That was until the human emperor appeared. His origins were unknown and mysterious. However, he came up with a brilliant idea. The idea was to create a fortune dynasty and gather the luck of the entire human race to be able to fight the Golden Ape Emperor. Yu Xiu had a weird look on her face. She could not understand how this was a great idea as fortune dynasties existed all over this world. You might think that this is just a common idea, explained Yen Liling with a smile on her face. However, you have to understand that fortune dynasties did not exist back then in our world. This was not just an act of creating a country, but the human emperor essentially created or passed down a brand new Tao to our world. Of course, many cultivators today have debated that there might have been methods to create fortune dynasties before the Null era. However, there is no evidence to prove such a claim. It was then that Yu Xiu understood the meaning behind the human emperor's action. To her now, the fortune dynasty might be a common thing that she is used to seeing. However, back then, this method was actually quite revolutionary and extraordinary. Not just anyone could actually think of something as brilliant as this, especially given the dire situation the human emperor was at that time. Not to mention that given the connection her world has to the myriad emperor word, there is a high chance that the method of creating a fortune dynasty also originated from there. Chapter 114. Yen Liling looked at Yu Xiu and realized that she understood the significance of the human emperor's plan back then. She nodded and continued her explanation of their world's history. After the human emperor came up with this idea, many powerful cultivators and sects agreed with him. They worked together to create the first and only unified dynasty of our world, the Great Qing dynasty. The human emperor was voted as the ruler of such a powerful dynasty after many negotiations among the cultivators of the world. With the power of luck of the entire human race, the human emperor was able to fight head-on with the Golden Ape Great Emperor despite being in the supreme realm. Or at the very least, he could keep him from interfering in ordinary people's battle. This human emperor sounded like a great cultivator. So what happened with the war between the two races? Asked Yusiu with intrigue. Without the Golden Ape Emperor's intervention, the human army fought a harsh and terrible war with the demon race. After countless millennia, the human race was victorious. The territory of the human race covered the entire myriad emperor world. All 5 continents were then conquered. This was an unprecedented feat never done before, even to this day. This time Yusiu nodded calmly. However, she was not that impressed given the fact that their entire world was conquered many times by powerful dynasties. Although these dynasties did not last long, they still accomplished a great deed that left their names engraved in the annals of history. Yan Liling noticed Yusiu's lack of awe at such an amazing feat and could guess the reason. It seems you do not understand the meaning of such a thing, so let me further explain. Do you think that your world is big? Yusiu then nodded. She knew how big her world was. With her previous cultivation level, it would take her years to travel all over it. Even with her current realm, she would have to spend months traveling non-stop at full speed to be able to travel throughout the entire world. After saying her nods her head, Yan Liling then continued, well, I can honestly tell you that your entire world is probably the size of about 5 to 10 domains in our world. And each of the 5 continents have 3,000 domains. And some domains are actually huge in size. For example, the Heavenspan domain that our Tao opening sect is located in is probably a few times larger than this world. Yusiu looked at Yan Liling with her mouth wide open. She could not fathom how vast their world actually was. Not to mention the fact their world was actually one of the many heavenward worlds existing in the endless void. Yusiu sighed and realized how insignificant she was in the grand scheme of the universe. She sighed and realized that only by following and cultivating her own Tao or path that she can find inner peace and fulfillment in her life. After coming to this realization, Yusiu's state of mind was sublimated, her foundation was stabilized and her cultivation that had just breakthrough was further loosened. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling noticed this change and were not surprised. Sometimes, low vision can be an obstacle for cultivators in their path of pursuing the Tao. Of course, they also secretly praised Yusiu. Not all cultivators can accept it when their worldviews are shattered and rebuilt. Just the fact that she was able to accept such things so quickly and rebuild her views so quickly preceded that she is a person with extraordinary willpower. Li Jun cupped his hands together and said, "Congratulations fellow Taoist Yusiu for being able to break through the shackles of the state of mind." Then Yan Liling did the same thing as well. Yusiu happily accepted their blessing with a smile on her face. After taking a brief moment to calm down, she continued to ask about the human emperor. After the great Qin dynasty conquered the world, the human emperor had enough luck to be able to fight equally against the golden ape emperor instead of just barely defending. However, immediately afterwards the cultivators of that time faced a problem. Despite the fact the human emperor was equal to a great emperor in battle strength, he was still a supreme realm cultivator. After a few millions of years, his lifespan would eventually come to an end. Meanwhile, the golden ape great emperor was actually immortal. He could wait for the death of the human emperor before counterattacking against the human race. Additionally, internal disputes started to happen inside the Great Qin dynasty. The only reason that the cultivators banded together was to fight against the Golden Ape Emperor. As such, they refused for him to choose a successor from his children to inherit the throne. Not to mention the fact that it was debatable whether one of his descendants could bear the power of such tremendous amounts of luck. However, even if one could, what about their character? The reason that the human emperor was chosen as the ruler of the Great Qin dynasty was due to his strength, charisma, and noble character. Nonetheless, the other cultivators feared that the human emperor's descendants would be corrupted by power and became a tyrant that abused said power. At that time, some people suggested choosing the next emperor based on other powerful cultivators in the world. However, no candidate could actually be chosen. Before the war with the demon race, many of the sects and factions had enmity with each other, so they refused to let their enemies or competitors become more powerful than them. Yan Liling then took a sip of tea to moisturize her throat. Then, she looked at Li Jun who seemed to be distracted thinking about something. During that time, the Great Qin dynasty came close to destruction due to internal politics. However, the human emperor came up with another brilliant solution to the problem. He noticed that Heavenly Tao disliked the Golden Ape Emperor. Many of his methods were harmful to the world. As such, he suffered from countless divine punishment. However, the Golden Ape Emperor was too strong and simply ignored the punishment. Based on this fact, the human emperor decided to use the entire human's chi luck as a medium to sacrifice to heavenly Tao to create a heaven will. This was a crazy idea, as all the cultivators in the world were aware of the fact that only one heaven will appear in one generation, and the Golden Ape Emperor had already acquired it. To everyone's surprise, this method actually worked. A second heaven will appeared in one generation. Soon afterward, the human emperor proved the Tao and became a great emperor. In fact, even the title of human emperor was granted to him by heavenly Tao itself. Both Yan Liling and Wuxia sighed. Hearing this story felt like listening to a mythical story written solely for the purpose of entertainment. The human emperor sounded like the protagonist of a legendary tale. What happened after that? What happened to the Golden Ape Emperor and the demon race? Asked Wuxia. According to records, the human emperor had a fierce battle with the Golden Emperor after proving the Tao. In the end, he managed to kill the Golden Ape Emperor. After hearing this, Wuxia gasped out loud as her worldview was once again shattered. She just learned that the most powerful and noblest of beings, a great emperor, was actually killed. Wuxia and all the cultivators of the world always pursued being a great emperor. Although all of them did not even know what a great emperor was, including Wuxia, until the extraterrestrial demon came to this world, they still imagined it as this being powerful beyond measure, beyond comprehension, beyond imagination. And the way they described and imagined a great emperor was even proven to be true by these foreign cultivators. No, it was proven to be more than they believed. However, Wuxia just learned that these powerful beings could actually be killed. How could she not be shocked? However, after taking a few minutes to think about the situation, she realized that it made sense. Only a powerful cultivator on the same level could actually accomplish such a feat. After taking a few minutes to calm down, she asked, "What happened to the demon race afterwards?" After the fall of the Golden Ape Emperor, the majority of human cultivators wanted to exterminate the demon race to prevent such tragedy from happening again. However, the human emperor disagreed. He argued that humans should not be the sole race in the world, that we need powerful competitors to keep us vigilant, otherwise we will become prideful and arrogant, thus stop making progress. And the demon race was the perfect opponent for the human race. As such, instead of killing all of them, the human emperor banished the demon race into the weakest continent of the world, while leaving the other continents for humanity. However, the human emperor also did not want his race to face a similar situation in the future, so he took preventive measures. He sacrificed the entire luck of the great Qing dynasty, who at that time embodied the luck of the entire human race, and created a powerful formation. This formation, known as the Human Preservation Array, encircled the entire myriad emperor world and served only one purpose: to protect humans from powerful alien races in times of need. After the human emperor disappeared, each emperor after him would further strengthen this formation, ensuring the protection of the human race. Of course, that was until the Devil Era, but that's a completely different story. Wuxia sighed as she pondered how vast and brilliant the world these people live in. Then, she remembered the promise that His Majesty made to her disciple and was quite excited for the future. After chatting with the two for a while, Wuxia arrived at her destination and left the crawling dragon construct with a delightful smile on her face. Chapter 115. Yan Liling took notice of Li Jun's distraction midway through her narration, so, after Wuxia left, she asked him what he was thinking about so deeply that he was being so rude to a guest. "Oh, I just suddenly remember the time me and Big Brother Wang Wei had to learn about the human emperor when we were young." "Did something interesting happen?" asked Yan Liling with an intriguing look on her face. "Yes. At that time, our teacher asked us to write a paper about our understanding of the human emperor. All the kids in the class wrote about the glory and greatness of the human emperor, including me. However, Big Brother Wang Wei was not so flattering." I still remember the angry look on the teacher's face after hearing Big Brother Wang Wei's paper. Aha, he was so angry and wanted to reprimand him, but he did not dare do so due to Big Brother Wang Wei's status. "So, what did Big Brother Wang Wei write on his paper?" asked Yan Liling hurriedly. According to Big Brother Wang Wei, the human emperor was not as morally upright as people of later generation make him out to be. In his paper, he argued that the only reason that the human emperor created the Human Preservation Array was due to karma. Karma? Yes. According to the Big Brother Wang Wei, although most great emperors should not be greatly affected by karma, things were different for the human emperor. As a person who only managed to prove the Tao by sacrificing the luck of the entire human race, he was indefinitely bound to the human race and to the myriad emperor world through karma. If the human emperor did not pay the karma he owed to the myriad emperor world, he would be stuck all his life as the protector or guardian of the world for all of his life. You mean similar to the devil emperors? Suddenly asked Yan Liling with a shocked look on her face. Exactly, said Li Jun before continuing. Big brother Wang Wei said that the human emperor used the human preservation array to remove the binding that humanity's chi luck had on him and repay the karma he owed to our race and to the world. He even went as far as arguing that the reason that the human emperor did not want to exterminate the demon race was not because of the reason he argued, or at least, not the main reason. The real reason was that he needed a good reason to use humanity's chi luck to create the human preservation array. Yan Liling was more surprised by the article written by Wang Wei. However, the more she thought about it, the more reasonable she found it. After pondering for a while, she asked, it made sense given the fact that even his title was granted to him by heavenly Tao itself. He is the only great emperor to have such an honor. However, why did big brother Wang Wei dislike the human emperor so much? It's not that he disliked him, more like he was wary of him for some reasons. I remember that big brother was somewhat shocked when he learned that the human emperor chose the name Qin for the first dynasty. During that time he was obsessed with finding out the origin of the human emperor. He spent a lot of time in the sect's Tibetan scripture pavilion searching for information about the human emperor. Yan Liling nodded and did not think too much about it. She knew that Wang Wei sometimes behaves weirdly. And just like Li Jun, she also knew that some geniuses have weird quirks compared to other people. Suddenly she asked, wait, from what I know, big brother Wang Wei was proven to be a genius at a very young age, so why was he in the same class as other children of the sect? Shouldn't he be studying by himself or asking a tutor to teach him personally? Oh, that was because Aunt Yu Yan did not want big brother to become cold and arrogant. As such, he forced him to attend the sect lessons together with the other children of different branches. Yan Liling nodded, then the two of them started talking about different topics. Then they suddenly heard a voice. Attention to all passengers, the next stop Rainbow City will arrive in about 30 breaths. Please prepare to descend the crawling dragon construct. After the voice repeated itself 3 times, it stopped. Immediately afterward, both Li Jun and Yan Liling got up and walked to the closest scale of the construct and waited. Meanwhile, they overheard a conversation between a couple next to them. Why didn't you buy a permit for the Soaring Phoenix construct instead? Asked the woman. Honey, competition has been fierce these days at work and I could not afford a noble permit for the Soaring Phoenix construct, responded the man. What about the merchant permit? I tried to buy one but all the seats were already bought. And I knew that you did not like to travel in the common aisle, so I could only do the next best thing and travel through land in the crawling dragon construct. After hearing her husband's explanation, the woman snorted at him and decided to ignore him for a while. Meanwhile, the man smiled wryly while scratching the back of his head. After a few breaths, the construct stopped and the designated scales opened. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling smiled at the couple's conversation and descended while holding arms with each other. After leaving the launching station, Li Jun looked at the brightly lit city in front of him and at the station behind him. He sighed and said, I'm going to miss all these new inventions when we return home. Well, you don't have to worry about transportation since we have teleportation formations back in our world. You can go anywhere instantly, replied Yan Liling. Do you think it is the same experience riding a crawling dragon construct and teleporting instantly? Yan Liling did not say a word. Furthermore, you should understand that our daily life has been fundamentally changed and improved by Big Brother. It is not the same thing back in our world. After being silent for a brief moment, Yan Liling then answered, didn't Big Brother Wang Wei promise to bring back all these changes to the domains controlled by our sect? Yes, that's true. But I have a feeling that things will simply not be the same. You do not need to worry too much about such a thing, replied Yan Liling. After all, we are cultivators. Only by being in tune with nature, with heaven and earth, with the Tao can we walk further in our path. Li Jun pondered her words, then nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them went on a date throughout this beautiful city known for its wonderful sceneries. Meanwhile, back in the palace after the meeting, Wang Wei entered his cultivation room and activated all the formations. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating. On his divine altar, 365 divine veins could be seen perfectly carved. This means that Wang Wei had reached the peak of the divine altar realm and was only one step from breaking into the supernatural realm. Wang Wei looked at the divine veins on his altar and started thinking. As a person who cultivated an emperor's scripture, he cultivated a Tao foundation. To be precise, with the help of the Origin Path scripture, he cultivated the perfect Tao foundation. From the information he has read back in the sect, all the other techniques that cultivated the Tao foundation are not perfect. After carving the 365th divine vein, a crack will appear on the cultivator's divine altar. Many emperor lineage will have ways to fix that crack, but even after fixing it, it will still leave some marks no matter how small it may be. This symbolized the fact that nothing under heaven and earth is perfect except maybe heaven itself. The only people that can achieve perfection are the ones blessed by heavenly Tao, hence the reason that the Origin Path scripture allowed cultivators to achieve perfection. This was a reward by heavenly Tao to Emperor Qiyuan when he spread the method of cultivation to the world. This was one of the merits granted to him. Despite this, not all cultivators can actually achieve a perfect Tao foundation after cultivating the Origin Oath scripture. Certain talents are needed for that. According to what Wang Wei knows, in the past few generations only him, his father and great elder Yan may manage to cultivate a perfect Tao foundation. Even his grandfather failed to accomplish such a thing. As for Wang Wei, he was not satisfied with just having a perfect Tao foundation and wanted something more, something better. And he succeeded when he broke through the 13th layer of the body refining realm and had an ever-expanding divine sea. As such, he called his foundation Transcendent Perfection or Transcendent Tao Foundation. Now that he had entered the peak of the divine altar realm, he began to ponder how to achieve such transcendence. Since he did not have a precedent to follow, Wang Wei had to create his own way. After many years of contemplating, he found a method and decided to try it now. More importantly, he had a hunch that he would succeed. Chapter 116. After contemplating for many years, Wang Wei decided to engrave divine veins not just into his divine altar, but also into his soul. If he succeeded, his control over spiritual qi would reach an unimaginable level, and he could also guess that there would be further benefit when he entered the primordial spirit realm. However, there was still a problem that needed to be solved: how to gain access to the soul. Only cultivators who have opened their Niwen aperture and have their own sea of consciousness can have easy access to their souls. And only in the supernatural realm did cultivators open up their Niwen aperture. However, this problem was not so difficult for Wang Wei. As a person who knows how it feels like to live solely in the form of the soul, he has a great deal of understanding about it. As such, Wang Wei closed his eyes and concentrated. He imagined himself before he was reincarnated back on Earth, when his body was destroyed and he was left with only a soul floating in the vast and limitless space. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei found himself in a small and dark space. In the middle of the space was a cloud-like fluffy thing floating there. Instinctively he knew that this was his soul. After close examination, he discovered to his surprise that his soul was actually purple with a few gray outlines around the edges. According to the information he learned, souls are usually white as a symbol that all beings are innately pure and good. A soul can also change color. For example, an red and dark soul represents that a person has committed countless sins and is heavily entangled by karma. There are soul cultivating methods that also turn the soul into a different color. However, the color is usually golden. As for a purple-colored soul, he has never heard of it. He guessed that the gray outlines had to do with his fate puppeteer physique or the fragment of fate law, but he was clueless for the purple color. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered how the clone of the battle-maniac emperor once said that his soul had the quality of paragon. Maybe that is the reason for his soul being purple. After scanning his memory again, Wang Wei realized that his soul started to change color when he absorbed all the blue lights that were floating in the endless void when he was swallowed by the space crack back on Earth. At that time he was so focused on reaching the next blue spot that he did not really pay attention to this detail. Wang Wei secretly blamed himself for how much of an idiot he was for not realizing that these blue spots were extraordinary and that his soul was probably more mysterious and enigmatic than he previously thought. According to knowledge he knows about the soul, an ordinary mortal soul cannot last long after leaving the body. The soul is yin in nature while the sun is yang in nature. If a soul were to touch the yang sun, it would be obliterated immediately. Not to mention the fact that the soul needs energy or nutrients to sustain itself, which the body provides. Only cultivators' souls in the primordial spirit realm can sustain themselves without the need of a body. And that is only because at that time, the soul has transformed into a primordial spirit. However, even then the soul or primordial spirit can only last a few months before fading away, unless other measures are taken. Only cultivators in the Saint Realm can actually abandon their bodies and survive only as a soul entity. As for Wang Wei, he could tell that he spent a very long time floating in space or void after being swallowed by that space crack. It was only after reviewing his memory that Wang Wei realized that he might have spent eons floating in that endless void. And only his will and desire for survival that made him ignore the passage of time, otherwise he might have been driven crazy before he reached his destination. And those blue spots not only provided Wang Wei's soul with a terrible amount of lifespan, but also strength to be able to exist in such a terrible environment for such an extended period of time. And it seems that the blue spots also provided his soul with an incomparable quantity and quality. After pondering these things, Wang Wei suddenly stopped as he noticed something odd or different about his soul. So, he went back to his memories again and checked right before he entered the bright light, right before he reincarnated in the Myriad Emperor world. He realized that his cloud-like soul was actually massive in size, especially when compared to the current size of his soul now. It was almost like comparing planet Earth with the size of the Milky Way galaxy. After frowning for a while, he guessed that most of his soul had probably decreased in quantity after going through the process of reincarnation. Or even better, this might be the reason that he kept the memories from his past life. Wang Wei theorized that he himself might have decided to sacrifice the quantity of his soul in order to retain the memories from his past life. Unfortunately, he could not remember anything after entering the bright light. Well, luckily my soul's quality still remained, thought Wang Wei after sighing for a while at his tremendous luck. In fact, Wang Wei was not that sad about this loss despite what he said. There is a clear correlation between the soul and the body. As strong as one is, the other has to be strong enough to bear the other. If Wang Wei was born with such a powerful soul, his body would not be able to bear it and cause him a great deal of trouble. Of course, his soul would slowly strengthen his body until he can actually carry it, just like a strong body will strengthen the soul. However, in the process Wang Wei would probably be quite miserable. With such a powerful soul, his body and mind would not be able to function properly and he would be labeled as intellectually disabled. And with how strong his soul was, it would have taken thousands upon thousands of years to strengthen his body to the level that he could function properly. And that's just a mild estimate. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Wang Wei began the process he needed to do in the first place. With a sudden thought, he began to engrave divine veins on his soul, just like he did on his divine altar. Of course, he did not inscribe random veins on his soul. No, as he was aware of the fact that divine veins will in fact be combined together into origin pattern on the ancient lamps in the supernatural realm, he organized his soul divine veins to perfectly fit or connect with the ones in his divine altar. After engraving another 355 veins on his soul, Wang Wei stopped as he realized that any further ones served no benefit to him and would be just a waste of time. Any more veins would affect the creation of his origin pattern and also provide no further increase in strength. After finishing his engraving, both the divine veins in his soul and his divine altar shined together, and a profound connection was formed between them. Wang Wei opened his eyes and he saw the world completely different from before. For one thing, he could physically see spiritual qi floating and dancing in the air with his eyes. The spiritual qi seemed to be alive and noticed Wang Wei's presence and flew towards him and entered his body without him even asking. He felt that he had a tremendous affinity with spiritual qi. And with this affinity came a terrifying control. In order to test his theory, Wang Wei secretly left the palace to an inhabited mountain. He activated all his 720 divine veins and controlled the spiritual qi around him. Instantly, Wang Wei flew straight into the sky with steadiness and without pause. And his speed was actually quite fast. Although he could not actually reach Mach 1 like supernatural realm cultivators, he could still fight properly in the air. Furthermore, compared to how he almost fell from the air due to low spiritual qi when he first tried to fly in this world, the process was too easy this time. Without hesitation, Wang Wei flew straight through the sky, almost reaching the stratosphere, then he looked at the world under his feet. At this height, Wang Wei could see the entire world from one end to another. He could see how this world was actually a piece of land surrounded by ocean that defies the fundamental laws of gravity. And unlike the Myriad Emperor world, this world did not have a barrier to protect it, but Wang Wei could see a powerful formation at the end of the world that cut off the world from the endless void. After sighing for a while at how mysterious the world of cultivation works, Wang Wei returned to the palace. He wanted to know how long his seclusion took and deal with future plans. Chapter 117. While Wang Wei was in retreat to create his transcendent Tao foundation, Many of the other heaven chosen of this trial took notice when a new fortune dynasty was created. Great Zhou Dynasty Royal Palace. Ji Song wore a yellow dragon robe with a crown on his head. His muscular body and hard face emanate a powerful and bloody aura. He was sitting on a chair carved with dragons when he suddenly felt a change occurred in the eastern region. He connected to the luck of his dynasty and watched how the Great Xia dynasty was founded with tremendous amounts of luck. He clenched his teeth so hard that the dragon throne he sat on was deformed, and through gritted teeth he said, "Wang Wei." Immediately afterward, a terrible killing intent enveloped the entire meeting room. Many officials thought they had done something wrong and immediately knelt in the ground asking for forgiveness. All of them except one, First Prince Jisoo. Or in this case Prime Minister Jisoo. After seeing his younger brother's reaction, he guessed what happened and said out loud, "Your Majesty, calm down." His voice contained a little bit of his spiritual power and Ji Song immediately came back to his senses, thus removing his killing intent. However, this was just on the surface. Deep in his eyes, the killing intent was so intense that it wanted to devour not just his enemy but himself as well. Jisoo also noticed this and he frowned. He could tell that his brother's situation right now was not ideal. If he continues like this, he most likely will develop heart demon towards Wang Wei. After seeing his younger brother calm down, Jisoo then said, "Are you calm now?" Ji Song just nodded. "Then we can prepare for our next expedition, the Great Wu Dynasty. Why not attack the Great Xia Dynasty? They have just become a dynasty and are still weak. It is the perfect time to attack and destroy them," responded Ji Song with boundless bloodlust in his eyes. "Songer," responded Jisoo in an informal manner. "This is not the time to make decisions based on your personal vendetta. The Great Xia Dynasty is located all the way east from the three central dynasties. Do you know how many kingdoms and dynasties are between us and them? How long do you think it will take to reach there with our armies? Can you guarantee that the other dynasties will not take advantage of us marching eastward to sneak attacks in the back? You need to set your priorities straight and remember the main reason that we came here. As for Sacred Son Wang Wei, you will have your opportunity for revenge. Now focus on our attack against the Great Wu Dynasty." After hearing his brother's words, Ji Song took a deep breath to relax and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, all the ministers on the floor secretly sighed in relief. Although His Majesty is often both brave and wise militaristically and politically, sometimes he can become rash and stubborn to an abnormal level, especially when it comes to things related to the former Eastern Reign Kingdom. During those times, it is up to the Prime Minister to talk some reason to His Majesty. Otherwise, no one can stop him from acting the way he wants. After seeing his brother regain his bearing, Jisoo secretly sighed in relief. In fact, he lied to his brother. Or to be exact, he did not tell him the whole truth. The reason that he did not want his brother to attack the Great Xia Dynasty was due to the fact he feared that his brother might lose again. As such, he wanted his brother to conquer the easier Great Wu Dynasty. With the vast territory of both dynasties, he can absorb enough luck for him to reach purple gold. After that, even if his brother lost against Sacred Son Wang Wei, he will not fail this trial. Although it would be ideal if his brother could absorb luck after conquering the entire world, thus resulting in his chi luck reaching peak purple gold. However, he is just fine with just his luck breaking through purple gold from peak purple. With the foundation of their Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, they can still help his brother further increase his luck by sacrificing a certain price. Great Shu Dynasty, a Taoist temple. Many ministers of the dynasty were reporting to a young handsome man named Feng Heng, who was wearing a Taoist robe with the yin-yang symbol all over it. National teacher, over the past decade, more than 300 temples have been created all over our territory. We have also taught the people on how to read and recite scriptures, and to go to the temples and seek enlightenment. However, the people seemed determined to pray and offer incense despite the law we passed down. After hearing this, Feng Heng frowned and started thinking deeply. The sect has strict regulation for not accepting incense and faith. Anyone who breaks this rule will be severely disciplined. Then he suddenly remembered that his teacher told him that it was all right. He said, "As long as they do not interfere with the operation of the temples, just leave them be." After that, a brief meeting about the situation of the dynasty took place before all the ministers left the temple. Immediately afterwards, Feng Heng noticed something in the east and used the luck of the Great Shu Dynasty to observe. "Great Xia Dynasty?" he muttered with a pensive look on his face. Meanwhile, after leaving, some of the higher officials started talking to themselves. Ever since national teacher Feng Heng arrived, our workload has decreased dramatically. As long as we do the bare minimum and ensure the safety and livelihood of the common people, everything else is fine. You are totally right. Not just us have changed, even His Majesty has greatly changed. He is no longer so ruthless, brutal and cold. Hey, during those times, I woke up not knowing whether I would return home to see my family again. I remember that Xia Zhan was whipped to death for objecting to His Majesty for wanting to increase his harem by another 10,000 concubines. Shoo, do not talk about His Majesty behind his back like this. You do not need to worry. His Majesty has entered seclusion in order to fully become a Taoist monk. He has not attended an official meeting for more than 5 years now. Hopefully, things remain this way forever. After that person said this, all the other officials laughed out loud, then secretly looked around them to see if anyone was watching them before hurrying to go home. Great Wu Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Sun Wen was sitting on his dragon throne with a look of pride and arrogance, like everything and everyone was under his control. Sun Wen, with a majestic voice, asked, "What was the result?" One official stepped up and answered, "The nobles have accepted your Majesty's bargaining. They will each choose a beautiful daughter from their main branch and send them to the palace. However, they demanded that His Majesty sign a sole contract before they could fulfill their end of the deal." Sun Wen frowned after hearing this, then waved his hand. Immediately afterward, someone handed the contract to him. After taking more than 1 hour reviewing every inch of the contract, he smiled happily and signed it with his blood. After that, the court meeting was over and all the officials left the room, leaving only one person. Third Prince Su Jiaolong, who is currently known as the Legion Commander of the Great Wu Dynasty. "Big brother, why do you have to play with these nobles like this?" asked Sun Jiaolong. "We have already determined that the previous monarch killed all the supernatural realm cultivators of the noble family. We could have just killed all of them. My little brother, you do not understand the intricacies of politics. Look, with just a few minor promises, the nobles of the dynasty have handed over to me all the military and political power in their hands," replied Sun Wen with a cunning look in his face. "What's more, I did all of this without shedding a single drop of blood or wasting any resources for military deployment. This is a great achievement. But big brother, aren't you worried that the nobles will betray you in the future?" "Of course not. I have already sent people to secretly infiltrate these noble families and spy on them. Additionally, as long as the political power of the dynasty enters my hand, it will only be a matter of time before I have total and absolute control over the entire dynasty." Looking at the prideful look on his big brother's face, Sun Jiaolong secretly shook his head. From experience he knew how these nobles thought. Without placing the fear of heaven on them, they will do absolutely anything for power. The so-called handing of power is probably nothing but doing so in public, while secretly controlling the dynasty under his big brother's nose. Even if his big brother replaced all the high levels of the dynasty, how does he know the people he replaced them with are actually loyal to him? In the past 10 years or more, instead of cultivating loyal subordinates for himself, his big brother has just been promising people with benefits from their worlds in order to rally people to support him. In fact, this method should be fine, but, knowing his big brother, Sun Jiaolong realized that there is a high chance that these are just empty promises. And couldn't these old foxes of this world that spent their entire life in the court tell what kind of person his big brother was? It seemed to Sun Jiaolong that his big brother had gravely underestimated the wisdom of the people of this world. Just because they are weak does not mean that they are not intelligent. After sighing for a while, Sun Jiaolong then asked, "Then big brother, are you ready to fight the heaven chosen of the other factions? Now that the great Xia dynasty has been established, all the major players should be ready to fight on the big stage?" After hearing his little brother's words, Sun Wen looked at him with weird eyes, then shook his head. "Little brother, this is the reason that I say you are not tactically minded. Why should I fight with them personally?" "Big brother, what do you mean?" "Before coming to this trial, I have secretly contacted the Death Order Palace and formed an alliance with them," responded Sun Wen with a devilish smile on his face. However, Sun Jiaolong on the other end was frowning after hearing this. As such, he asked, "Doesn't that violate the unwritten rule of not secretly assassinating each other's heaven chosen? If the person doing the assassination belonged to the younger generation, then of course it does not violate the unwritten rule," replied Sun Wen with a smirk look on his face. After this, Sun Jiaolong sighed and left the courtroom, heading back to his own manor. Afterward, Sun Jiaolong sat cross-legged and started pondering the situation of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. As a matter of fact, their dynasty is currently in dire straits. Their imperial dynasty has cultivated 4 great emperors, but one of the biggest hidden secrets of the dynasty is the fact that only the founding emperor of their dynasty was actually a true great emperor. All the other 3 were in fact pseudo-emperors. Which means that despite having acquired the heaven will, their Tao hearts were not strong enough to bear it. As such, these pseudo-emperors are even weaker than the weakest of true emperors. As a matter of fact, even the emperor scripture that they created is in fact incomplete. So, technically speaking, the Great Wu imperial dynasty only has one emperor scripture. Sun Jialong knew that the reason for this situation is due to the fact their dynasty places too much emphasis on using schemes and plots. In any situation, the first instinct of their people is to use schemes to kill their enemies. And if that does not work, then they will fight. And if the enemy proved to be more powerful than them, then they would run away or strategically retreat. Many of the people of the dynasty noticed this problem and ought to change. They believed that in the future the people of the dynasty should behave more bravely and upfront, just like the martial great emperor, the first emperor of their dynasty. However, the majority of people disagreed. They argued based on the fact that their own way has produced more than 3 great emperors. Additionally, according to these people, a pseudo-emperor is still an emperor. Due to different ideologies, 2 different factions have thus formed inside the Great Wu imperial dynasty, constantly fighting and competing with each other. After thinking about these things, Sun Jialong sighed and took out a sword from his space ring. The sword looked dull and rusted, like it would be broken or fall apart the next moment. On the sword, the character "for human" was inscribed vividly on it. After looking at the character, a fierce light flashed across Sun Jialong's eyes as he had just made a very important decision. "I'm sorry, but this is all for the future of the Great Wu dynasty," muttered Sun Jialong under his breath. Chapter 118. When Wang Wei returned back to the palace, he was happy and relieved to discover that only half a month had passed during his retreat. As such, he immediately called a court meeting. Inside the meeting hall, all the ministers looked at Wang Wei sitting on the dragon throne. All of them had awe on their faces as they could feel that His Majesty was even more powerful than half a month ago. All of them wondered when cultivation became so easy. Of course, these people did not know that the reason that Wang Wei took so little time for his breakthrough was first due to his powerful soul. Second, it was because his cultivation room was the center or eye of the dragon vein that ran throughout the entire dynasty's capital. The dragon vein is actually a special kind of spiritual qi vein necessary for creating a fortune dynasty, while other spiritual veins are mainly used for places of cultivation. The more spiritual veins a place has, the more spiritual qi that said place contains. On the other end, without a place with a dragon vein, it is impossible to create a fortunate dynasty. This is one reason that Wang Wei had to wait until he conquered the capital before establishing his own dynasty. Meanwhile, during the court meeting, Wang Wei took a while to review all that happened during his retreat. After a few minutes, he said, "So, we are ready to start expanding our territories?" "Absolutely," answered Grand Commandant Li Jun. "Your Majesty, you can just give the order and our army will respond immediately." Wang Wei nodded and looked at one of his ministers. "What about the officials needed to take over different cities and states after our conquest? Is there enough people available?" The official who was part of the cabinet as the Minister of Education stepped forward and said, "Yes, according to your orders, we have trained copious amounts of scholars that are knowledgeable in government politics and management. However, Your Majesty, the majority of them do not have any actual experience." What do you mean not enough experience? Didn't you send them to different small villages around our territory to learn and experience proper management?" answered another member of the cabinet, the Minister of Finance. "How can a few villages compare to governing a city, county, or even state?" retorted the Minister of Education. "Well, all I know is that you people in the education department are responsible for a quarter of the entire dynasty's spending in the last 2 years. I do not know what kind of plan you have, all I can say is that we do not have any money for it." After saying that, the Minister of Finance snorted coldly, while the Minister of Education looked at him like he was the enemy that killed his family. If it was outside, there is a high chance that these two people would fight with each other. Upon seeing the tense atmosphere of these two people, someone finally said something. It was the Empress Dong Lifan. "Minister of Finance, there is no need to worry about the treasury of the dynasty. With the rapid expansion of our territories, there will be countless wealth coming our way. As for you, Minister of Education, after our territories expand, You can send the reserved officials to their post immediately. However, after a few months, a reviewer can be spent to examine how well they are doing their jobs. The one who did a good job can stay at their post, while the ones who fail can have their salary decreased and given a warning. After 3 warnings, these people can be sent back to the academy as teachers. After hearing this, both ministers snorted at each other while nodding to the empress. Although they do not like her, they have to admit that she is quite politically savvy. Many people did not like it when His Majesty broke convention 2 years ago and allowed the empress to hold power in the court. Although there have been many female rulers in this world, the idea that only male can be emperor has been ingrained on the bones and soul of the majority of people of this world, especially scholars. However, seeing that Wang Wei did not care about their rejection, and Dong Lifan had proven numerous times that she is capable, they still showed her some modicum of respect. After seeing that the problem had been resolved without his interference, Wang Wei smiled and said, "The Empress' decision is correct. The next few years, Great Xia will be in a state of constant war and conquest. There will be no time to allow people to slowly adapt." After saying this, he looked at the Minister of Agriculture and asked, "Do we have enough grains for our military exploit?" "Yes, Your Majesty. There is enough grain for more than 5 years of constant fighting without affecting the lives of the people. Moreover, we have enough reserve to feed the entire dynasty for 2 years in case an emergency were to happen." After that, Wang Wei looked at Chancellor Yan Liling, who also reported her preparation. There are plenty of pills refined by the alchemy hall. However, the pills are not enough for all the soldiers to use, only the officers with a certain rank. Furthermore, with constant refining over the past 2 years, the majority of spiritual medicine is almost all used. As you know, it takes a long time for spiritual medicines to grow, unlike normal ones. However, the shortage should also be relieved after we conquer a few more kingdoms. Wang Wei secretly nodded as he could always count on his team when it comes to doing things properly. The next person he looked at was the head of the refiner hall. After seeing the gaze that locked him in, the head of the refiner hall smiled wryly and said, "Your Majesty, our situation in the refiner hall is actually more dire than the alchemy hall. Due to the fact that we publicized puppet constructs and origins artifacts during the past 2 years, the entire dynasty is in great need of all kinds of spiritual materials. Whether it is woods, metals, or rocks. We overused most of the spiritual ores that we had available in construction. I hope that when the Grand Commandant conquers the first kingdom that he placed more emphasis on these materials first and sent it back to us in order to relieve our pressure in the refiner hall." Li Jun nodded after hearing this, which made the head of the refiner hall quite happy to the ire and envy of the other officials. However, both Li Jun and Wang Wei ignored these people. Afterwards, Wang Wei asked Grand Censorate Wang Ju, "Did Su Ai manage to infiltrate the Great Shu dynasty?" "Yes, Miss Su Ai did succeed in her infiltration," replied Wang Ju calmly. However, things seemed more complex than previously anticipated. "Oh, how so?" "His Majesty, according to the information we received, Taoism has greatly developed throughout the entire Great Shu dynasty. As Taoism focused on being pure and indifferent, not a lot of people are in fact interested in attending brothels. As such, our source of information is greatly reduced. What's even worse is the fact that the emperor of the Great Shu dynasty has denounced worldly affairs and entered seclusion to become a Taoist monk. From then on, all the court meetings took place in a Taoist temple habited by one of Your Majesty's peers. Our agents dare not enter the temple. Furthermore, the officials of the Great Shu dynasty have a great deal of respect for him, so they do not easily speak about him in public or in private. However, we did get some information. His name is Feng Heng and he is the Tao child of the Tai Profound Gate." Wang Wei looked pensive after hearing this news. He was not surprised by the fact that this person was from the Tai Profound Gate, as he had already guessed such. The Tai Profound Gate is a pure Taoist sect in the myriad emperor world who has cultivated 7 great emperors. Their founder, the absolute beginning great emperor, is considered one of the greatest emperors ever cultivated in the myriad emperor world. However, the reason he paid so much attention to this heaven chosen was not because of his background, but because he always felt there was something wrong with this guy. Despite only meeting once through the luck dragon of the Great Shu dynasty, he always had a weird feeling towards this guy. After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Wei then asked, "Anything else?" "Yes," answered Wang Ju before continuing. "A few days ago, we received news that a delegate from the Great Zhou dynasty was heading towards the Great Shu dynasty. However, we currently do not know the reason for such a visit. Many of my subordinates theorized that Crown Prince Ji Song wanted to form an alliance. However, given the arrogance of each heaven chosen, This is very unlikely. Wang Wei nodded in agreement with Wang Ju. With the pride of these people, even if they decided to form an alliance, they will first fight for who is the leader of said alliance. After Wang Ju finished her report, it was Li Jun's turn next. He waved his hand and a military map appeared in the middle of the courtroom. It was similar to a 3D hologram. Then he started to explain his marching strategy. Chapter 119. After Li Jun projected the map of the entire world, he waved his hand to zoom on the eastern borders where the Great Xia dynasty is located. Then he started to explain his deployment tactic. Our first goal of attack is going to be the territory of the Black Moon sect. As the territory does not have an actual army protecting it, I plan to take an elite group of soldiers to directly attack their sect's mountain. Then it will be easy for us to occupy their territory. After that, Li Jun controlled the map to show the territories of the Iron Fist Kingdom, and he said, when it comes to this kingdom, the plan is to invite the king of this kingdom to a one-on-one duel. The winner will be granted access to the other's territory. Given the madness of the Iron Fist King, there is a high chance that he will accept our invitation. As for the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, we will attack from their northern border through boats. Then move south until we reach their capital. Wang Wei nodded after hearing the plan as he had the utmost trust in Li Jun, but he still had to ask, what if the Iron Fist King refused your invitation? Li Jun smiled and answered, then we will use a 3-prone attack to conquer them. As you can see, the Iron Fist Kingdom is sandwiched between 4 nations. Northward is the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, southward is the Black Moon sect's territory, and eastward is our Great Xia dynasty. If he refuses our invitation, I will just wait until our legions conquer both the Black Moon sect and the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, then we will attack them from all 3 sides. All the ministers in the room nodded in agreement to the Grand Commandant's plan. Suddenly Wang Wei said, if the Iron Fist King accepts the invitation after his defeat, do not immediately kill him and ask him if he wants to surrender to me. Li Jun was a little surprised by the request, then he understood the reason. The Iron Fist King is actually a very charismatic person. As a king, he persuaded his entire kingdom to be as mad as him and indulge in the act of war as a form of pleasure. Although the Iron Fist King is actually a terrible ruler, he would make a terrifying general if leading an army of his own. Especially if he is provided with the resources of the Dao opening sect. Li Jun became excited after thinking about this possibility. At first he was going to let one of his number generals to fight the Iron Fist King because they had already broken through the Divine Altar realm, but now he changed his mind. Li Jun then nodded in excitement, then finished his military briefing. Soon afterward, the official court meeting was over and everyone left with the exception of Empress Dong Lifan. Wang Wei did not waste time and took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal, placing the seal over the empress title, thus handing over the control of the dynasty's Qi Luck Dragon to Dong Lifan. Under the help of Wang Wei, Dong Lifan's orange Qi dragon blended with the dynasty's luck and started studying it. In fact, Wang Wei was not surprised that Dong Lifan had an orange dragon for luck given her talent. As a matter of fact, if she was born in the Myriad Emperor world, her luck would have probably rivaled his and all the other heaven-chosen fit to fight for the heaven mandate. Wang Wei guessed that if Dong Lifan returned to the Myriad Emperor world with him, the Eternal Dream sect will offer the Dao opening sect a bunch of rare resources in order to acquire her. That's how valuable her dream manifestation soul talent was. While Dong Lifan was engrossed by the power of luck, a gray light flashed through Wang Wei's eyes, then his soul secretly connected with Dong Lifan. Then he started to experience how she connected, controlled, and understood the dynasty's luck. Dong Lifan suddenly felt something weird, however, after checking and not finding anything, she left the doubt in the back of her mind. She finally found a way to establish a Dao foundation. She did not want to waste time on meaningless things. After a few hours of studying, Dong Lifan's spirit was worn out and Wang Wei removed her connection to the dynasty's luck. With a smile on her face, the empress bowed to Wang Wei, then returned to her palace with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei closed his eyes on the throne for a few hours after Dong Lifan left. When he opened his eyes, he checked his own Qi dragon. The dragon was still black, however, under its neck, a few scales had turned back to purple. Wang Wei had a wide smile on his face. It seemed that his plan was working better than he imagined. Of course, most of the credits should be given to how talented Dong Lifan actually is. Meanwhile, Li Jun only took a few horse to travel from the capital all the way to the borders. After arriving, he met with General 3 who was waiting for him. He directly asked, "Is everything ready for deployment?" "Yes, Grand Commandant." Li Jun nodded, then headed outside the barracks. There he saw a gigantic wooden phoenix construct waiting for him. This was a soaring phoenix construct especially built for the military. Many soldiers carried their armors and weapons, then boarded inside the puppet construct. After all the soldiers boarded, Li Jun then entered. Soon afterward, one of the soldiers located in the beak of the phoenix bit his tongue to drop his blood on a formation, then he poured his origin chi in another place, then countless runes and patterns enveloped the construct. Unlike constructs used for civilians that operate on origin stone for energy to function, the ones in the military used origin chi instead. After the soldier finished pouring his origin chi, the phoenix construct flapped its wings and flew into the air. After checking that everything was working normally, Li Jun yelled, "Activate the invisible array." After hearing the order, the soldier located at the beak also poured his origin chi into another formation. Following which, countless divine runes further appeared all over the soaring phoenix construct. Then it disappeared from the air. No, to be precise, it became invisible to the naked eyes. Then the soaring phoenix construct rushed in a certain direction. In fact, it was not just Li Jun that was ordered to be dispatched. A legion composed of General 2, 4 and 5 took many boats heading to the northern side of the barbarian wolf kingdom. Their mission was to use the fastest speed possible to conquer this kingdom. Meanwhile, after traveling for a few hours, the construct reached the mountain where the Black Moon sect was located. Li Jun then ordered his man to surround the entire sect, not leaving any opening for people to escape. Then Li Jun mobilized his origin chi and shouted, "The people of the Black Moon sect, you are surrounded by the elite army of the Great Xia dynasty. If you lay down your weapons and allow your cultivation to be sealed, then you will be spared and treated as normal citizens of the dynasty. If you resist, then your sect will be annihilated without hesitation. I can swear in the name of His Majesty the wise sage Wang Wei." Li Jun's voice traveled throughout the entire mountain range, scaring all the disciples and elders of the sect. In fact, Li Jun wanted to directly attract and use force to make these people surrender. However, he could feel that this mountain was separated by a formation that would activate as soon as intruders reached a certain range. However, he was not to hurry as he had already prepared for such a scenario. Meanwhile, the people of the Black Moon sect were freaking out after hearing Li Jun's voice. As such, a meeting of the sect's upper echelon took place. The sect lord and elders were discussing whether to fight with their lives or just surrender like the people of the Great Xia demanded. One elder directly asked, "How did the Great Xia dynasty's army arrive in our territory without us even noticing them? It must be one of the flying constructs that they have invented in the past 2 years. It is such a waste to use such powerful origin artifacts for ordinary mortals." Well, it seems that these constructs can also be used for the army. If only our spies could have gotten the manuals for these constructs, our Black Moon sect would soon become one of the most powerful sects in the world. All of you are focusing on the wrong thing. What should we do now? Should we fight back or surrender? If we surrender, can anyone guarantee that the people of the Great Xia dynasty will keep their promise? Asked one elder. Immediately afterward, the room became quiet, until someone else's responded, "Given the information we have gathered on the wise sage emperor, he will most likely keep his words. In that case, let's just surrender." I agree. Me too. Then the majority of the elders decided to surrender. However, the sect lord was not willing to give up so easily. "There is still hope for us, so there is no need to surrender so soon." All the elders then looked at the sect lord with a puzzled look on their faces. They did not know where the so-called hope came from. They did not believe for 1 second that their sect's formation would be able to stop the people of Great Xia. "We can wake up the ancestor," responded the sect lord to the surprise of everyone in the room. To their knowledge, the ancestor has long passed away. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as they were led to believe. Immediately afterwards, an intense excitement flashed from these elders' eyes. Maybe there is still hope for their Black Moon sect. Chapter 120. A few minutes after Li Jun's warning, the sect's array was activated by someone in the inside, following which, a woman flew from the depth of the sect. In just a few seconds he appeared above the elite army of the Great Xia dynasty. However, Li Jun was not that surprised by the fact that a supernatural realm cultivator existed among the Black Moon sect. As soon as he saw someone flying over his head, he gave an order to his men. Then each of the 10,000 elite soldiers that he brought with him moved in different directions. They all mobilized both their blood chi and origin chi. The countless runes and patterns flew from them and connected together. An array was then instantly formed by all the soldiers. Immediately afterwards, the ancestor of the Black Moon sect discovered to her horror that she lost the ability to fly, and fell to the ground. Luckily for her, she was quite powerful and landed safely. Seeing the situation she was in, the Black Moon ancestor immediately waved her hand and an ancient lamp appeared in front of her that had a two-colored fire burning on top of it. As for Li Jun, he smiled after seeing that the formation worked. The Great Xia dynasty has used numerous resources in order to create this formation that prevents supernatural realm cultivators from flying. Now it was finally placed into use by the military. After grounding the enemy, Li Jun took his spear and readied himself for battle. Meanwhile, back in the barbarian wolf kingdom, General 2, 4 and 5 had already landed after traveling a few hours by boat. After taking time for the soldiers to rest, they headed to the nearest city and attacked. General 2 took out 5 constructs from a space ring gifted to him by the Grand Commandant just for this invasion. These constructs were soaring phoenix constructs. Under the guidance of all 3 generals, each phoenix construct was occupied by more than 20,000 soldiers. After entering invisible mode, the soaring phoenix constructs flew to the closest city. After arriving at the city, the army waited for night to arrive. Then, under the order of General 2, a special team of soldiers jumped down from one of the constructs. This team was wearing a very special armor that allows them to blend into heaven and earth and remain invisible. After landing inside the city, the special team of soldiers divided themselves into 2 groups. One group headed to the city's wall, while the other headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As the Fate's Shadow under Grand Censorate Wang Ju had already acquired a map of all the major cities in the barbarian wolf kingdom, this special team had detailed information about the entire city. After one group reached the city walls, they attacked and killed all the guards there. Then they opened the door for the rest of General 2's army. As for the other group, they also infiltrated the city lord's mansion and started killing all the guards. City Lord Qiu Jing woke up to the sound of screaming. Without waiting for him to properly dress himself, he rushed to his study room while ignoring his wife. Immediately, he tried to activate a hidden formation that would allow him to communicate to the capital and asked for help. Unfortunately for him, there seemed to be something blocking his use of the flying pigeon hex. Qiu Jing sighed after seeing this, then he sat on a chair waiting for something. After a few minutes, the noise outside of his mansion stopped, then he saw a young man leading a group of soldiers wearing deep dark armors. These armors seemed to be the same as the darkness, making it hard for the city lord to distinguish whether there were even other people beyond the young man. General 4 looked at City Lord Qiu Jing and waved for one of his men to capture him and his family. Afterwards, he sat on the chair and waited for his companions to finish their jobs. And just like that, in just a few hours, this entire city was occupied as swiftly as possible. After the Great Xia army entered the city, they arrested all the available soldiers capable of fighting and imprisoned them, then they took over the entire city. General 2 ordered that a few soldiers remain in the city in order to wait for the people from the Great Xia dynasty. There were countless scholars and government officials located in the boat that were on their way to come govern the city they had occupied. After that, all 3 generals boarded their soaring phoenix construct and headed for the next city to conquer. For this legion, the night will be very long. As a matter of fact, the reason that this conquest seemed so easy was due to the fact that Wang Wei essentially modernized war in his dynasty. He used refining and formations to create modern inventions such as cars, trains and planes, although they had different names. Then he applied these things to the military. With the soaring phoenix construct or plane, his army can travel anywhere as fast as possible. After that, he took inspiration from the special ops and created armors that have the ability to enter stealth mode. Then he trained a group of elite soldiers in the art of infiltration. That way, his army can be fast and efficient when taking down cities, and they can sacrifice less lives. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to actually invent guns as well. And he did not need to use gunpowder to do so. All he needed to do was install an array in a gun-shaped barrel that can shoot projectiles. These guns would then use blood or origin chi as energy to activate. Unfortunately, he failed. No, to be precise, he was prevented. When he was going to put his plan into action, Wang Wei suddenly felt an intense rejection from the world. He felt an intense will wanting to eject him out of this world. As such, he knew that Heavenly Tao was warning him not to so intensely change the way that war was waged in this world. Although Wang Wei was not very happy that someone prevented him from doing the things he liked, he still bore with it as he was not yet powerful enough to ignore Heavenly Tao. What's more, if he was exiled out of this world, he would be the one to lose greatly in the end. As such, he forbore for now. While General Tu led his legion to conquer many cities in the barbarian Wolf Kingdom, his boss, Li Jun, had just finished a fierce battle. Li Jun looked at the woman on the ground that had a hole in her throat with a calm face. Afterwards, he checked his own injury. His armor was mostly burned along with a few patches of his skin. Otherwise, he was perfectly fine. This person was way weaker than the ones Big Brother fought 2 years ago at the capital, muttered Li Jun. However, despite his victory, he was not too prideful. He knew that the reason that the fight went so easy was due to the fact that the dynasty's array prevented his opponent from using her advantage of flying in the air. Of course, Li Jun will not sell himself short. He was confident that if he had the ability to fly, he could easily challenge cultivators in the supernatural realm. And if he used all of his cards, he can still fight ordinary cultivators in the divine body realm. After pondering for a while, Li Jun raised his head and looked at the man that walked out of the Black Moon Sect's guardian formation. "You must be Sect Lord Ren Lu," asked Li Jun with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Sect Lord Ren Lu looked at the surrounding environment that was completely destroyed by these two people's fight. There were burned marks everywhere. Many holes could be seen all over the ground caused by spear piercing. A terrible slaughter intent was still lingering around, making him who was in the divine altar realm very uncomfortable. Ren Lu sighed and cupped his hand to Li Jun and bowed. "Slaughter God Li Jun, I would like to represent the Black Moon Sect and surrender to the Great Xia dynasty." However, Li Jun just looked at him with a ferocious smile on his face. "Do you think that your sect can surrender so easily after sending such a powerful cultivator to attack us?" Sect Lord Ren Lu did not immediately answer. Then after a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency, our sect. Do not mention to me the guardian array of your sect. You should be aware that it is only a matter of time before our army breaks it." After sighing for a second time, Sect Lord Ren Lu asked, "What do you want me to do in order to spare my Black Moon Sect?" "Simple," replied Li Jun with a calm look on his face. "Open the formation, then kill yourself." After hearing this, Sect Master Ren Lu was extremely calm. Then he took out a token, injected his origin chi inside, thus deactivating the guardian array of the sect. Immediately afterwards, he took out a sword from his space ring and inserted it straight into his heart, vomiting a big mouthful of blood. He did not pause or hesitate in his actions. Following which, Sect Lord Ren Lu fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Li Jun watched all of this with a calm look on his face. Then he ordered, "Someone go bury the Sect Lord properly, then enter the Black Moon Sect. All of you need to do is seal the cultivation of the people inside. If someone resists, just knock them down unconscious." Chapter 121. After Sect Master Ren Lu sacrificed himself, Li Jun kept his promise and just subdued the disciples and elders of the Black Moon Sect. After the sect had fallen, many other scholars and government officials quickly took over all the territories of the Black Moon Sect. A process that was remarkably fast and easy. Unlike other kingdoms and dynasties, the people living in those territories did not have any sense of belonging to the Black Moon Sect, especially given how this sect views ordinary people as nothing but labor farms that take care of their lands for them. As such, when the common people heard that another powerful dynasty had conquered the tyrant known as the Black Moon Sect, they were more than happy to hand over the power to the Great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, back in the barbarian Wolf Kingdom, after a few days of constant attack and occupying many cities, the legion headed by General Tu was discovered. The people of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom used a bunch of highly trained flying demonic beasts to uncover the position of the soaring phoenix constructs. As such, all three-number generals were then forced to fight the kingdom's army in a head-on confrontation. On a vast plain, Generals 2, 4 and 5 stood in front of an army of about 100,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, opposite them stood an army at least 3 times their size led by more than 5 generals wearing armor with a wolf design for helmet. General 2 looked at the army preventing their advance and he did not really care. What caught his attention was the more than 10,000 cavalry soldiers sitting on large wolves. He had read about the famous hunting wolf cavalry of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom. And personally he was quite excited at the prospect of his army fighting head-on with them. However, he knew such a thing was impossible as that would cause too many casualties to his legion. As such, he waved his hand, then a soldier stepped forward and handed General Tu, who was sitting on a demonic horse, a small pill. General Tu looked at the pill with a smile, then threw it into the air. The commander of the barbarian wolf kingdom noticed his enemy throwing something, so he ordered his men to take a defensive formation. However, to his surprise, he realized that the oncoming projectile was not directed at their army, but to a few hundred meters outside of the battlefield. The commander had a puzzled look on his face until the pill hit the floor and an odd scent enveloped the entire. Immediately afterwards, the swift wolves under the hunting wolf cavalry soldiers became agitated and started acting up. The soldiers were quite surprised as these wolves were properly trained for many years and have always been docile. As such, they immediately used secret methods to calm them down and controlled them. However, it was to no avail. On the contrary, the swift wolves became more agitated, then all their eyes turned red. The wolves started to collectively howl in the sky, then without hesitation or care for their rider, they rushed in the direction that the pill landed. With more than 10,000 wolves rushing together, the cavalry's formation was instantly destroyed. The majority of riders were thrown off the back of their companion, then trampled to death by the pack. As the wolves rushed for that pill, they left a trail of blood and death behind them. The commander of the army tried to stop them by roaring out loud with his powerful Orichin Chi, however, no one listened to him. The wolves seemed to have all become mad at the exact same time. To be exact, they were overwhelmed by desires, greed especially. The pill that General Tu threw over was actually specially made by both Wang Wei and Yan Liling to deal with the hunting wolf cavalry. They used Wang Wei's Origin Chi ability that allowed demonic beasts to break free from bloodline restrictions. Yan Liling took a large amount of Wang Wei's Origin Chi, then mixed many spiritual materials that give off an intoxicating scent and refined it into a pill. Whenever this pill is used, it will drive all demonic beasts crazy. It will awaken in them the instinct or desire to evolve their own bloodlines. After the wolves reached the place the pill landed, a killing feast instantly took place. One wolf took the bite of another to prevent it from acquiring the pill. However, before the wolf could rejoice at its victory, someone from behind slashed him in his throat with a sharp claw. And just like that, the swift wolves started killing each other without any impunity for their actions or any regards for the same race. All these demonic beasts care about is killing one another until one person remains the victor. All the soldiers in the plain looked in horror as these wolves brutally massacred one another. There was blood, limbs, organs and brain matter scattered everywhere. After a few minutes, the bestial brawl was over. And as expected, there was no final winner. The majority of the wolves were dead, and the ones still remaining alive were in no shape to battle. After seeing this, the morale of the barbarian wolf soldiers was terribly low. The hunting wolf cavalry has always been a symbol of might and invincibility throughout the kingdom. And yet they suffered such a terrible defeat. What's even worse, they were not defeated in battle and there was no glory in such a defeat. Because only a single pill took out such a prestigious legion. The commander of the kingdom's army realized the situation of his men and was prepared to do something to raise morale. Unfortunately, General Tu did not provide him with the opportunity. As soon as the wolves finished their slaughter, he ordered his army to march forward. Under order, all the soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty started moving forward. With each step they took, they would strike their spears into their shields, creating a clashing sound. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was very rhythmic as it echoed throughout the vast plain. As the dynasty soldier approached their enemy, they had created a terrifying momentum for themselves. The soldiers of the barbarian wolf kingdom suddenly felt that someone was slowly squeezing their hearts, making their breathing unstable. If it was not due to the strict military discipline, many of them would have long run away as they watched the sound of death slowly approaching them. As a matter of fact, many soldiers have already planned out their escape route even before the battle started. As the two armies crashed, it was a one-sided slaughter. The Great Xia soldiers were faster, stronger, and had better armor than the barbarian wolf soldiers. What's more, their troops' morale was at an all-time high. As such, the soldiers killed anything or anyone that stood in their way. With a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, they stabbed any person that was not wearing similar color armor as them. With coldness and ruthlessness in their eyes, the Great Xia soldiers marched over their enemies' dead bodies, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. In fact, Generals 2, 4 and 5 were not surprised by this outcome. One of the benefits that Wang Wei has received in this world is the ability to train powerful armies quickly through martial arts. In the myriad emperor world, most armies are made up of cultivators. Wang Wei is even aware of armies made up entirely of supernatural realm cultivators. And there might be even more powerful ones. However, one of the downsides of cultivating such an army is that it takes too long to train. Even though the cultivation method used in the army sacrificed lifespans in order to increase strength and speed of cultivating, it still takes a very long time to train. However, the martial arts in this world is different. With a few changes of Wang Wei, he could quickly cultivate soldiers as powerful as the Divine Sea realm as long as he had enough resources. This is something not possible in the myriad emperor world. Although martial arts also existed there, but it is only used by ordinary people who do not have leakless bodies to remain strong and healthy. Well, to be precise, it was used by nobles in mortal kingdoms and dynasties. With the help of martial arts, ordinary mortals can live up to 115 to 120 years, as long as they take good care of themselves. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to use martial arts to train his soldiers to have the strength of divine altar realm. However, only one person had reached such a strength through martial arts. He is known in this world as the martial ancestor, the creator or inventor of martial arts in this world. However, this person has been dead for countless years and there is no record of him leaving the method or technique to reach the strength of divine altar realm through martial art. Wang Wei has been searching for information about him throughout the world, hoping that he would find his legacy. As for the reason he did not create the method himself, it is because it would take too much time and he deemed it not worth it, as this martial art method would probably only help him a little in the early stage of his cultivation. The battle between the Great Xia dynasty and the barbarian Wolf Kingdom was still ongoing. After seeing the terrible defeat of his army, the barbarian Wolf commander ordered his other 4 generals to interfere in the battle. However, General 2, 4 and 5 intercepted these people and began a fierce fight with them. Despite being outmatched 5-3, General 2, 4 and 5 still managed to easily kill their opponent, as only 2 of them were in the divine altar realm. After this victory, General 2 led the Great Xia army straight to the barbarian Wolf's capital. Just like that, a month passed by. Wang Wei was sitting on his dragon throne while having a meeting with a few officials when brand new information was sent from the front lines. Are you saying that some outside force interfered in our conquest of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom's capital? Asked Wang Wei with a frown in his face. Yes, His Majesty, replied one of the Fate's shadow under Grand Censorate Wang Just control. Who is it? Demanded Wang Wei. Well, it's... Chapter 122. After seeing the hesitation in the agent's face, Wang Wei said, You just need to inform me of the information you have gathered. You do not need to think about anything else. After hearing this, the agent sighed in relief before answering. According to the information sent back from the frontier, General Tu and his legion had already conquered the majority of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom, with the exception of the capital. However, as soon they were about to breach the city, 5 unknown and powerful divine altar realm cultivators appeared and prevented them from succeeding. Immediately afterwards, we sent some of our elite agents from the Fate's shadow to investigate the origin or source of these people. Our findings was that they are most likely from the noble alliance of our dynasty. After the agent said this, the room immediately became silent. All the ministers had their eyes wide open, with some having fear in their eyes. The cunning ones could tell that something major was about to happen. Most likely? Asked Wang Ju with a frown on her face. The agent lowered his head before answering, We can confirm that they are indeed responsible for this. However, before we could gather enough evidence, the other party seemed to have noticed and destroyed all links that tied them with the people of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom. After hearing this, many officials realized that things become complicated. Without evidence, His Majesty cannot just randomly kill these nobles. After all, this dynasty is one that runs with rules and laws. There needs to be some sort of order or process when doing things. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, Go give my order to the royal guard captain to imprison all the nobles of the capital. All the officials were shocked, then many of them knelt on the ground and said together, Your Majesty, you cannot. What? Replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. According to the laws of the dynasty, all people need a reasonable crime for them to be arrested, replied one of the ministers kneeling on the ground. From what I remember, my words were the law in this dynasty, replied Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. After hearing this, cold sweat started to fall down these ministers' backs. Despite not releasing any aura, all the ministers in the room suddenly felt a heavy pressure pressing on them coming from Wang Wei. This was his natural aura cultivated as person in high position, as ruler of an entire dynasty, in charge of the lives of billions of people. The room became quiet. Over the years, these officials have grown accustomed to His Majesty's calm, collected and relaxed demeanor. Unlike the majority of emperors of this world, His Majesty Wang Wei was truly a wise sage as he allowed his officials to express their opinions, to criticize his actions when necessary and to point out his shortcomings. However, as a result of this, many of the officials forgot the fact that His Majesty was in fact a very powerful cultivator who forged his throne with iron and blood. And in the Great Xia dynasty his words are still absolute. After realizing this, all the officials remained silent and dare not say anything again. After a few minutes of silence, Empress Dong Lifan opened her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, you are right in saying that your words are absolute. However, it is better to use a softer method dealing with this situation. After all, you still have a reputation to uphold. Your Majesty might not care about reputation, but a good reputation can be of great use when dealing with newly conquered territories, especially to calm down and reassure the people." Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face after hearing this, then he nodded. Afterwards, he looked at Wang Ju and asked, "Do you still have the evidence of all the crimes these nobles committed before the dynasty was established?" "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Grand Censorate Wang Ju. "In that case, use these evidences as an excuse to capture and imprison these nobles." Many of the officials secretly nodded in relief. As long as His Majesty does things according to the law, then they are relieved. These officials do not actually care about the lives of these fallen nobilities. As long as the sanctity of the law remains untouched and undamaged, they are more than satisfied even if it is just on the surface. Suddenly, one of the officials that was still standing stepped up and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do about the transcending mortality realm cultivator?" "Don't worry about this," replied Wang Wei. Then he gazed at the commander of the Royal Guard, which was an army designated solely to protect the royal family and the capital. "Tell the captain to leave the Jing, Lung and Chang as the very last noble family to capture." The commander of the Royal Guard bowed, then left the palace to do as His Majesty ordered. Meanwhile, in the former Duke Xing residence, Patriarch Jing Yong was crazily destroying everything in his room. He threw teapots and cups at the walls, he punched through all the tables and ravaged all the books around. Then he looked at the other two people sitting in front of him and said, "Are you too stupid? Do you want our three ancient noble families to be destroyed?" "You are overreacting, Jing Yong," said Patriarch Lingzan. "That's right. This new emperor is all about respecting the law. Without proper evidence he will not easily take action against our families," said Patriarch Changlu. "Didn't you notice this the past 2 years?" he added. "No matter what secret method our noble alliance uses, as long as we do not leave any evidence at best, the officials will just impose a few meaningless taxes on us." After calming down a bit, Patriarch Jing Yong looked at these two like two idiots and said, "That is only because we did not do anything that greatly infringed on the benefit of His Majesty." Jing Yong took a deep breath to calm himself down, then sat cross-legged on the floor. "Why did you guys do this anyway? It could not be just to antagonize His Majesty?" Patriarch Changlu was silent for a moment before answering, "It's because the royal family of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom offered us more than 70% of their family's wealth. Originally, the royal family asked us to sabotage the Great Xia from the inside," added Patriarch Lingzan. "However, knowing how powerful the Great Xia dynasty has gotten the past few years, we refused." After hearing this, Jing Yong sighed and did not say anything else. As such, the room became quiet for a few minutes. Only the sound of inhaling and exhaling could be heard. "You do not need to worry too much, Jing Yong. Nothing will happen to our alliance," said Lingzan. However, before he even finished his words, someone barged into the room while panting heavily. Jing Yong's anger that has just subsided flared up again and he roared, "I thought I told you not to interrupt me when receiving guesses in the study?" "But Patriarch, there is terrible news. The royal guard suddenly started to arrest all the noble families in the capital," responded the intruder. "What?" said both Patriarch Lengzan and Changlu, who immediately stood up at the same time. Jing Yong's body trembled slightly after hearing this. What he feared the most had happened. Meanwhile, Zheng Lan rushed over to the servant and held him by the neck and said, "Don't lie about something like that." Not lying. As such, Zheng Lan released the poor man after hearing this. After that, he started walking back and forth in the room while muttering, "What to do, what to do, what to do." Then he immediately looked at Zheng Yong. Even Chang Lu did the same as they both realized that they had made a grave error in judgment. As for Zheng Yong, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "Do not worry, I will take care of everything. However, you guys need to lay low for a while." After saying this, he completely ignored the other two and headed to another room in his mansion. There, Patriarch Zheng Yong had a flying pigeon hex installed in order to communicate with people. He took out a token and used his origin chi to activate the formation and send a message, "Ancestor, I need your help again this time." "What is this time?" Then Zheng Yong explained in detail his next step of action. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Wang Wei and the officials were still waiting for the result from the royal guards while discussing other problems to deal with in the dynasty. After a few hours, someone hurried into the meeting room and handed a talisman to the agent responsible for reporting the news about the barbarian wolf kingdom, who then relayed the information to Wang Ju. "What is it?" asked Wang Wei. "Your Majesty, we just received news that 3 people flying destroyed countless houses in 3 different cities. However, there were no casualties during these incidents," replied Wang Ju. "What about the flying people?" "They flew away before the formations were deployed," replied Wang Ju. An answer that made Wang Wei sigh. "It seemed that our bait was unsuccessful," said Yan Liling suddenly. "It's unfortunate," replied Wang Wei. "Go and tell the royal guards to only capture all the properties of the Zheng, Ling and Chang family." Many officials did not understand the conversation between His Majesty and the Chancellor. However, the few that did had sweat falling down their backs. It was then that they realized that His Majesty did not just use his overwhelming strength to become an emperor, but he also had an amazing tactical mind. It's just that he did not need to use it most of the time. Chapter 123. As a matter of fact, the officials were right in thinking that Wang Wei was cunning when necessary. Over the years, he did not stop thinking about how to get rid of these noble families that were a nuisance to his rule. As such, he wanted to kill their backer first, their hidden cards, the supernatural realm cultivators. As such, he invented an array that would prevent them from flying, then secretly trained people that were capable of instantly setting up this formation and scattered these people to different cities of the dynasty's territory. One of the reasons he acted so swift and brutal today was because he wanted to lure these supernatural realm cultivators to show themselves, then rapidly arrest them with the formation he created. Unfortunately, these people seemed to be on guard and just destroyed a few houses before immediately flying away. After sighing for a while that his plan failed, Wang Wei regained his bearing and continued the meeting. "What happened to the pills that I have asked you for?" suddenly asked Wang Wei to Yan Liling. "I'm not done refining them due to the large requirement. I'm still confused. Why do you need so many rare and high-quality pills?" responded Yan Liling with a confused look on her face. "I need them for something. I'll tell you all about it when everything is done." "Well, given the fact it is extremely hard for me to refine low-grade earth-tier pills without a divine sense, it will still take a while for me to refine all of them." "Well, take your time and give them to me when you are done," replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. Yan Liling just nodded and did not ask any further questions. However, someone else did. "Your Majesty," said one official. "What do we do with the war in the barbarian wolf kingdom?" "Send reinforcement immediately," responded Wang Wei without hesitation. "Tell General Tu that he has less than a week to breach the capital city." Everyone nodded and the court meeting of the day was officially over with all the ministers leaving. As usual, Empress Dong Lifen stayed behind to talk to Wang Wei. When the room was empty with the two of them left, she got up from her throne and bowed to Wang Wei and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for listening to my advice today." As smart as Dong Lifen is, she could tell that His Majesty had no plans to just brutally kill all the nobles without any reasons or official statement. However, when Wang Wei showed that he changed his mind after hearing Dong Lifen's plea, it provided her with more power in the court. It showed to the officials that the Empress had the ability to influence the Emperor. With the ability to influence the Emperor came the power to influence the entire dynasty. As such, there is nothing that officials fear and respect more than an Empress that can whisper to the Emperor's ear. After all, what if the Empress started to talk badly about any of them to His Majesty? Wang Wei smiled and waved for her to get up and sit down. To be honest, she was not the main reason that he acted so callous and indifferent during today's meeting. Over the years, in order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei has been using the concept that the law is above everything and should be followed and respected. Although Wang Wei was not as harsh as the Qin's dynasty back on Earth, he was still very moderately strict when it came to the law of Great Xia. Unfortunately, a problem soon arose. A faction of scholars that worshipped the law was formed. These people called themselves the School of Law and became a rabid supporter of this way of ruling the dynasty. At first, Wang Wei supported their factions as it made it easier to control the court. However, recently, these people seem to have gotten over their heads and started to play with the notion that even the emperor should be bound and restricted by the law. So, today Wang Wei used this opportunity not only to lure his enemy from the shadow, but also to send a message to these scholars that as long as he was here, his words will be absolute, and will be above everything in this dynasty, even the law he himself created. As for Dong Lifen's act of acquiring more power, he just provided an opportunity. In that situation, any of his ministers could have spoken and he would have listened. The fact that she spoke first and took this opportunity showed that she is politically savvy and knows when to take action. As for the reason that neither Wang Ju nor Yan Liling spoke, it was because none of the people cared about the struggle for political power. For one, they had plenty of power already in the Great Xia dynasty. Secondly, and more importantly, they are just travelers in this world. For them, the experience in this small world will one day become nothing but a fond memory that they reminisced about in their very long and fulfilling life. After sitting down, Wang Wei and Dong Lifen then began their study of the dynasty's qi luck. After a few hours, the empress left happily as usual and Wang Wei checked his qi dragon. He smiled after noticing that a quarter of it had already returned to the color purple. Afterwards, he headed straight for a sealed room in the palace. After opening this secret room, Wang Wei saw countless puppets standing there without moving. All these puppets had human shape and emanated a powerful aura. After checking the room, a vicious smile appeared in Wang Wei's mouth before sealing the room and leaving. Meanwhile, back in the Black Moon sect's territory, Li Jun was sitting inside a military barracks while reviewing papers. After the Black Moon sect surrendered, he quickly brought people over from Great Xia to occupy the territories. After more than a month of hard work, all the people of this new territory became aware of the rules and regulations of Great Xi, including the benefits like free schooling and access to their own fertile lands as long as they pay their taxes. As such, it was quite easy for them to accept the new rule. After reviewing his paper, Li Jun looked at General Wan and asked, "What about the duel letters? Did the Iron Fist King accept the challenge?" "Yeah, Grand Commandant," responded General Wan. "The Iron Fist King said that the duel can take place at the border of our territory 3 days from today." Li Jun nodded, not that surprised by the outcome. He did not just randomly make this plan. He did so after a deep and careful analysis of the history and character of the Iron Fist King. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed a hesitant look on General Tu's face. As such, he said, "If you have something to say, just do it." "Commandant, I'm just worried that the Iron Fist King will go back on his words. That all of this is just a trap against you." Li Jun nodded and did not admonish his subordinate for being so cautious. As such, he replied, "Given the character of the Iron Fist King, the chance of him going back on his words are very slim. However, even if he did so, it will not matter. The reason that I used this method to settle our territories was in order to be fast and efficient. If he goes back on his words, we'll just have to use the hard way to conquer the Iron Fist Kingdom." A fierce light flashed through Li Jun's eyes when he said that, then he continued, "And if it is indeed a trap?" Li Jun just sneered at the idea. With his strength, would he be afraid of any trap? However, he still took note of this possibility. He has also learned a great deal of things after the incident back in Blackwing City. As such, he decided to take a few elite soldiers to accompany him during this duel just in case something beyond his calculations goes wrong. 3 days later, at the border of the Black Moon sect's territory and the Iron Fist Kingdom, Li Jun, wearing his armor and holding his spear, waited for someone to show up. After a few minutes, he saw an old man with white long hair and white beard traveling towards him on top of a horse-like demonic beast. After a few minutes, the old man stopped a few meters from Li Jun and descended from his mount. His armor shone under the light of the sun. He looked at his opponent and said, "Slaughter God Li Jun, Iron Fist King Tai Gang," replied Li Jun while observing his opponent with a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised at the fact that the Iron Fist King was an old man, but his actual age. Based on secret methods he learned from the sect without personally checking his body, he can roughly estimate that the Iron Fist King was actually only just over 100 years old. Given the fact that he is actually a peak divine altar realm cultivator, he should have at least 1,000 years of lifespan. And yet, Li Jun could actually see that he did not have long to live. The Iron Fist King looked at the soldiers a few thousand meters from them and asked, "You do not trust me? Well, it's just precautions, they will not have any effect on the battle." "Good, then let's get this started," replied the Iron Fist King with excitement after taking out a halberd as a weapon. Chapter 124. Li Jun rushed towards the Iron Fist King and stabbed him. His spear turned red and headed straight for the Tai Gang's head. However, the Mad King was not to be outdone. Without hesitation, he swung his halberd to block the oncoming attack. Bang! The two weapons clashed together, creating a powerful shock wave that destroyed the ground around them. Despite this, the two of them did not move an inch. After the first attack, the two of them continued to rapidly clash against each other. The air trembled and sparks could be seen when their two weapons met each other. From a distance, the soldiers could only see two shadows overlapping with each other. The weapons of the two of them also left only afterimages, signifying the fact that the two of them were moving faster than the ordinary eyes can capture. At first, the Iron Fist King could match with Li Jun, but after more than 10 clashes he started to feel the pressure. Each strike of Li Jun seemed to become heavier and heavier. By the 30th clash, the Iron Fist King started to move backwards. With each step he took back, he managed to neutralize some of the force from Li Jun's spear. However, he knew that this was not a real solution to his situation. By the 40th clashes, the Iron Fist King started to expire profusely. His breathing was rapid, his steps were weak and his arms trembled with each swing. More importantly, his vast origin chi was running out faster than he expected. He looked at the normal and relaxed behavior of his opponent and sighed. "These extraterrestrial demons are as strong as I anticipated," thought the Iron Fist King in the midst of battle. He knew that this was not the way to go, so he changed tactics. When Li Jun attacked him again, he did not collide head-on. Instead, he moved his halberd sideways and blocked the attack. Then he used the recoil of the attack to move a few meters away from his opponent. Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King a few meters away from him and did not chase after him. After all, his purpose was to subdue him, not kill him. As such, he will also allow his opponent to use all his cards and defeat him with absolute strength to show the difference between them. After taking a few seconds to breathe heavily, the Iron Fist King managed to regain some strength and stamina. More importantly, all the 270 divine veins inside his body absorbed the spiritual chi around him to replenish his origin chi. The Iron Fist King was surprised by the fact that his opponent allowed so much time to recover, but he did not care about the reason. As long as he managed to have a satisfying battle, he did not care about anything else. After recuperating his strength, the Iron Fist King decided to use a different method. He raised his halberd in the air and swung down. With a swish sound, a more than 30 meters vertical slash headed straight towards Li Jun. The slash destroyed anything that was in its way, the ground and the air. When Li Jun noticed the green slash coming his way, he did not falter. His spear turned red and directly pierced the slash. Boom! An explosion occurred after the two attacks touched each other. The ground around Li Jun exploded into countless pieces with debris flying everywhere. However, Li Jun did not care about this. What he cared about was the fact that this was not a normal attack, but a spiritual one. After clashing with the slash, countless images suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw the death of all his concubines, his companion Yen Liling, his mother and father. He even saw Wang Wei's death. For a brief moment, a deep fear suddenly enveloped Li Jun, fear of losing the people closest to him, fear of being alone in the world. However, after a brief moment, these images disappeared. As a person who passed the pagoda trial, Li Jun has a powerful Dao heart and willpower. What's more, his spirit is way more powerful than the Iron Fist King. The Iron Fist King watched with a frown how his opponent easily destroyed his attack. This move was one of his most powerful and proud methods. Being able to bring out the inner fear of his enemy, then weakening their combat ability. The Iron Fist King has always been proud of how strong his spirit was as it was cultivated through countless battles. "Spirit attacks, huh?" said Li Jun with a smile on his face. "Why don't you try mine?" After saying that, Li Jun also used a flying attack from a distance. However, his attack was not a slash, but a more 40 meters long spear manifested from the origin weapon in his hand headed straight for his opponent. After seeing this, the Iron Fist King's face changed and he mobilized all the origin chi in his body to prepare to defend. Instead of using another flying attack, the Iron Fist King clashed heads with the oncoming spear. His halberd turned green as he clashed with the upcoming red spear. Boom. The halberd clashed with the attack, creating a powerful explosion in the surrounding slash. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still managed to stop the attack for a brief moment. However, it was only for a short while. Immediately afterwards, the spear pushed him backwards, leaving skidding marks on the ground. However, the Iron Fist King was still trying to stop the attack. He vomited a big mouthful of blood and his old face became pale. However, he did not stop. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes as he used more strength in order to stop the attack. He mobilized all the origin chi possible and strengthened the muscles in his arms to increase his power. This method was somewhat useful. With this newfound power, the spear slowed down dramatically, but it still did not stop completely. As such, the Iron Fist King was miserable. He threw up countless mouthfuls of blood. His armor was mostly destroyed and he seemed to have aged considerably. After being pushed for more than a few hundred meters, the spear was stopped and disappeared. However, before the Iron Fist King could breathe a sigh in relief, an intense desire to slaughter invaded his mind. He secretly cursed as he realized that he was affected by a spiritual attack. The Iron Fist King's eyes suddenly turned red as he felt his mind slowly being swallowed by the desire to kill. He tried to fight the urge by himself, but it was to no avail. As such, he tried physical pain to wake him up. He clenched his teeth and hands until both his mouth and palms were bleeding. This pain seemed to be useful, so the Iron Fist King sought to use this method. Without hesitation, he stabbed the pointy end of his halberd straight into his thigh. He screamed out loud in agony. However, the intense throbbing pain managed to distract him from his desire to kill. Immediately afterward, the Iron Fist King knelt in one knee to support himself. Despite his act of self-mutilation, the Iron Fist King realized that even this level of pain was not enough to completely free himself from Li Jun's spiritual attack of slaughter. As such, he started to twist the halberd that was still stuck on his raised leg. Blood squirted out his thigh as the Iron Fist King screamed out loud. However, he did not stop for even a second. After a few minutes, he stopped his actions as he could feel that he already got his bearing back. The intense urge to kill all things in existence slowly faded away until it was completely gone. The Iron Fist King breathed rapidly as he felt exhausted both physically and spiritually. He looked at Li Jun with a little bit of fear in his eyes. However, immediately afterwards, his fears were replaced by a desire for battle, even though he was not in the shape to fight right about now. "Your plan will not succeed," suddenly said Li Jun, who watched all the Iron Fist King's actions with a calm look on his face. "What do you mean? I figure out the reason why you are so young, yet you have so little lifespans left. You used battles between life and death to break through the cultivation realm quickly," said Li Jun while placing his spear on his shoulder. "Is there something wrong with that?" "Well, there is. If you do it once or twice it will be fine. But if you do it constantly, you will use your lifespan to pay for each breakthrough." The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He has been pondering the reason for his rapid aging. He thought it was because there was something wrong with his cultivation technique, but it seemed that it was not the case. The Iron Fist King then sighed after realizing his mistake. Then he asked, "What do you mean that my plan will not work?" Chapter 125. Li Jun smiled after hearing the question and explained, "You probably wanted to break through the supernatural realm during a life and death situation. However, the success of such a thing is almost impossible." "Why is that?" asked the Iron Fist Kingdom with genuine concern. Although he managed to successfully cultivate to the peel of the divine altar realm, his cultivation technique method did not have the method to break through to the next realm. As such, when he received the due invitation, he accepted without hesitation as he believed this powerful extraterrestrial demon could give him just the right amount of pressure that allowed to break through. Unfortunately, he seemed to have not only underestimated the difficulty in breaking through the transcending mortality realm, but also how strong his opponent actually was. It may be possible to use life and death situations to break through the body refining, divine sea and divine altar realm. However, the supernatural realm is actually a transformation of life level. Cultivators will go from the early phase of cultivation to the middle phase. A perfect example is the fact that a supernatural realm will have at least 10,000 years of lifespan, which is 10 times that of the divine altar. "You still did not explain how it is impossible to break through?" asked the Iron Fist King. "In order to reach this realm, a cultivator must catch a ray of good fortune chi from heaven and earth. When this chi blends in with the divine altar, an ancient lamp will be formed to hold the good fortune flame. The good fortune flame is actually quite the magical thing. It allows cultivators' origin chi to transform into origin essence. It allows cultivators to open their Niwen aperture and have their own sea of consciousness, thus granting cultivators access to their soul. Now, imagine that you have to do all these transformations and baptizement while in the midst of battle. Without a peaceful environment full of spiritual power, this very precise process can fail with the tiniest of mistakes. The Iron Fist King frowned after hearing this. He realized that his plan was actually quite dangerous. Not to mention whether his enemy would give him time to make his breakthrough. Even if he did, he might still fail. First of all, he did not even know what the chi of good fortune was, let alone find it and catch it to make his breakthrough. Even if he did, how long would such a wonderful and powerful transformation of the essence of life take him? Probably years if not decades. How could he do such a thing while fighting for his life? The Iron Fist King sighed after realizing his errors due to lack of knowledge and inheritance. After pondering for a while, he looked at Li Jun and asked, "Why are you telling me this? Something tells me it is not because you are absolutely sure of your victory?" "You are indeed right," responded Li Jun with a smile. "My big brother wants you to acknowledge allegiance to him." "Big brother? You mean the Emperor of Xia wants me to become a general under him?" "No, you misunderstood. To us, this world is nothing but a trial for which we will eventually leave. My big brother acknowledged your abilities and wanted you to follow us back to our world when we leave here." The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He knew that these extraterrestrial demons came from a very powerful world. There are even rumors that their world actually has great emperors. After pondering for a few moments, the Iron Fist King then said, "I can agree to your request, but I have a request." "What is it?" "As long as it is in my power, I can do my best to help." "I can see that you did not use all your strength during this fight," said the Iron Fist King with a dangerous light in his eyes. "I want you to attack me with your most powerful attack." "Are you sure about this?" asked Li Jun with a frown on his face. "With your current situation, you will probably not survive my strongest attack." "It's all right. Anyway, it's just death," replied the Iron Fist King with a nonchalant attitude. Li Jun looked at the determined look on his opponent's face and he could guess the reason for the request. Although the Iron Fist King believed the words he said previously, he was not convinced before trying. After all, he is a man with strong willpower. How can he easily change a decision he has made, especially when it comes to his future cultivation path? As such, Li Jun did not try to persuade him anymore. He gathered all his strength and rushed towards the Iron Fist King. His spear lit up red and he yelled, "Blood riot," before stabbing his opponent. The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up when he saw this attack. A sudden dread of death overcame and he could feel like he would die if he was hit by this attack. With a strong will, the Iron Fist King overcame his fear of death and began to mobilize his last remaining strength to fight back. However, to his horror, he discovered that his body could not move. He suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was not under his control and he could not move. Then all his blood started to move backward from his body, destroying anything in its path in order to return to the heart. Once all his blood reached his heart, it condensed into a small ball, then exploded. Boom. The Iron Fist King heard an exploding sound in his mind, then looked at Li Jun's spear that was only a few centimeters from his heart. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. However, immediately afterwards, blood started to come out in every orifice in his body. Whether it was his eyes, noses, ears and even the pores in his skin. With an incredible look on his face, the Iron Fist King fell on his back with his body looking quite stiff. Li Jun looked at him on the ground and shook his head. He took a pill from his space ring and a look of pain could be seen on his face as he looked at the pill. Well, he could not help as this was a high-grade Earth-tier pill that primordial spirit realm cultivators can use. It's not that Li Jun did not have access to higher levels of pills, but this was the highest level of pills allowed in the trial. What's worse, this pill was actually a healing one which made it even more valuable. However, Li Jun did not hesitate much to feed this pill to the Iron Fist King. Another reason that he chose such a valuable pill was due to the fact that it could help alleviate the Iron Fist King's problem with his lifespan. After feeding him the pill, he carried him back to the military barrack. While the Iron Fist King was resting, Li Jun was reviewing the last attack he made during this fight. As a matter of fact, this move was not actually a part of the heaven fighting scripture that he cultivated, but one he created himself after years of study. When he started to cultivate, his big brother Wang Wei warned him to not strictly follow the scripture and to think of his own Tao instead. Although the heaven-fighting scripture provided a step-by-step guidance on how to cultivate the Tao of fighting, Li Jun chose his main Tao to be slaughter. His dream, or should say goal, is to be a fierce general that slaughters all the enemies in his big brother's path of the emperor. Although Li Jun knew that this was probably an unrealistic goal, he will give in all his effort trying. So this blood rebellion technique is his first step on cultivating his Tao of slaughter, and he is satisfied with this result. Just like that, 4 days passed and the Iron Fist King finally woke up from his coma. He looked around and muttered in a weak voice, "Am I alive?" He raised his hand and immediately noticed something different. His hands were not as wrinkled as he remembers them to be. He even noticed that his voice was also different, it was full of vitality. A few minutes after waking up, Li Jun walked into the medical room and said, "It seems that you are recovering rapidly. I guess I owed all of this to you. Well, as long as you do go back on your promise, everything will be fine. A Taigang is man of his words. Since I promised to surrender to His Majesty Wang Wei, then I will do so." Li Jun nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He chatted with the Iron Fist King for a while before leaving him to rest. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu Dynasty, national teacher Feng Heng was walking with a frown on his face. After checking all the Taoist temples in the capital, he realized that the incense power contained there had mysteriously disappeared. Even after checking thoroughly, he could not find the reason. While walking around, someone approached Feng Heng and handed him a paper, and the frown on his face increased after reading. According to the information he just received, this situation was exactly the same in the other temples around the Great Shu Dynasty. Feng Heng knew that the Tai Profound Gate had a strict and severe rule when it came to absorbing incense power. Although he himself knew that he did not do such a thing, however, if one of his competitors used this event as an excuse to attack him, he would be in quite the tough spot. As such, Feng Heng started to mobilize all the power of the dynasty to investigate the situation. Chapter 126. After giving his orders, Feng Heng returned to his own main temple. When he reached his cultivation room, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man standing there waiting for him. The middle-aged man had a calm and serene look on his face. His eyes radiated a profound wisdom that made anyone who approached him instantly have a good impression of him. Despite the man's unusual temperament, this was not the thing that caught people's attention when first meeting. His most noticeable or recognizable trait was his short black hair. Unlike most people who keep their hair long, this man had very short hair. Although it was to the point of being completely bald, it was quite close to it. However, this short somehow accentuated his calm and peaceful vibe. Feng Heng looked at the man with a surprised look on his face and asked, "Master?" The man just nodded to Feng Heng, who rushed to meet him with an exciting smile on his face. "Master, you seemed all right now." "No, you seem better than all right." "Yes. I have found something that stabilized my primordial soul." "Really?" "Ha, who would have thought that such a small world would have such a powerful thing?" responded Feng Heng, genuinely happy for his master. "Yes, who would have thought?" nodded the middle-aged man. "Disciple, how are things going recently?" "I just received an envoy from the Great Zhou Dynasty asking us to not interfere in their battle with the Great Wu Dynasty." "So, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to accept. After all, remaining neutral was our original plan. However, the people of the Great Wu Dynasty need to pay certain prices to buy our neutrality," responded Feng Heng while looking out a window in his room. Feng Heng's master nodded after hearing this, then he suddenly asked, "Something seemed to be on your mind. What happened?" "Master, I just discovered that a large portion of incense power was absorbed in the temples throughout the dynasty. I'm just worried about this." A gleam of light flashed from Shifuyu's eyes after hearing his disciple's words and asked, "Did you find the culprit?" "That's the problem, Master. I have not found anything despite personally searching with, well, you know what?" Shifuyu nodded as he understood the meaning behind his disciple's words. "Do you think that one of your competitors in the sect did it?" "It's unlikely. As the Tao child of the sect, I am the only one chosen to participate in this trial." "Disciple, you are too tender. Do you think your competitors will easily give up the position of Tao child? Even if they cannot attend the trial with the supporters they have, they can easily sneak in a few of their subordinates into this world in order to cause you trouble." Feng Heng frowned after hearing this and started thinking. The Tai Profound Gate way of choosing a successor is different from the Tao Opening sect. While the Tao Opening sect was decided purely based on strength, Wang Wei being the only exception, the Tai Profound Gates process is more complicated due to it being a religious sect based on Taoism. Besides strength, its successor, aptly named Tao Child, is chosen based on the amount of people supporting them in the sect and, more importantly, their understanding of the sect's philosophies and teachings. In the Tai Profound Gate, this is called Dharma Heart or Dharma Perception. One of the reasons that Feng Heng was able to become the Tao Child was due to his profound Dharma perception. And the reason he had such a deep understanding of Taoist Dharma was because his master, Shi Fuyu, personally explained it in great detail to him. As such, Feng Heng has a great deal of respect for his master. Not only because of his powerful origin, but because of his profound understanding of Taoism. After his master pointed out the possibility of his competitor sending spies to try to sabotage his trial, he realized that this was actually a possibility. Even if he failed this trial, his status would not be affected that much. As the sect's Tao Child, he is the heaven chosen selected to fight for the heaven will in this generation. One failure is not enough for him to be disposed of his position. However, if he was ever caught in possession of incense power, then he would be in a difficult situation even if he did not personally absorb it. After thinking about this, Feng Heng decided to spend more resources focusing on finding the spies his competitor sent in this world. At the same time, Shi Fuyu nodded with a smile after this. Great Zhou Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Ji Song sat in his dragon throne and looked at the envoy that had just arrived back from the Great Shu Dynasty. His bulging muscles could be seen from his dragon robe and he emanated a majesty at all times. So what was the result? He asked. The envoy trembled a little after hearing the question before answering. Your Majesty, they agreed to not interfere, but they have some demands? What demands? Asked Ji Song back, who had anticipated this outcome. The envoy took out a paper with a list of the demands and intended to hand it over to someone that would then give it to His Majesty. However, the paper suddenly flew from his hand and landed on Ji Song's hand, who immediately started reading it. After taking a brief overview of the list of demands, Ji Song frowned for a little while before going back to normal. The list mostly demanded population. Although the quantity was quite large, it did not go over his bottom line. As such, he readily agrees with the terms. Immediately afterwards, he stood up from his chair and said, "Now that everything is ready, let's start the war with the Great Wu Dynasty. I never liked these cunning snakes. I will personally lead the battle for this war." After saying this, Ji Song ignored the dissuasion of his ministers and headed straight for the military barracks. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Ji Su sighed and did not say anything regarding this matter. Back in the Great Xia Dynasty, the Iron King Fist, who has just healed from his injury, was sitting in a soaring phoenix construct flying back to the capital to meet Wang Wei. "Is it true that people can become great emperors in your world?" asked the Iron Fist King with a cunning gleam of light in his eyes. Li Jun noticed this gleam and he could understand the reason behind this, but he did not say anything but just smiled and said, "It's true. Our world has given birth to countless great emperors." "I wonder what it is like to be so powerful," muttered the Iron Fist King under his breath. After a few hours, the two of them reached the capital and went to see Wang Wei, who was sitting on his dragon throne. After entering the meeting room, the Iron Fist King looked at the officials around and ignored them. He glanced lightly at Wang Wei before bowing. "Tai Gang has seen His Majesty." Wang Wei nodded to him to rise and he took a good look at this charismatic Mad King. Due to the precious pill Li Jun used to heal, he looked a lot younger than the image he saw of him. He no longer looked like a decrepit old man, but more like someone in his 60s. After close observation, Wang Wei discovered that this Iron Fist King did fully respect him. Or to be precise, he seemed to have some ideas that he should not have. As such, Wang Wei suddenly used the power of his true will granted by his transcendent Tao Foundation and he looked the Iron Fist King straight into the eyes. Suddenly, the Iron Fist King felt tremendous pressure from Wang Wei's eyes. He felt like every secret on him had been seen through, then he saw countless strings attached to him and started to strangle him. The Iron Fist King felt a supreme pressure that wanted him to kneel down in allegiance. However, he refused to do so. He bit the tip of his tongue to alleviate the pressure. However, it was of no use. He suddenly coughed off a mouthful of blood and knelt in one knee on the ground. However, he was still resisting the pressure, the supreme will that enveloped him. However, to his horror, he discovered that his divine altar started making creaking sounds, and more new cracks started appearing. He could feel that his divine altar would be destroyed if he resisted anymore, but he refused to give up. As a man who can easily accept death, being crippled was nothing to him. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still felt humiliated. Not at the fact that he was forced to kneel down, but at the fact that his opponent just needed one look to make him into this severe situation. After resisting the supreme will for a few seconds, the Iron Fist King was eventually forced to his knees. He sighed and stopped resisting. He realized the vast difference between him and these extraterrestrial demons. He quickly erased the ambitious thought he had in his mind. Or at the very least, bury it deep until he has the strength to do so. Wang Wei nodded after seeing this and said, "Although your foundation is weak, you have a strong will and you are also a person who knows when to bow to circumstances. Well, welcome Tai Gang to be a member of my group." Chapter 127. After teaching the Iron Fist King a lesson to make him realize his place as a subordinate, Wang Wei nodded, then took out a talisman from his space ring, which was then handed over to Tai Gang. After getting the talisman, the Iron Fist King got up from the floor and wiped out the blood dripping down the corner of his mouth and inserted his origin chi into the talisman. Suddenly, a lot of information was inserted into his mind. As a result, the face of the Iron Fist King became increasingly ugly as he kept reading on. The information he received was actually just basic knowledge of the myriad emperor world. For example, the body refining realm had 12 layers instead of the 9 he previously believed. The highest amount of divine veins was actually 365. As for the 270 he had, it was the bare minimum required to break into the next realm. However, people who did that had the worst foundation possible among cultivators. Although the talisman explained that having a bad foundation does not always equate to strength, as some people have terrible foundations but their strength are unimaginable. Nevertheless, without a strong foundation, the future of these people will always be limited. It is impossible for a normal foundation, body refining 9th layer, to break through the saint realm. At the same time, it is almost impossible for a saint foundation, 10th layer, to reach the supreme realm. Although the Iron Fist King tried to find solace in the fact that this information mentioned the fact that it was almost impossible to achieve, meaning that there were exceptions to this rule. He knew that this was a long shot. As such, despite showing a calm look on the surface, his rapid breathing and accelerated heartbeat showed otherwise. Wang Wei noticed the Iron Fist King's reaction and said, "You do not need to worry about these things. When we return home as my subordinate, you are guaranteed the method to achieve a supreme foundation. As for the more powerful Dao foundation, you have to use the sex points to acquire one. This will depend on your capability." After hearing this, the Iron Fist King took a deep breath and bowed to Wang Wei. This time he did not bow slightly but did a 90-degree bow and said, "Thank you for the opportunity." Despite losing to Li Jun and acknowledging his surrender, the Iron Fist King was a proud man who believed that he was not in any way inferior to these extraterrestrial demons. He believed that the main difference between him and these foreign guests was the fact that he did not have the same amount of resources and opportunity granted to them by birth. However, after reading all the information on that talisman, he realized that things were not as simple as he believed them to be. The difference between the people of this world was not just resources, talents, or opportunity, it was a vast difference in civilization. The world that these foreigners came from have way more knowledge and understanding of not only the cultivation path, but of the ways of heaven and earth. Adding to their long and preserved history, these people have countless inheritances left from their predecessors. Meanwhile, this warring kingdom world has a recorded history of about 2 to 5 million years. If it was before, the Iron Fist King would have thought that this was a long period of time. However, according to the information he just read, cultivators in the Supreme Realm can actually live that long. In fact, there is a high chance that the person who passed down the cultivation method of this world is still alive somewhere out there. After dealing with the Iron Fist King's affair, Wang Wei began to discuss the affairs of Great Xia. He looked at Li Jun and asked him to report the situation of the war. According to recent reports, Generals 2, 4 and 5 have breached the barbarian Wolf Kingdom capital, thus effectively conquering the whole kingdom. The people of the Black Moon Sect's territory have also surrendered without any problem. To be precise, they have welcomed us with open arms. In the past few days we have conquered the Iron Fist Kingdom. However, there have been revolts all over the territory. But now that the Iron Fist King is awake, we should be able to quell the anger of the people and settle the territory once for a while. After saying this, Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King, who just nodded in agreement. Wang Wei was satisfied as always with Li Jun's work and nodded in approval. Well, now that our territory is so vast, the current division may not be enough. Wang Wei suddenly stopped his words and looked in the corner and roared out loud, "Who dares to intrude in this court's meeting?" Everyone was surprised by the sudden roar and looked in the same direction as His Majesty, but there was nothing there. As such, many people became puzzled, while some people believed that His Majesty had made a mistake. Of course, with the exception of Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju. They knew that it was impossible for Wang Wei to make a mistake. However, even they could not detect anything after looking. After seeing no one answered his call, Wang Wei instantly mobilized his powerful fleshly body and threw a punch. His skin and muscle vibrated rapidly and the vibration traveled into the air directed at the corner. Boom! The entire palace trembled and an explosion took place. Cracks started to appear everywhere in the palace, forcing many palace maids and eunuchs to cry in fear. Afterwards, someone flew from the palace. The person or shadow hit many walls and pillars on his way until he reached the palace's courtyard and landed on his knees. The shadow threw out a big mouthful of blood and organs. His clothes were broken and numerous dust stains could be seen on it. The only place intact was the mask that this shadow was wearing. Soon after the shadow landed, Wang Wei and a group of officials appeared and surrounded the shadow. "Who are you?" asked Wang Wei. "Just an ordinary assassin," replied the shadow with a weird voice that prevents anyone from distinguishing whether it is male or female. "If an ordinary assassin can easily infiltrate the royal palace and reach more than 20 meters close to me before I even noticed, then I really wonder what extraordinary assassins are capable of," replied Wang Wei with a sneer on his face. The shadow spit out a mouthful of blood and asked, "I'm curious on how you were able to notice me. I mean, even the divine body realm lady over there did not find me." "It was because I felt the fluctuation of your soul," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Now that I answered your question, it's your turn to respond to mine. Who are you? Who sent you?" However, the shadow just got up from his one knee and did not answer the question. Wang Wei did not let go and continued, "In fact, I can guess by your strength and method that you are from the Death Order Palace. What I'm wondering is who hired you." The shadow finally spoke and said, "Since you know that I am from the Death Order Palace, you should be aware that we never reveal the identity of our clients." Wang Wei sneered after hearing this. "I do not need you to say anything to know who it is. You people from the Death Order Palace are also known for doing things only for money. And of all the people in this trial that I know would do such a shameless thing as hiring outside help are only the clowns of the Great Shu dynasty. So, I guess that it was probably Crown Prince Sun when that sent you." However, this time the shadow did not say anything. However, Wang Wei still continued, "Well, based on how your soul fluctuated just now, it seemed that my deduction was correct." Suddenly the shadow laughed out loud. His laughter was creepy as it sounded like countless voices laughing together. Worthy of sacred son Wang Wei, the heaven chosen currently viewed as the most threatening of this generation. Not only strength is unparalleled, but also possesses extraordinary wisdom. Many people feared that you would be just like your father, but they were wrong. They should be worried whether you will be more terrifying than him. "Should I be proud that some random people praise me?" answered Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. "You're right that you should not be proud," answered the shadow. "Compared to the one in the western White Tiger continent, you are still a little far behind." A flash of intense dread appeared in the shadow's eyes after saying this. An emotion that Wang Wei detected through soul fluctuation. However, immediately afterwards, the shadow disappeared without a trace right in front of everyone. Wang Wei immediately concentrated to feel any soul fluctuation, but he failed this time and did not find anyone. Instantly, he activated his true vision ability and saw the Chi Luck dragon of everyone around. Suddenly, he noticed a strange purple Chi dragon outside the capital. Without hesitation, he flew straight to the sky and headed for it. However, midway en route, the Chi dragon instantly disappeared, and by the time Wang Wei arrived outside the city, he could not find anything. After looking for a few minutes without success, Wang Wei returned back to the palace and supervised the reconstruction. Chapter 128. After returning to the imperial palace, Wang Wei supervised the reconstruction of the destroyed parts. With the help of countless cultivators that can easily carry tons of weight, The entire palace was reconstructed in just a few hours. Back in the Dragon Throne, all the officials had a severe look on their faces. The emperor had just been assassinated, and yet no one realized this, yet alone reacted fast enough to prevent this. The commander of the royal guard knelt in front of Wang Wei asking for him to be punished. In fact, Wang Wei did not blame him. Even he himself realized the assassination once the person got so close to him. So, how could he blame the commander? However, seeing the way he was blaming himself, Wang Wei could guess that he probably would not accept it if he did not punish. As such, he deducted half a year of salary and sent him to the frontier to open territory and promised to reinstate his position after he acquired enough merits. In fact, many people blame themselves for failing to prevent this assassination. However, the person most affected was in fact Wang Ju. As a person in charge of intelligence and assassinations, and a cultivator in the divine body realm, she did not even notice the presence of the shadow. Her job is in fact to protect Wang Wei from situations like this. In the Dao opening sect, every generation of shadow is not only in charge of gathering information for the sect master, but also to protect them from dark plots and schemes. The shadow's job is to do the dirty work of the sect master and to protect him from other people who do dirty work. Wang Ju knew from a very young age what her duty was, and she has managed to do this job quite well, until today, that is. Today Wang Ju realized her inadequacy. This generation of Heaven Chosen are not only growing rapidly, but they are also very powerful. They already have the power to fight the divine body realm while in the divine altar realm. Today's event made Wang Ju realize that her talents might not be enough to keep up with this generation's Heaven Chosen. Maybe, one day in the future, someone else will take over her position. After thinking about this, she sighed and placed these thoughts in the back of her head. However, a frown was still on her face throughout the meeting. Meanwhile, Wang Wei first discussed how to calm down the people after the assassination. After all, it is easy to notice how the palace was destroyed. Many of the citizens were currently worrying about the situation. The next major discussion was about the next opponent that the great Xia have to face, the Fang Divine Dynasty. Well, Wang Wei can see how prideful and narcissistic the ruler of this dynasty is just by the name. However, unlike other enemies he faced, he has to take this one seriously as it is headed by one of the Heaven Chosen from that is participating in this trial. Grand Censorate. Grand Censorate. Wang Ju, yelled Wang Wei. His Majesty, responded Wang Ju. Did you say something? I'm asking you to explain the details of the Fang Divine Dynasty. Yes, as you wish, nodded Wang Ju, who took a deep breath to regain her bearing. The Fang Divine Dynasty is run by Empress Fang Lijuan, a member of the Divine Clan. She is this generation's divine child of the Fang family who was chosen to participate in the trial. As a matter of fact, there is another member of the Divine Clan in this world. As far as we know, the two of them seem to be in an alliance. However, this was not unexpected as the Divine Clans are usually part of the Divine Dao League. After Wang Ju finished her introduction, the majority of officials were in fact puzzled. As such, one person bravely asked, I'm sorry, Grand Censorate, but I'm very confused. What is the Divine Clan? Are they gods? And what exactly is this Divine Dao League you referred to? Wang Ju did not immediately answer the question, but gazed at Wang Wei instead. After seeing him nodding with his head, she then explained, the Divine Clans refer to a family that has cultivated a great emperor. Then, the great emperor left his Dao in his blood to pass down to the next generation. As a result, the members of the Divine Clans are thus born with a bunch of extraordinary abilities derived from their bloodlines. So, they are like the blood human race of this world, said another official. Afterward, all the members of Wang Wei's group looked at this person with a speechless look on their face. I am speechless at the fact that you just compare the bloodline of a great emperor with a bunch of demonized humans, said Yan Liling. The official who said the previous comment became embarrassed and dare not raise his head again. Excuse me, His Majesty, said the Minister of Education. From what we know, you are also from an emperor lineage, meaning that one of your ancestors was also a great emperor, so why are you not part of the Divine Clan? You look too highly at these Divine Clans. They are nothing but a bunch of prideful, arrogant, and miserable people who are shackled by the very bloodline that they are so proud of, said Wang Wei with a sneer in his face. In fact, not just him, even Li Jun and Yan Liling had the same sneer on their faces. Clans like the Wang, Li, and Yan were always at odds with the people of the Divine Clans. Despite his words, Wang Wei could still some confusion in his official's face, so he further elaborated, our ancestors also ponder whether to pass their own Dao through bloodline. However, through observing the demon race, they soon realized the grave downside or defect of bloodline. Although it will provide descendants with powerful talents and many abilities, it will also restrict them. The people who have bloodlines are often limited by said bloodlines. Since the Tao of a great emperor already existed inside the divine clan's descendants, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate other Tao than the ones they are born. As such, the majority of them abandoned studying other Taos and focused on the ones they are innately born. Is there something wrong with that? Asked the Minister of Education. Of course there is, answered Wang Wei. Without your own Tao, it is absolutely impossible to become a great emperor. Even if the heaven will was placed right in your hands, you still could not become an emperor. The consequences of this is the fact that the majority of families belonging to the divine clans have only one great emperor, which is their ancestor that started the clan in the first place. A select few have cultivated a second emperor, however the numbers of these families can be counted in one hand. The officials finally understood what the so-called divine clan is all about. However, despite how His Majesty despised these clans, the majority of these officials had a look of envy and yearning in their face. Wang Wei's secret shook his head after seeing this, then he continued to explain, these divine clans are doomed to be exterminated or weakened with the passage of time. After billions of years, they have long understood the downside of their bloodlines. However, they still refuse to change and adapt to the time. Instead, they bonded together by forming the Divine Tao League. Through years of intermarriage, they have strengthened their alliance and preserved the power of their bloodlines. Unfortunately, this method has only slowed down their weakening of their power. With each generation they became more and more irrelevant. I do not know how many years the Divine Tao League did not have a proper heaven chosen to represent them in the heavenward battle. However, it seems that this time they have more than one. After analyzing the information regarding the Fang Divine Dynasty, the official came up with the plan to postpone the war to a month later, as they had just finished conquering 3 kingdoms and had not fully taken control of them. After a month, Li Jun and the 5 named generals will reunite and attack the Fang Divine Dynasty together. Then the meeting was over and everyone left with the exception of Wang Ju, who was kept behind by Wang Wei. He looked at his head maid and motioned for her to approach him. Wang Wei started caressing her hair just like his mother used to do to him, then said, I understand your struggle. You have been with me even since I could walk properly. So, you do not need to worry about being replaced. After this trial, I will ask my father to provide you with a supreme Tier Tao washing pill in order to increase your talent. That way you can follow me all the way to the end of my emperor path. Wang Ju was suddenly surprised, then she nodded her head like a bird picking at woods. Then tears started to fall from her eyes. She tried to quickly wipe them out, but it was no use. As such, she bowed to Wang Wei and ran away from the imperial palace. Crying was a great shame for a shadow like her. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.